れ物としてよか明けまで過ごそうよ。どんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃう。Every day 心配しないでなかったことに蒔き上げそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむや変えそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい蒔き上げそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えそうやなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって赤がかもめる怒りがはそして消えていてしまいそうなんだ。だけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないで歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむや変えそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい蒔き上げそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えそうや
Tá de lance maconha segurando, vai na via safada relaxando, vai na pica safada sem vergonha, vai sentando na pica doida de maconha, presta atenção que o bagulho é doidão, trava essa puta que cana safada, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, ai, senta no meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhaço, vai sentar no meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhaço.
Aquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja de maconha, a novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja de maconha, a novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda. É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha. Imã de piranha, imã de piranha,
What's up? How's it guys go? How are you guys doing? How's it going? Let's try to say two things at the same time. Scuffed. Good to see Thumping in the chat. Good to see you, Big Soda. Good to see both of y'all, and good to see 8 other people. We are going through a wild video today, okay? We're taking the 2 people who, at least hopefully, are really booked up on J6 from opposite sides, Destiny and D'Souza, putting them head to head, which happened on Pangburn like 2 days ago, or has been released 2 days ago. So I don't know if Pangburn is going to like, cut off the video. I don't think they will do that. Like they're gonna fuck me like Tucker Carlson did or Jubilee. I think it's gonna be fine. So panel link is open if anyone wants to talk about this. Pre-talk before the pre-watch, before the watch. Just saying. Oh, my more scuffage. You can see my light in the background. God damn. But yeah. So this is like a long thing. And it's for those of you who don't know, obviously, okay, Destiny spent a lot of time, was really autistically obsessed with J6, Hunter Biden, all that stuff from the left point of view, right? No, the fake electorate scheme. And then D'Souza, he made his little documentary, The 2000 Mules. And so both of them, very knowledgeable about this. And so I want to see the best of both worlds kind of interact. So I think this is going to be a fun time. And we already have Big Soda. Big Soda, give me one of those, brother. Big Soda, drum roll, please. Boom. Confluence, tree 58.
What's up, buddy?
It's going great. What about you?
Besides stealing your identity and becoming the better Confluence, it's been a pretty good day.
The black feminine Confluence would be, if I became trans and became transracial, then I can truly unlock my final form. At least you're not as bad as Anson, who's, if I remember right, his only difference is, that he has an underscore in his name. My profile picture is Confluence underscore 358.
Oh.
Wait, spoiler, Destiny clears no diff. What's that? Wait, what does that mean? Big Soda, am I retarded? Actually,
I think he's saying like Destiny clears the debate, no difficulty. He said he embarrasses Dinesh. And you know what's ironic? I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not a big fan of Dinesh. Every time I've seen him debate, it's poor.
Yeah, I feel like I'm excited because I feel like he should know a lot about it. I mean, the man did that's probably the most popular right, well, it probably definitely is the most popular J6 kind of support documentary. And so it's like, if he made that, it's like he should be booked up on it, So it's like, I don't expect him to be a great debater. It's going to be disappointing if Destiny runs circles around him factually, because it's like, if you're going to make a whole documentary about voter fraud, you should be able to back up a lot of the claims in documentary. You made the fucking thing, right?
But Brandon may be biased.
Brandon's definitely biased. So we gotta, but I don't. Yeah, it's not impossible to believe that Destiny will blow out D'Souza. But I'm curious because having watched a lot of the J6 stuff and lots of debates and stuff, it's like there's parts that I see differently. There's parts that I see the same as probably both Destiny and D'Souza. And so I want to see the best people clash on that. And I don't know if D'Souza is but he should be one of the best. Okay, so I'm hoping.
I don't think this is necessarily the two best people, because I've seen Destiny get destroyed in January 6 debates. Probably would have preferred two political lawyers.
I feel like the times that I feel like I see Destiny lose or not do as well is in a specific way. When he debated Andrew Wilson on the insurrection stuff. It's like they got so caught up on, which I understand because was it an insurrection? So then Andrew was just hyper focused on well, what is the exact definition of insurrection and is it specific enough and that type of stuff. I think that Destiny could lose on,
Yeah.
But the actual a just normal discussion where you're not trying to necessarily win a debate, you're just trying to be present facts and stuff, and you're able to talk normally and not just debate bro each other, then it's I don't know. Destiny, at least again, he has spent a lot of time studying it. I think this is what broke his mind was J6, Now on one hand it breaks his mind, on the second hand I think he does know a lot about it because of that.
Yeah. Well, his problem is he keeps wanting to paint the definition of insurrection, but the definitions that he gave from, I think, the Supreme Court, may have not been a Supreme Court case, it may have been a federal case from the 1800s. The problem with using that representation is it applies to a lot of other things that Destiny wouldn't consider to be an insurrection. And so either he has to bite the bullet and call a lot of things that weren't insurrections, or he has to expand the definition or I wouldn't even say expand. He has to shrink the definition to have it only apply here, but not in a lot of other facets.
One thing that stood out, and I made a video on this, but it was a while, like it was right after their debate happened between Andrew and Destiny about the specific thing about the insurrection. I think both of them, in my opinion, seemed slightly confused, at least from what I was looking at, because both, like Andrew kept saying, like, why weren't they charged with insurrection? And I think, unless I'm like gaslighting myself right now, I'm pretty sure when I looked that up at the time to make the video, you can't get charged with insurrection. Like I couldn't find a filing for that. And Destiny didn't like jump on that because the true charge, I think, is seditious conspiracy, which some of them were charged with that. And so Destiny, I think, totally just, I think you could have like pounced on that and been like, you know, like, okay, well, there is no charge that people get. You can get you can get treason, or you can get, you know, seditious conspiracy, but you can't get like charged with insurrection. At least, and someone correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't think you can.
I don't think there's an official charge for it. I think it's it's a colloquial used term, and it's a definition outside of legality to where when the lawyer is advocating for that people commit insurrection, there's a series of charges that come with it.
Right. It's like there's I think an insurrection act and stuff, but I don't think criminally, I don't think it's ever defined as like what you actually have to do. And that's why even the people at like the leader of the Proud Boys and stuff, and, you know, and the Oath Keepers, right? The worst charge, right, was seditious conspiracy. And it wasn't. And that's, so sometimes I feel like there's some weird definition stuff. I think Destiny now, it's like, since then, I like to think that maybe he saw my video and learned a thing or two from it, because after that, then he started calling it seditious conspiracy and kind of left the argument of at least now he knows how to deal with if people say, why weren't they charged with insurrection? Because that actually, I don't think is a very good question. He still maintains it's an insurrection, of course.
His debate with Rob Noor kind of exposed his definition of insurrection. And I think that ultimately then went on to their definition with Andrew. And that's kind of the route Andrew took as well, is kind of to hyper focus on the definition of insurrection, because since it's not a legal term that you're charged, or it is a legal term, but since it's not a charge, it's kind of the understanding that we have applies to a lot of things that we wouldn't consider an insurrection.
Yeah.
Because it's an old charge. Like, I mean, it's from, I want to say it's either a little bit after the Civil War or a little bit before the Civil War.
I don't think anyone's been charged even with treason in like the past like 50 years or something, like officially. Okay, probably exactly 50 years. Jonathan Pollard. I looked him up today. I finally did my homework.
That's a fucking rabbit hole and a half.
Glick, thank you for the comment. But which wall? Like, do you mean your right or like my right? Like, do you mean like door side or this for the shadow on the wall for contrast? And yes, this is a $20 headset. I need something. I really should get a better headset. Mr. Good to see you. Their lives fail when they change meaning of words. Not going to start an argument, but we know an example of this is the definition of communism, fascism. You know where I'm saying. Yes, I do. Door side, shadow on the door side. Okay, I can see that.
That door leads to nothing.
Yeah, it's just I can't leave the room. There's just like a concrete, brick wall if I open that door.
He's kidnapped by Vietnamese people.
Yeah. Well, by Israel, actually. Hence the Facts and Logic beer. It's like when I say I'm an unpaid Hasbro agent, I mean, this is a cry for help, Please, someone come get me from Israel.
Now, how long ago was this? Was this relatively recent?
Was what?
This debate.
I don't know when it was posted only 2 days ago, but I don't know when they actually did it, because I saw other comments saying that, it won't be done live and stuff like this. And so I don't know how long it takes for them to, put it up. But yeah, it was posted just 2 days ago. And Brandon says it's at least entertaining. And what I like about this is at least you can see the timestamps in it. I think actually, no, I don't know how to get out of this now. Oh, I'm not even sharing it. Whoops. But there's a lot of interesting timestamps. So it doesn't, because like the whole that's what I didn't like about the Andrew thing was it was just so much the same thing because that's all they talked about. But this seems to be more of like an open thing where they're going from like the Mar-a-Lago documents to like the MAGA movement, all the voter fraud stuff and the classified documents. They go over his geo-tracking that was presented in the 2000 Mules, like Burisma, all this, like, so I'm excited about that because it's like, sometimes a one topic debate can get a little tedious if it's just like the same fucking thing, you know? But it's like, so I like that they're at least going in broad places. Mr. Mister says insurrection is defined properly as violent overthrow of the government. Unless you can prove that 90-year-old alternate electors were planning to violently overthrow the government, it's not an insurrection. Yeah, and I do agree. I don't now, and this is what briefly, I guess, to summarize what I remember was like the key sticking point that I think Andrew Wilson made him kind of win that debate is that Destiny was defining it so loosely, saying like if it's any like government building that gets like overturned, that gets like violently attacked, which the Capitol did. So that's why Destiny was using this definition. But then when Andrew brought up like the fire bombings of like courthouses with like BLM, it's like there's no answer to that because you either have to call those things an insurrection, which feels a little weird, I think, to the average person to say that like BLM was bad. Was it an insurrection? It doesn't feel like it's the right term. But if Destiny's thing is that broad, then it almost has to fit in that because it was coordinated violence against like a government building to disrupt government processes and services, right? Like that's what happened.
I think the Whiskey Rebellion is considered an insurrection, but it's not. It wasn't an attempt to overthrow the government.
Yeah, what was that? Was that the one where they refused to pay tax on their whiskey or something? Wait, people died in that though, didn't they?
Oh yeah. Well, that's the example that Destiny used in his debate with Rob as an example of insurrection.
Oh yeah. Okay. God, I wish my memory is better because I literally mentioned this in the response video I did to this, but this was so long ago now.
Yeah, it has been fucking 5 years almost, or a little over 5 years
since J6.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
January 2020 or November 2019.
2020. Wait, 2020 or was it 2020 or was it?
I don't think
January.
It was 2020 yet. I think it happened before then.
No, I don't. Wait, I don't think that's. No,
because
it had to be. It
happened right after they certified the votes, which was okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is January 2020.
Or is it? Yeah, or is it 2021? Yeah, I think it just changed from because the election.
Right.
The election happened in 2020, and then it's the next January immediately. Right. So it was the beginning of 2021. Yeah, thank you, Brandon. We're both getting our years confused.
Yeah, I was like, technically, it have to happen before.
Almost exactly 5 years ago, I guess, right? Because now it's almost going to be January 6th of 2026. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, COVID really did a number.
That's a good point. 2019 to 2022, it's all 1 year.
Yeah. It's all one giant gap of lost time for me. I mean, Jesus. But, I guess if anyone else wants to jump up, Brandon, I mean, you've already seen this, but if you're interested, Mr. Mister, if you're interested, Topanga Weevil, Let's Chief. I don't know if you ever come on panels. I'm not sure if you do, but just saying, anyone's welcome.
We just gave up on the other one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after going through two things without starting a single thing. And then I saw her. Yeah, briefly, I guess I'll briefly say this. I was watching her on Pierce because she went on Pierce after she did the thing. And I kind of got the vibe of what it was. I was like, okay, it's like, she's still saying the same conspiracies. She's just trying to leave Erica out of it. It doesn't really seem like, so I was like, you know what? It's like, I don't know if it really gave any new insight. It made her audience mad because they just, of course, are going to think that her backing down at all, even against like Erica means, that she's like bought by Israel now or something. Right. So.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm at the point now to where I'm just not taking in the Candace drama anymore.
Yeah, and then when I saw the Pierce thing, then he mentioned at the beginning, probably intentionally, or maybe that's how he got her to go on the show, is that she has like a book coming out. And then once I heard that, I was like, okay, well, fuck, I can see what this is. Like, I think I've made up my mind that I think Candace is like just trying to. I hate overusing the word grifter, but I think she might just be grifting. Like, I think she might. She just happens to have a book coming out. She happens to be, really profiting. She's putting other people at risk. Like she said I saw one of her videos, and the thumbnail was like, "Who standed to benefit from Charlie Kirk's death?" And in the thumbnail, you have a picture of like Tim Pool. And I'm like, that's insane, man. That's insane. That's insane to put Tim Pool's photo up there. And it, like, even if she doesn't say it in the video, like to just have that as a thumbnail, like you're obviously implying that Tim Pool had something to. Candace has gained way more from Charlie Kirk's death than fucking Tim Pool has. Okay, like way more. Candace is like constantly talked about right now, like constantly. Candace was not constantly talked about since like fucking Kanye, and it was only because of Kanye.
So, I mean, it's at this point, I don't think she's said anything productive, and she also
Brandon's fiance, please.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, come on up, Brandon. Oh, if your fiance allows.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
no, you should ask your Thailand family if they would join us as well, because they need to know about the insurrection of 2021.
Let's have them all gathered around. What's a word that means to break the law and fraudulently steal the election? Again, I think there's no criminal charge from what I know of you can't be charged with insurrection. I think insurrection has to involve like a more coordinated plan. Like, and I think that and we'll probably see this happen where it's like the fake electorate stuff. It's like, okay, there was obviously like a scheme going on. The violence part, I don't know. I guess it depends how you interpret who was violent, what they were actually going to do, what could they have done? Like, what is there anything that conceivably could have happened differently on January 6th with the protesters going in that they're actually going to like take over the place and actually like just be like, we have the new government now.
It's our government now.
Yeah, like maybe like way back in the day that type of shit was possible. Or in some like backwater country that's still possible. But in America, it's like it's not gonna happen.
To answer his question, I don't think you want a word, because the problem with the term insurrection is it's very broad on the definition that's given back in the day. And so to me, it seems better that it encompasses a bunch of individual charges that would, I guess you'd have treason, sedition, like, I guess, fraudulent voting and all this other stuff to kind of paint an image of how they stole the election and what they're charged with, instead of just slapping insurrection on anybody who fits this very easy definition of fit.
And let's Chief, I'm not saying there should be no repercussions until power was successfully seized. I think with the Trump stuff, I'm ambivalent kind of on like if the alternate slate of electors is like actually at that line where I think that, you know, he should be like tried for something like, but yeah, I could think of examples where, yeah, if you did a lot more, let's say, and I guess to tie this into what Glick says, it's like, yes, the Proud Boys, some of the Proud Boys and some of the Oath Keepers were like the main ones that like seemed to do some coordination, but it was like loose coordination. And it certainly wasn't done with President Trump, right? Like there's no evidence that President Trump was like coordinating with the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers to get this done. So it's like, yeah, they knew there would be this march, right? And so they showed up and they had plans to do some nonsense, right? And there's a video of Nick Fuentes himself shouting to go into the Capitol and stuff, right? So who's not one of those two groups, but you know, some people obviously had this idea going on.
This is where we get into the problem of we've got a lot of people with a lot of individual plans. And so like you see people in the Proud Boys, they get charged and arrested, but then you see people like Ray Epps and Nick Fuentes, nothing happens with them, even though they're giving clear instructions to commit the illegal act of storming the Capitol. And so and then we get the evidence of the 200 plus agents that were on the ground, and it's kind of, at this point, there's so much confusion in that situation that I don't know. Like it's a lot to take in.
The one conspiracy I won't back down on is the Ray Epps stuff. That guy was a Fed. Yeah, that guy was a
wild.
Fed. Okay, you seen the text where he like messaged his uncle and said like what did he say? He said like I led these people, or I did. Like he explicitly to his uncle claims it was like, maybe the guy's just exaggerating, but yeah, they do. There's a rebellion, insurrection, and there's a third one, right? What's the other one? Rebellion, insurrection. There's a third category, and they kind of go in like order of intensity. What would the other one be? Can't remember what the third one is.
Well, the weird thing is, I mean, to be fair, if I'm just going off the definition that Destiny gave me from that document that he read from the 1800s, rebellion would fit in the insurrection tag. And the only reason why they're, I guess, called different things is because of, I guess, history calling them certain things. Because, like, when Destiny paints the idea of the Whiskey Rebellion as being an insurrection based off this definition, I mean, it seems like in that example, rebellion and insurrection are almost interchangeable. Just in that example.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm just looking up. Oh yeah, okay. So there's an uprising, a rebellion, a revolt, and an insurrection. I guess.
What would it be? Revolt, rebellion, and insurrection.
I think
uprising. I don't know what an uprising would mean. I think an uprising is calling rebellion or.
Yeah, in U.S. law, rebellion, revolt, and uprising. Okay, I see. Trying to see if they define them differently under U.S. law, or if they're just words that people use to mean different things. But
I think you got to go to the court cases. Like, I don't think this is something specifically written in law. I think it's like a lot of the stuff we have of the information of these terms are all from the legal cases that came out of them.
Yeah, it seems like it. So it's illegal to incite, set foot on, assist, engage in, or give aid or comfort. Right. Oh, so yeah, that's the rebellion one, rebellion or insurrection. So they must, at least distinguish these two things together. An incitement, and then I guess, you're right here, Big Soda, where it's like, it looks like there's like certain court cases that show all of this. I want to go back to one of the chats. Okay, I'm not saying that's the only reason. I'm saying the Ray Epps, where he's like, you've seen a video too, and I understand I can't prove this, but I can prove what I'm saying. I can't prove my conclusions. Where he's like telling those people, no, we have to go into the Capitol, and then everyone starts shouting at him, Fed.
Oh yeah.
Even on the ground, I was like, to me, it's obvious. He's one of the first people there. He whispers something, and everyone goes in. Then he goes and brags to his uncle, and then he wasn't charged. All the other photos at the time, they're going after everyone. If everyone's photos up, Ray Epps, they never. Nope. It's only when they get a bunch of pressure that then they're like, oh God, maybe we have to, like, what else does that mean? And then we find out only recently that there was like, what'd you say, Big Stars? Like 200 or something federal agents?
Yeah, the low number that was given of confirmed agents is like 200 from a couple of different agencies, like FBI and other agencies.
Yeah, I'm not excusing the behavior, to be clear. Okay, I don't think January 6th was a good thing. Okay, so I just want to be very clear here, Les Chief. I don't think January 6th was a good thing.
The Revolutionary War wasn't a good thing. It just had to happen.
See, I don't know if I say the J6.
I know, I'm just joking.
I did like when Biden made his like J6 speech the next year, and he's like, America is not about insurrections, and I was like, America's like founded via insurrection.
Yeah.
Oh, good to see you, Quippy. My grandma just had a 10-minute anti-Trump rant. This is the average MSNBC viewer. Okay, hopefully we can add, I can give you a 10-minute pro-Trump rant and balance the scale, okay?
I'll tell you, there's one easy way we could avoid January 6th, and that's if Nancy Pelosi would have gave the authority to bring in the National Guard.
That's true.
I know Trump offered it to her, and then it just ended there. And it seems like with things being heated the way they were, it should have been a definite thing that National Guard was brought in. I don't like they talk about imaging and this, that, and the third, and I just no.
Okay, I don't want Les Chief to think I'm ducking him, so I'm gonna read this one as well. Why did they show up that day? I'll take it one at a time. Okay, so they showed up that day because Trump told them to. But now Trump didn't tell them to violently storm the Capitol, although we know that some of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, that they had separate plans that no one has ever connected to Trump of wanting to actually, go into the Capitol building. So what was happening there? Well, it was a march to get Mike Pence to do what Trump thinks is the lawful slate of electors. Why did Trump wait hours before telling people to cool it? he shouldn't have. He waited too long. I think Trump was kind of enjoying it a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think Trump like coordinated this. I don't think when Trump woke up that morning, I truly don't think he thought, and we could disagree on this, that's fine. But just, I don't truly think that he thought people were going to be like breaking into the Capitol. I don't think he thought that. But then once he saw it happening, I think he's like, I want to see where this goes. Like, I want to see.
I think this is a terrible explanation.
What I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, because when they broke in, he was still giving his speech. So he was still giving his speech as they were pushing against the people who were sitting outside the Capitol in the front. And
but no, he did sit and wait for it. No, that actually is true. He did sit and wait, and it was like, who was texting him? It's like it was his daughter or something, like asking him to stop, like telling him to like say this stuff. He like literally sat there and just was watching it.
He was watching. I mean, from my understanding,
like, I looked this up. This was like there was hours of time between when Trump was like done doing his speech and stuff, and when he finally gave a tweet to be like, okay, everyone go home.
Well, see, the problem is you think the tweet is what got everybody to go home? Do you think half the people out there even knew the tweet was there?
I mean, it did. It
I don't think it did. I think it just kind of wind down, and I don't think it mapped to the tweet. I don't know if it mapped to that tweet, Confluence. I think most of the people that were inside the Capitol weren't looking at their Twitter page.
I think, first of all, they're looking for orders from the president.
As
soon as one guy says it, it's like, hey, Trump told us all to go home.
We're talking about a bunch of middle-aged people. How many of them actually had Twitter accounts?
What are you talking about? Probably almost every single person there had listened to Trump's either True Socials, or I don't even know if he was on Twitter at that time, or is that what got him banned from Twitter? Yeah, I think that's what.
I think that's what got him banned for. I think that's before True Social. I don't think True Social was until a little bit after this.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, we're not even on the day, so this is a timeline. We're gonna see.
This is whose timeline? This is whose timeline, Confluence?
Well, this is on Wikipedia. I agree with this.
God. Well, let me go in and change some things before you read it to the people.
I'm just saying, this is what I used before, and when I fact checked it, all of the stuff that I found before with the timeline is accurate. Like, this is a well-sourced page. It's always gonna be biased, but I think it actually is well-sourced.
Give me a few seconds, and I'll change that.
And it'll be changed instantly back. Wikipedia is not as malleable as people think. Okay.
Yeah, all I need is a few seconds, Confluence, a few seconds and screenshots to destroy their credibility.
Yeah, the reason you have to screenshot it, because it'll be insta-wiped as soon as you do it. Okay, so what time was this?
I want to say it was a little bit earlier of a speech.
Okay, Ashley Babbitt is shot at 2:44.
That's before the speech, correct? So that's after the speech, correct?
Well, yeah. Well, I thought we're looking at if they went home in response to his tweet.
Oh, to his tweet. Okay.
So Donald Trump is on his phone after Ashley Babbitt is dead, saying, still not telling people to go home. Okay, and just to be fair to the lefties, And yeah, then Kevin McCarthy says he urged the people to calm down, and then he says them to remain peaceful at 3:13. So already this is like way after they entered the Capitol, and 40 minutes after Babbitt's been shot, he's still not telling people to go home, even though they're in the Capitol and someone died.
Okay, Confluence. Let me ask you, how is he going to tell them people to go home? You're saying the only avenue is through Twitter, or is it to get to a location that he can film and send out a message to the people?
The best thing is to do a video message like he ended up doing on Twitter.
And I'm telling you, how many people who had already left and who weren't in the or who were still left in the Capitol seen that? Because I don't think it's a response to the Twitter.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna see. That's what we're trying to look for. We're looking at when he tells them to go home, and then when it actually kind of like ends, like when.
Well,
okay, so he tells them to go home at 6:01.
Mm-hmm.
So this is hours. President Trump is just sitting there tweeting, and just like kind of stirring things. He does tell people to be peaceful a couple hours ago, and then finally at 6:01 he tells them to go home.
Yes.
So
I
let's
take it
see
this
how
is
long it takes them to go home.
this is after he was taken away in the limo by the Secret Service and then brought to the place in which he recorded the video.
Yeah, but you can't if you're making the argument that he did this as soon as possible.
No,
I think
I'm
that's
not. I'm not.
absurd.
I'm just saying the reality of the situation of what happened.
I think this is before the video anyway. So I think
What is?
This tweet. I think this was not a video one, because the video one he says that like I love you, you're very special.
I mean, they were special.
But so that's a different. I'm pretty sure it's a different one. But I'm just trying to see when. Yeah, so pretty soon after. I mean, I don't know. It seems I would say this is in response, because by 8 the whole building is now secure, and he does his tweet at 6. I mean,
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
I guess at what point were there the highest number of people versus the point where he sends a message how many people are still left in the building? Because if we're talking, okay, a couple of hundred people walk through in the first like 30 minutes to an hour 30.
Okay, what about this though? They were already members of Congress were already returning to the Capitol at 7:13.
Okay.
Oh, and they made a perimeter at 6. So this is like right after, brother. This is like 13 minutes after Trump tweets it. Suddenly, by mere dint of coincidence, they have it secured, and then half an hour later, people are going back into the Capitol. That's how like secure it is now.
From the details of some of the details I've seen from the case, that most of the people that, or a couple examples of the cases that I had seen, is that a lot of people who were there walked through, did a tour, were there for an hour 30 minutes, and then we're gone. And I can think of 3 cases: the guy that took the podium or moved the podium, the guy with the mask on his head or whatever, the buffalo,
the Viking guy.
Yeah. And so I guess what I'm saying is like, if a couple hundred people were there in the beginning, and then an hour and 30 minutes later, it was down to like 60 people just going around the building. And then by 7:13, they can confirm that every person who's been in the building is now not there, so that they have a secure perimeter. So, I mean, I guess it's kind of how many of the people left, or what majority of the people had left even before Trump sent out his first tweet.
I guess I don't know.
I mean, is that a fair statement?
It's
like,
fair,
you get what I'm saying?
I guess, but it's just, why would the people have left anyway? I guess if you're there to actually, like, at least we know like the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys and stuff were there for more than just like a sightseeing tour, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, so these people just left on their own accord, and it's just a coincidence that 13 minutes after Trump tweets this, then the Capitol Police have a secured perimeter, and then pretty soon the people are coming back.
Well, see, the problem is at 7:13 they announced they have a secure perimeter. How long did it take them before that to get that secure perimeter? Were they searching all the halls?
At 6:14 it says they've established a perimeter. It doesn't say announcing. It says they've established, and then members return an hour later at 7:13. They return to the Capitol.
Because I'm pretty sure, like, for a while, I guess that process would be, I guess, a long endeavor of making sure that you have the perimeter, and then you establish that that you can confirm that there's nobody left in the building.
I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that these.
Are we saying they got 100 people out of the Capitol in an hour?
I think once Trump tweeted this, I think people left. Because I think
that's a jump. I think that's a jump, though.
It happened like 13 minutes after the tweet. I mean, to me, that's like, I don't know. That seems very coincidental, I guess. Or then I guess then Trump's tweet, the alternative is then his tweet did nothing and it was like already over by the time he did his tweet. So then he basically waited until it failed. And that looks even worse for, I think, Trump in some ways, right?
Well, I mean, I
Like,
don't think
you're
this
like,
is a
oh,
good
it's
look.
not working. And now
I
it's
don't think
like,
this is a good look for Trump at all. I mean, I guess I'm not defending the
but at
fact
least
that
he
it's
gets
a good.
he gets some credit for finally tweeting and telling people to leave, unless he waited until what you're saying is true, until people were already basically left anyway. And now he's like, guys, go home. Because then he gets that, oh, I told him to leave, but he waited to see if his plan would work or not, right?
Yeah. Well,
Like if according to, like, I don't think he had that plan, but you know, if he did, then that would be, if anything, that looks like, yeah, better for the left and worse for the right in that sense.
I mean, what really looks worse for the left is the fact in the back entrance of the Capitol, we have officers allowing people inside. It looks bad that Trump asked Nancy Pelosi to take the National Guard and use them, and Nancy Pelosi denied it based off like image and I guess. Image isn't the best word, but just the look of having a bunch of National Guard at the Capitol. I mean, there's a lot of things that make both sides look really bad, but I don't want to defend Trump as though this isn't one of those situations where he looks the worst. This is probably the worst look he's had in his presidential term.
Yeah, and I think part of that is like the delays on this. I think because I don't think I mean, yeah, I guess I know the people on the left would say, like, he says to fight like hell and stuff like that. But he also tells them to remain peaceful and peacefully march down to the Capitol building, right? So it's like, I guess if he would have, as soon as they actually started doing violence and stuff, I think if he had like tweeted out then, I think it would give the left a lot less ammunition. The fact that he just like waited and had to be convinced by so many people to finally like call the people down.
Do you believe that though, Confluence?
I do. I would. I mean, what part? Which part?
That if Trump would have done things better by your optics, that the left wouldn't have picked issues with how it happened.
They take issue, but I'm saying there's no. It's like it's just like the Rob Reiner stuff we looked at. It's like they're always going to take issue with whatever he does, but then there's no need to give people like so much extra free ammunition to use against you. You know what I mean? I guess that's my point. So yeah, no matter probably what Trump did with the J6 stuff, it's going to always like look bad, but there's like degrees of looking bad where it's like, you could be like, well, look, I did once, as soon as I saw it get violent, like I did everything I could to stop it. And it just, you know what I mean? Versus like, I sat around for like 4 hours and, you know, even after I knew that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, I still waited like 3 hours. It's like, and who did the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys organize with? Wasn't it Roger Stone? Isn't Roger Stone, isn't that like Trump's attorney? Am I correct? Do I have the wrong name? I know I've heard the name Roger Stone so many times.
Right? I don't know if he was officially his attorney.
Or as a consultant.
I think he was a consultant by that time.
Yeah, he was a consultant.
But I also think that the biggest problem between both Trump and Nancy Pelosi, and I'll give them equal credit, Trump should have demanded that Nancy Pelosi take these National Guard and put them in, and Nancy Pelosi should have put these National Guard in, because all this could have been prevented. To me, this is dumb on both their parts, because if you expect to gather a large amount of people there to protest, to show that, hey, we Americans, we don't accept this, then why would you not expect that, hey, this could get out of hand and call in the National Guard? It just baffles me. It really does baffle me.
Well, no, I think the black-pilled explanation, I'm not saying that I think this is true. I'm saying I think it's possible, is that, you know, maybe, let's say she did think like something like this could happen, then it's like there is maybe a doomer-pilled kind of stance of like, well, this will look really bad for Trump. Like, well, so then, why call in a National Guard? Like, because the chaos, you know, is going to like, you know, which I think Nancy Pelosi probably knew. I don't think the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys and all this like murmuring online is like that secretive. I think she probably knew something's going to happen. That's why there's the talk about calling them in the first place. And it's like, so I think it was almost possibly intentional, possibly.
Well, that's now add in the fact that we know there was 200 agents in the crowd, and it's like, okay, well, if we have one example of one agent doing something that pushes that line closer to them getting into the Capitol, it's like, well, now we're talking about something that could have been more purposeful than not. Yeah, that's a scary situation. I don't think I ever want to be in. I don't want to know that there's even a 50% probability that the some members of the FBI or some members of the government were provoking an insurrection, because we know this is something that has happened. Alex Jones is famous for his old school reporting on, was it agent provocateurs, like back during the 9/11 protests and stuff like that. They would send people in to kind of agitate them and get them riled up, and then to be able to clear them out.
Yeah.
Not saying
And
this is one of those examples. Not saying that.
But yeah, now that we know there's 200 federal plainclothes people in the crowds, it's like, yeah.
I don't believe
suspicious.
The pipe bomber. I'm a little iffy about that one. Now, this is probably just my conspiratorial side, but I lean on the fact that this guy was probably some type of federal agent. And you can call me crazy. I have no evidence to say this, and I probably shouldn't say it, but it just smells.
It glows.
It glows.
Say, you know. Yeah, and come on, first of all, Mr. He was a white autistic man living in his mama's basement, if we trust the CNN clip, okay?
Did they say he was white?
Yeah, you haven't seen that? They're saying he's white as his image comes on screen of a black person. I don't know if there's like wires crossed, because I can't imagine you would intentionally say white and then show a picture of a clearly black person. But yes, this is a real thing that happened on CNN.
We're all white Americans.
Into a snafu. Yeah,
we're just all white Americans.
Yeah, an overextension of the white. I do agree with you, Glick. I don't like Mike Pence, but I actually think probably it probably was best if we're against political violence, which is a big if perhaps, but if we are, I think it's like, yeah, it was good that everything was reconvened and that everything still like was certified that day, because the goal was to delay it. And it's like, yeah, so I actually think that was a good action, even though, not a big Mike Pence fan, but I do agree with you on that.
I will say, yeah, it's probably best that I shouldn't say that. It's probably best at the end, everything still happened as if it was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think it was probably best that, I guess, Trump doesn't take over and have to suffer the side effects of COVID for the next 4 years and to get a whole fresh administration 4 years later. But
see, things all kind of worked out. You know what I mean? Like,
it did.
Back,
well, there's a lot of innocent people. There's a lot of innocent people that went to jail.
You got to crack a few eggs.
You do got to crack. You do got to crack some eggs. Because I think of I forget her name. There's a woman either in Georgia or Arizona that went to jail for like 9 years because she was a member of the people that count the votes, and she was waiting for her court case to be decided on whether they could get a recount or not, and so she didn't. She held on to the votes and didn't delete them. And that action caused her to end up serving 9 years in jail. I'd have to go over the details to the case again, but from what I heard, it was very sad. She had the authority to hold on to the votes. Like she had the authority to, I guess, I don't know, I forget the way they described it. Like, she's one of the people who have very few authority when it comes to actually counting and holding on to the votes. But she was faced with state charges, so she can't be pardoned.
Okay, so she didn't get out. So she's still in jail.
She's still in jail.
I guess question then, I'm curious if we're on the same page on this. So, like, I do agree. I think that a lot of the sentences that people got were insane sentences for some of the J6 stuff. But I don't know if I'm happy that like everyone was pardoned. Like, yes, I think just being in there, I think it was confusing enough, and I've seen enough videos, as much as, people like Destiny hate to agree. There's videos, right, of cops waving people in. Now, I'm not saying there's also videos of other nonsense happening, but there's enough confusion that I think someone just being in there, I am glad they're pardoned. But when Trump is like pardoning violent people who like assaulted like cops, like obviously in any riot, you're going to have like maybe people who are just there and then people who are actually trying to do bad stuff. And so do you agree with me that the violent pardons are probably not great? Like if you're assaulting a police officer in almost any circumstance, it's like you shouldn't be like pardoned for that.
Now I have to lean back to when like rebellions like this or big moments like this. I'm pretty sure even the people who were violent were still pardoned. I'm trying to think of an example because I've been asked this question before. Like, because I feel like you're right. I don't think violent offenders should have been pardoned. The only problem is if there was a lot of egregious actions by prosecutors and by the government to then do a lot of missteps and misdeeds when it came to a large majority of the people who were charged for this, then yes, I would kind of say a blanket pardon would probably be the best thing.
But if you do an insurrection and you fail, and in the process you've done violence, then you should be charged, right? I mean, that's right. I mean, the U.S. has done the same thing that every country has, right? If you win, then sure, then who's going to stop you? You know, but in the moment, it's like I don't know.
Well, let me look up the last time a mass pardon has happened, because I'm pretty sure
like
even before that. No, I'm talking about like by first specific event.
Also, just briefly too, is this the case you're talking about? Because Les Chief is apparently taking issue if this is the case you're talking about.
Peters,
guilty
is
for
Peters a woman?
I'm assuming it's the last name. So is that the
Peters
person you're talking
August
about?
for allowing a man to I don't think so. No. I can look up that case if I want to jump to that one over the pardoned woman gets 9 years for stealing chicken wings. Nice. It's 9 years for election.
Well, yeah, exactly, Quippy. Ray Apps, okay. That one.
Okay. Maybe we are talking about the same person, Tina Peters. It says okay. This seemed to be Colorado. A judge ripped into Colorado County clerk for her crimes and lies before sentencing Thursday to 9 years behind bars for data. Okay, this sounds extremely different than what I read. So maybe this may not be the woman that I'm talking about. Peters found guilty for allowing a man to misuse a security card to access them to the Mesa County election systems and for being deceptive about that person's identity. The man was affiliated with the My Pillow chief executive Mike Lindell. Yeah, okay. So if this is the same thing I've read, I had my details all wrong, but I don't remember anything to do with cameras.
See, Les Chief, I just got to say, Big Soda is nothing if not good faith. So if Big Soda is wrong, but he'll admit. Me and Big Soda, we've been done many things. You know, it's like if one of us is wrong, hopefully I do this as well. Or if I'm wrong, it's like okay, I'm wrong. Yeah. So I think I don't think Big Soda is marching through this in just overconfidence in his own.
Yeah, no. If this is the person that I'm talking about, then from just PBS. If I'm taking PBS at their word, yeah, this sounds ridiculous. This sounds like because she has the authority to hold on to the votes, but she doesn't have authority then to allow an outside person to review a security card to access. So I take it the person that accessed it wouldn't have access to it yet. I don't know if that's the person I'm talking about, but if it is, I'll take back everything I say, and I'll look and see if I can't find the actual case that I thought I was thinking of.
Doomer Patriot is very anti-conservative, I'll just say that. I'll just say that. Look, this happens. I mean, I just went through this in a different way with Ryan, the radical coder, a couple weeks back with the Muslim ban thing. There's footage I had never seen before of, Trump speaking about how he wanted to find a way to ban all Muslims, and then the lawyer, right, came up with a way to do it and stuff. And this was just, this was news to me. I've read about the Muslim ban. I know what it was. And it was specific countries. I was like, well, that's fine. He's not specifically, just saying no Muslim can come in. And then, then when I heard him say it, I was like, okay, it does seem like he's doing that. But I think that happens on both sides of the political aisle, right? It's not everyone gets information from a different place. And so some of those times, and you can't fact check every single story you ever see is the other problem, right? So I don't think this is a uniquely like conservative thing. I think this happens to like to my side and the left side of the aisle, because it's just like you read a story and then it's like, even, I mean, this stream is a good display of this. Like the amount of time it takes to even go through, like when we were talking about the timings of these, it's like you have to spend the time looking that shit up, right? The average person, every single story they see are not gonna, spend all that time fact checking every single. It's like an onerous thing is the problem, right? So I really think that happens on both sides of the political aisle. But I guess
you know what they say, that they won't give you the grace that they expect you to hold to them. So I don't necessarily.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I do agree. But we will start, I guess, the video, because I'm sure there will be a million. This one might be a multi-parter, okay? Because I'm sure this one actually I think has a lot of stuff that probably will be discussed, especially because I'm happy that we got Les Chief and Doomer Patriot here that are, the left. You guys can represent the left wing, okay? Because me and Big Soda are obviously more on the right side of history, pun intended. Quippy, I think, I'm not sure what Quippy is. I know Quippy's like an atheist. That's what I feel like he mainly argues with me about. But I don't know if Quippy is right or left. So, but yeah, I guess let's see where this road takes us.
When he held up the sign, didn't he lie to the American public, to you and me and everybody else in here and the entire world, when he said these are the tariffs that every other country has on us? That was a lie, right? Well,
okay, I'm already pausing. That one was a lie. That one was a lie. The tariff thing. That was a bungled ass tariff chart that didn't make any sense at all. That was like
the worst part about that is there is a wait, we talking about the same chart. Like it listed a shit ton of countries with percentage of tariffs that they would face.
Yeah, it was supposed to be what amount of tariffs, reciprocal tariffs, do we need to give to maintain a trade balance so that we don't have like any deficit or surplus and stuff. And then the math they gave, the denominator or the numerator, no, which one? The denominator just basically, I think, reduced to like 4 or something. So it's basically like every country, what it actually was every country gets 10% and then plus some other amount. Because there was countries on the list that had like, if anything, they should get either 0 or negative tariffs because they had like a trade surplus. So it was like the opposite thing. So yeah, so it was worse than that. It wasn't just the trade deficit ratio because there was a minimum thing smuggled in of 10%. I think it was 10%. So yeah, even countries where it's the reverse, where there would need to be no reciprocal tariffs, there's still just like just 10%, even though Trump's presenting it like it's like
you're talking about if we have the surplus.
Yeah.
So
there's certain countries that we're exporting to, and they're not really, we're not buying stuff off them.
Now, I do know that there was an island, I believe, either off the coast of Australia that also had, I don't think it's an official nation, but it also had tariffs against it.
Is that the one? I know there's like some island that apparently no one lived on or something.
Well, yeah. See, people say that no one lived on there, but I guess what I heard is that a lot of corporations or some companies will do business through that island, and then to get around the tariff, have it as though that island's the one doing business with America instead of China to get around certain tariffs. Because I know like that situation is done with Taiwan, so we avoid doing business with China, but we'll buy through Taiwan, and a lot of Taiwan's electrical components are just components that are also from China.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying maybe there's some chicanery afoot in that nation, even if no
But
one's
I don't
looking
know.
there.
I
Right.
don't know.
But that does happen in all, like a lot of businesses that go through these weird places, right? It's like they don't, no one lives there, right? Well, some people live there in some cases, but you know, it's like the people doing the chicanery don't actually live there. They just like funnel things through.
Yeah.
This is like I
same
gotta
thing with
defend
shell
my
companies
brother,
and stuff.
Quippy here. I got to defend Quippy. I asked him for his political stuff. He says, I voted for Obama first term, then Ron Paul based, then Trump 3 times. And then Let's Chief interprets that to mean Obama did single-handedly change everything. So I voted for the guy who wants to suspend the Constitution and end the American experiment. That's a crazy read from him just saying who he voted for. So I just got to point that out. I'm quippy pilled on this one. Let's Chief. I mean, I feel like he's just giving his voter record. We have to ask him specifically why he's voting the way he did, not just I think assume all that stuff.
I can't remember if Obama killed that. I think Obama killed that U.S. citizen in his second term.
He did, yeah.
But I do know he got a Nobel Peace Prize and then started murdering a bunch of people.
Yeah, Obama was even confused on why he himself got the Peace Prize, and he even said he just took it as a call to action, especially because with the Nobel Peace Prize, there's like it can't. People were mad when Trump didn't win it for like some of the stuff in like Gaza, but it's like. But that would be impossible because like there's a cutoff date that happens like 6 months before or something. And so with Obama, the cutoff date, I think it would only take into account like the first 2 weeks of his presidency. Because I think the cutoff is like at the end of January or something like that for what they actually can consider. So somehow Obama wins it based on his first just 2 weeks being in office. There's literally nothing that he did.
Well, who ended up winning it? It was the political opposition of someone, correct?
Like against Trump?
Or no. Well, I guess won it against Trump, but she was the one who ended up winning the award. I remember it's a female.
Yeah, like you mean like the one that happened like this year?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but yeah, it was some. I don't remember.
It was a woman. She was a political opposition, and I forget which country. It may be South American country.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it being something political and something Hispanic coded, but that's all I remember. But initially, yeah, it was like when I saw this, I was like, okay, yeah, there's stuff that Trump, especially if he, now it's hard to know, right? If the Gaza stuff ends up coming to an end, and it is by the U.S.'s hand, and stuff from Trump, then I think at least next year he should win it. If he is the one to step in and like solve that shit, then I mean.
But not just that, he's got the Pakistan and India. He's got the Niger and.
But Pakistan and India, I think similarly, yeah, we'd have to wait until next year to see.
Yeah. To be fair, I think all of them we would, because I think the 2 African countries that they had a peace deal with.
The other one you said, remember, you can't, just a polite reminder, you can't say racial slurs on the stream. So just be careful with that.
Who? Oh, you talking about me? Okay, yeah. Niger.
Whoa, bro.
You Niger.
Whoa. Whoa. Crazy times.
I can't help that's what they wanted to name their country.
I think they should change it. Of racial sensitivity.
It was a lie to negotiate.
It's a negotiating tactic, and you actually know it because you just admitted it.
I didn't
but
admit
earlier
it.
you were trying to calm the audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to something
See,
who
this
found
is
out
I'm gonna enjoy this.
Reserve banking was.
Please welcome to the stage Dinesh D'Souza and Destiny.
Someone tell me if the volume of this is okay, like compared to our volume.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good.
So I think we were given pretty broad leeway over, I guess, what to chat about tonight, insofar as kind of like Trump and MAGA and the current state of the U.S. and kind of like where we've come, where we're going in relation to that. Do you have any strong thoughts you want to start us off with, or do you want me to just get right into it?
Well,
this chef is a person you can easily talk over, though.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know how much you know about me, but I've been kind of like a YouTube political commentator, influencer guy for
essay
about 10 years.
allegations,
Followed with
murder,
great detail, a lot of
condoning murder,
political, factual.
Celebration of death of my political adversaries. Massive cock.
I'm also gay.
Okay, I will just say, let's Chief. Yes, I do think this was a true social thing. I think it is. I would say, yeah, I think it's the worst thing I think Trump has ever probably said. I think, like, at least politically, I actually do think that. You know, I'm not gonna defend that. I don't think that's what he ran on, though. I think this is. I mean, there's a reason that I know this like tweet like verbatim or this truth verbatim, and it's like that's the one thing that everyone points to, which it is really bad. But it's not like Trump ran on a campaign of doing this. It's like he mentioned this, like the termination thing. It's like, to my knowledge, it's like, you know, it's not. It's like stuff that's like, you know, when he's like having some what's that thing Roseanne Barr was on? Ambien, you know, when he's Ambien tweeting, you know, late at night. So well, I don't know. When did Quippy? I don't think Quippy's denying that this tweet happened. I don't think that's what's happening.
Confluence, bring up that previous message if you wouldn't mind.
This one?
I think emphasis is on like a massive fraud of this type of magnitude allows for the termination of all rules and regulations of article. There's two ways you can read this, and it may be my biased way of reading it, but I'm interpreting this as saying a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules. So what's terminating all the rules is a massive fraud of this type of magnitude.
Right, but then the implication of that is Trump believes a massive fraud did happen because he says that a bunch. And so the implication would be like if he gets back in office, then from just if we look at this truth alone, then it's like if we and I don't think it's fair. I think this is what Trump says a lot of shit. I think this is one of the shit things he says. But I think if we just look at this in a box, then I think the correct way to interpret it is if Trump does think a massive fraud happens, then he thinks it would be justifiable then to suspend all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution. So like just suspend all the articles of the Constitution, like
or he
hypothetical because he does think that the massive fraud did happen.
Or he's preaching of the fact that this action is what terminates all the rules, regulations, and articles, and I'm the guy that's going to set it back in line.
But then why say all? All would be all, right? Like,
yeah, well,
unless he's like super, like just loose with his words. But this could be like, yeah, fuck the First Amendment. You know, that's an article of the Constitution, right? We're both
kind of judging the interpretation that comes off this. But I mean, if you do have a massive fraud and someone cheats and wins their way to the election, then all the rules, regulations, and articles that pertain to the election, even those found in the Constitution, are no longer valid.
Right, but I feel like you're adding in the pertains to an election. Like that, the scary thing about this is kind of the vagueness of it.
Well, what's a massive fraud referring to?
I mean,
the election, correct?
Right, but then I don't know. Like to me, I when I read this, I'm thinking this means that you could like violate like the what is it called, like posse comitatus. I think right where it's like you could just like bring in all the military and just like lock everything down because it allows for the termination of all rules and regulations and articles. So even stuff that would be completely, you know, if you have people that let's say did this stuff, then they don't even need due process. You could suspend all of it, and maybe there is a steel man if there is a big enough swindle that does happen. I don't think 2020 was that. But then I feel like you have to kind of commit to either side. You have to say he actually didn't mean it that severe, or the steel man of, well, maybe if it is actually that severe, then it is justified to do all these things. Because if the Dems actually did just flat out steal it, then it's like, well, then I could see that point of view, right?
Well, it's just, I guess, I don't think you're wrong for interpreting it that way. I also don't think I'm wrong for interpreting the way I is. I think he sets the subject, a massive fraud, and so that gives you the details of what kind of we're talking about. And then when he goes on to all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitutions, he's referring back to the massive fraud where he set the groundwork that we're talking about the election. But I think it's fair that you interpret it your way as well. I don't think your
Yeah,
interpretation I can say is wrong. I just think when I interpret it, the subject of the conversation we're having is a massive fraud, and that relates back to the election. And so everything afterwards is referring back to this election.
but then what about like the stuff where it's like then Trump does try to do some stuff that probably is like, changing of the Constitution, right? Like the 14th Amendment and stuff, right? It's like it seems like he is kind of fine in some way. And even and I don't know what we think about this, but what's his fucking weird ass lawyer's name?
How about now, right?
Yeah, I think so. The guy I don't know, is he a lawyer? I don't know. The guy with like the long, like gray hair. What's his fucking name? Why can't I remember his name?
Long gray hair.
Yeah, and he looks like really like sleazy.
Hey, we're not talking about Rudy Giuliani, right? Because that's the lawyer I know.
No,
I
maybe
can't
it's not.
think of
Maybe
the
it's not lawyer.
current.
Maybe it's advisor. I don't fucking. The guy who's like, oh, what the fuck is his name? As soon as I say it, you're gonna think I'm a retard for not being able to remember it right now.
I'm probably a retard, but
He's the one who recently said that that they were considering Trump running for a third term, and that there were like certain ways to do it. No, it's like a way more common. I think he has like it's not like long gray hair. Oh, Mr. is in the back. Oh, wait. Mr. was there. Mr. gone. Who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking? It's probably his advisor. Like it's like Project 2025 guy. Yeah, he's old.
He's a Project 2025 guy had long hair?
Like not like super long, but kind of like at least in my mind. But I also have like a Fantasia a little bit. So, Mr. Do you know I'm freaking talking? Yeah, Steve Bannon. There we go. Thank you, Steve Bannon. Okay, both of you said it. Thank you. I eventually described him well enough. Steve Bannon. Thank you.
Is he still a consultant for Trump?
Well, I think he's still an advisor, isn't he?
I don't think so. They were running into some rough terms leading up until the election. I thought
he's not an advisor now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
I just have two quick questions about this whole voter fraud thing. Right, that's going to clear some things up. So, first of all, would you say that if massive voter fraud was found to be true, let's just steel man for this for a second, right? Like, and a state like Texas said, "Hey, this is not right." Because you certified this election under false, pretenses after we found all this stuff to happen, and we have to abide by a proven false election. Would you say that Texas would have standing in that scenario?
Oh yes,
because that's exactly what happened. Texas tried to sue them. 0 court cases were heard, by the way, out of hundreds regarding the 2020 election. And here's just the last thing. Now, to constitute what would be considered massive voter fraud, if 18 states were being sued for not adhering to a federal audit of showing voter rolls, would you think that would be considered contributing to massive voter fraud?
I want to say contributing. I think it's a fair thing to point out that these states are adhering to this process, and which could imply.
That's literally what's happening right now. 18 states are being sued. 2 of them are Republican, by the way. But what are they hiding? And of course, we all know the answer to what they're hiding. So. This is ridiculous. And here's the other thing. We could just say like, hey, nice try to Destiny and everything like that. We'll go ahead and let him have his participation trophy, and we'll be like, hey, that's a good college try, and just call it a day.
That's fair. Well, and I think there is an argument to that because what happens when Texas, they see states like Pennsylvania, they see states like Minnesota who didn't do it through the legislature process to expand their mail-in voting procedures, and then so now multiple states have.
Well,
you say what?
I hear what you're saying, but the problem with the left is a matter of consistency, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give you two examples because I already know what they're going to say. That's a standalone thing. When actually it's not, because when, for instance, immigration, when they're in charge, right? And we've been over this many times. They're like, oh, we're all about federal rights, right? And so the border's wide open when they're in charge. But then when they're not in charge, now all of a sudden it's a state issue. When we're consistent in saying no, we follow the federal law, which is that it's a federal responsibility to enforce immigration. Now move that over to voting. When they're in charge,
Okay,
this
hold
is where
up.
they,
Brief hold up.
yeah.
Sorry. Cassell, if this is the real Cassell, is in the back. Cassell, if you can cam up just backstage and just give me one of these. You guys know Cassell, right? Is his name Castle or Cassell? I don't know that.
Is it two S's?
I've seen him.
Yes, two S's. Or if you don't have a cam, Cassell, can you message me on Discord Confluence 358? We're a part of a bunch of mutuals, but if you just want to add, even yesterday we had someone attempt to destroy the stream, and so we're on high alert. But I want to hear your opinion on this, Cassell.
When you get close to the truth, this is what happens, right? So here's the thing, okay? Now we're going to see the inconsistency that they peddle when it comes to voting, right? If you can go look this up and fact check me. 15 counties in Arizona were sued in 2024, or are trying to be sued, leading up to the 2024 election because they were scrubbing illegals from voter rolls. Now you flip that around to 2020, and what they're saying is, okay, what happened in Pennsylvania when they're allowed to, the consistency is follow law. It's up to the state legislator on how they make their own voting laws. It's state to state. We're like, okay, it sucks. We have to adhere by it. But when they're in charge, they're like, no, we're throwing that shit out the window. So now they're in charge, and they send the federal government to sue a state in Arizona, right, for scrubbing illegals from the voting rolls. Then, early 2020, PA changes its own laws, and we're like, fuck, there's nothing we can do about it, right? Which is why partially January 6th happened, because people were pissed about what Pennsylvania did. But we all had to suck it up and be like, oh, fuck, it's the state legislator. They make their own laws. There's nothing we can do about it, right? But of course, they're like, no, right, we're not going to adhere. Fast forward to this, case that's happening right now where they're getting sued.
You have some fans here.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going. But then we're bringing Cassell in. So just, I guess.
Yeah, I'll tap out for a bit. I'm eating a chicken sandwich.
Oh, you don't have to tap out by any means, but I think Cassell probably wants to fight with you if I,
Oh, okay.
Cassell,
cool.
am I saying your name right? Is it Castle or Cassell?
I think it's Cassell, if I had to guess.
It goes by Castle, but people always say both.
Oh, making your name all French. Okay. My apologies.
No, it's all good. And I didn't mean to interrupt I forget who was speaking, but
Mr.
need to stop the conversation if you wanted to finish your thought. I just had
No, I'm good. I just, like I said, it's a matter of inconsistency with them. That's my biggest problem. If you stuck to your what you were saying, but they never do, right? They shift everything around constantly.
Which part is the inconsistency, I guess?
Well, let's start with immigration, right? Okay, so when they're in charge, they leave the borders wide open. They don't care. And then when we're in charge, now all of a sudden it's a state's issue, right? They're like, no, the state has a right to have sanctuary cities when it's a violation of federal immigration laws. And then you move to the election, and it's like, we're saying, okay, look, just let's establish an even playing field. Can we at least do that? And they're like, no. When we're in charge, we're going to sue states for scrubbing illegals from their voting rolls. But then, when it suits us, we're going to be like, oh, yeah, the state can do whatever it wants, right?
Yeah, I guess for immigration, I don't know. I feel like that's a kind of a whole issue that can go down a rabbit hole on that. I just think and I don't disagree about what Biden did at the border being.
I think your mic cut out. Castle? Is that cut out for other people or just me?
I was gonna say I still don't hear him.
Yeah, you were okay. Yeah, you went mute all of a sudden, Castle, or you're just mouthing words, which I guess that
could always be a
that could be an
possibility.
effective strategy. Just kidding. But yeah, we can't hear anything you're saying. We can't hear anything you're saying right now. You could try rejoining. Sometimes that happens to me on StreamYards.
Sound like he muted himself. Like, I mean, may not be like officially muting himself through StreamYard, but something muted him because he was talking fine.
Yeah, I would try just backing out or refreshing Castle and see if that fixes it. Because I know when I've been on other people's panels, if my mic unplugs, there's nothing I can do to fix it. I have to actually like go back and then come in. I don't know if that's
I've been over
what's
this
happening to you, but
it might be a StreamYard thing. You might have to hit one of those buttons. It's happened to me before. I think he's frozen. No, okay, he's not frozen.
Castle, if you can hear me, just try the refresh, I would say. Unless you know it's like on your computer and it's not picking up, then in which case, you know. But okay, January 6th, okay? We can't get too distracted into the immigration weeds, okay? I know, Mr. You're very passionate about immigration, you know. But I don't know enough about all the stuff you're talking about. This is what happens, Mr. You know too much.
Well, I guess
I don't even know if what you're saying is true with all this because I'm not booked up enough on all these specific cases.
Yeah, well, I can give you the laws. It's 8 USC 1158, 1227, and 1325. If you want to look them up, and the sanctuary cities in particular are in violation of federal immigration enforcement by harboring. And I want to be clear about this. The gotaways, not the people that come in and are seeking asylum, which you may or may not be able to prove. Within 1 year of checking in, they have to get to that court case. That's what the law says. But the specifically harboring gotaways is a violation. That's a deportable offense. Meaning the people that just
if you're an illegal harbor, like what do you mean the deportable?
Yeah, like if you cross and you don't check in, you're in violation of 8 USC 1158. That's what it is. And so my argument is, I'm okay. Just again, establish a baseline, right? Like I'm a Republican, so I'm like, okay, if you like states' rights, that's fine. I'll allow you to have that sanctuary city, but be consistent. If you were going to do that, you must close your state border if you're for states' rights. And the reason for that is other states should not be able to have to adhere to your immigration policy, but they're not consistent in their arguments. Never.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of sanctuary cities. I don't know enough to know if the mere existence of one is a violation. That's something I'm ignorant on. I don't know enough to know.
Well, what he's saying is if you want to have that status as being a sanctuary city, then you cannot allow illegals to then leave your city or your state and go into another state.
It's not like a. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but it's not like a full status. It's not like there's like something you can declare. It's just that you are just not actively working with like ICE and like DHS and stuff to like.
No.
It's not like you officially declare yourself as sanctuary cities. Aren't these kind of more like de facto things that are called
the reason why I'm
cities
saying
because
this,
they're not cooperating? Yeah. So is it illegal in and of itself to not cooperate with ICE or to not like willfully, turn people over that are here illegally?
Yeah, actually, it is. See, that's what I mean by inconsistency. Because if you were consistent and you were like, okay, we want it, then where's the baseline, right? It's like there has to be a mechanism for identifying people. And I think both sides would agree there's a huge problem with that. At least we can say it's not right for random people to just be walking around that we don't know who the hell they are. Can we at least say that?
Well, yeah,
You know?
yeah. I mean, I don't disagree.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you're good.
Okay,
now.
cool.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I feel
we
like
can
I got I don't know what happened with my mic on my stream, but it completely cut out, and then my audio with my headphones went out. So, yeah, I think the thing with the so with illegal immigration, we're talking about. I think someone mentioned about how they're on like voter rolls, or like Democrats don't care about illegals being on voter rolls or being checked, and then when they're in power, they don't care about checking it or whatever. But like, we know that illegals can't, or like, do we understand that illegals can't vote in this country, or do we think that illegals can vote?
In federal elections,
they
I
can.
would say no. In local elections, I think sometimes.
Well, here's the thing. It's proven that they're on voter rolls. That's a fact. So technically, they are. It may not be them, right? See, we have to be careful with the framing of the words. It might not be them who are actually going and voting, but it could be that they're on the rolls and that someone is using their names in the voting system. That's feasible.
So so it's not feasible. I think we're mixing up people who are here legally, but maybe on a green card or a visa. They still can't vote if you're doing that, but I don't think that's technically illegal, right? If you're in the country illegally, there's no way you would be on a voter roll for any reason. Or like, how would anybody know your name to use as like on a voter roll, I guess, because when you sign up to vote, you have to put your name or your address, where you live, and then you can go and vote under that name. So it's kind of hard for someone to own a house or property being an illegal immigrant, and then you have that information. So I think that's where it's like, I don't think illegal immigrants are voting. You could say that permanent residents that aren't citizens yet may be doing this in small numbers. And I'm sure that there are cases where that does happen. But I think the whole thing with illegals voting, and like what you said, Confluence, and because I live in New York, and if you're an illegal, not illegal, but if you're not a citizen, you can get like a driver's license. You can vote in local elections, like for mayor, for example. But I don't think that applies to how we view it as legal versus illegal in that sense.
Yeah, like I think there's probably like fraud that sneaks by, but I don't know of a state that doesn't, where this is, I guess, possible without intentional, I guess, lying, which I'm sure that happens. But like, what would an example of a state be where like someone that is an illegal citizen can get on the voter roll, right? Like what? Because I know each state kind of like does stuff differently, but at least all the states I've seen, they all, it's like, unless you're doing, an individual can do the fraud, but I don't think there's a state like, I don't think California is like, okay, well, yeah, if you're here illegally, we'll put you on the voter roll anyway.
Well, let's unpack that for a minute. Okay, so the idea here is that, again, what this is my point before. Each state makes its own voter laws. So if a state says all you need to vote is your name and like an address or somewhere we can reach you, and it's like there's a consistent line of not being able to identify who the person is.
But then can we give an example, I guess? Like, can you point to a state and then we can actually like, look at like, what do you think is the most egregious state? And then we could check like, how would you sign up to vote for a federal election in that state? Because each time I look up, it's never as like, it's never as bad as I think we on the right sometimes make it seem. And I'm not denying that fraud happens, but I don't think there's like massive amounts where just the state, all you have to do is just like give a name and an address and they just like let you vote.
Okay. Well, we know for a fact that Arizona was getting sued by the Biden administration for having illegals on trying to scrub illegals from their voting rolls, right? So now you fast forward.
Castle's shaking his head. So what if we just can stop there? Castle, do you disagree on this? Because that's a case I haven't heard of.
Yeah. So again, like there's no way that you can sue the state of Arizona for trying to get rid of illegals off voter rolls. Like and you can feel free to like cite the source, but I just don't think that's something that Democrats were looking to do.
Okay, let's just assume that that's the case, right? Moving on.
That's a big assumption, right?
Right. Well, here's the thing. See, this is the thing that really pisses me off. we can't follow chains of logic, and it always comes that when it's for us, it's like, oh, okay, so I have to assume that that's not the case for you guys, right? Like, oh, that doesn't happen. We're just going to grant that it doesn't happen.
It should be fair in both directions.
Meanwhile,
I'm saying if you bring up
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Fair to want to know what it is.
Meanwhile, okay, go look this up right now. Why are 18 states getting sued for not complying with the federal audit laws? Can you tell me that?
I'd have to look it up.
Go ahead. Do you want me to go get the source?
Or you could tell me. Like, I mean, I can look
I'll
it up.
go
if
get
you
it.
want
Hold
me
on.
to, but
I'm a mod. I'll put it in the chat. I'll link it to you right now. Harmeet Dillon is suing 18 states, 2 of which are red states, for not complying with federal audits.
Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at that too. I haven't read that yet.
Give me a minute. Look, you guys just do your thing. I'll put it in the chat, and then you could pull it up.
It says the
okay?
DOJ. Is this the right thing? The DOJ is suing these 18 states?
Yeah, well, I forget what her position is, but they were like, oh, okay, by law, we're allowed to look at your voter rolls, right? And so they're like, no, we're not going to comply. And what they're saying is they're like, oh, it's a matter of protecting identity. And it's like, okay, well, what's the difference between the state protecting an identity and the federal government, you know? And again, the whole non-consistency thing, that's my biggest issue with these people. It's like when they're in charge, they're all about the federal, side of it. But then when they're not in charge, it's like now we're all about states' rights. So hold on a minute. I'll go get it. I'll be back.
I would say, I guess, I think this is the thing that I think both parties do. And I don't want to like both sides this, but
right.
I think there is a temptation that the way people talk now, right? Even the way I talk sometimes, it's like
we do that. So wait a minute. So when they're in charge,
let me finish.
Okay.
Just what I mean is like we're when we're losing, right? And like then certain laws get passed, right? We're like all about states' rights, right? When it depends on kind of the wins. When we're in charge, we're all about those executive actions and stuff, and it's like because we're just like we want to get it done, right? And so I think there is a temptation to go like a lot of people with the abortion stuff, right? It's like, oh, well, it's a states' rights issue, right? We heard that a lot from the right, but now most people, myself included, because I'm pro-life, I want it to be federal. But at the time, I'm like, okay, yeah, if this is, I'm more tempted by the states' rights thing because I mean that's how I'm gonna get it done.
I think the less consistent we get away from establishing a baseline, like I said, the worse this shit's gonna get. I didn't like the abortion thing, right? I don't like it because it creates a huge division, and this is a worse problem than anything else that we have going on. This is why immigration, in my opinion, is going to become a state legislated issue. It's going to get worse because we can't agree on this shit anymore. It's just crazy. But let me go and find that. I'm going to get you those 2 cases real quick. All right. So
all right,
I don't want to hold up the stream or whatever, but all right.
I put something in the back chat that may help. It's from December 18th of this year. The Justice Department sues 4 states for failure to produce voter rolls. I don't know if that's quite what
so
we're
I guess
about.
I think it is. I think it's yeah. This is what Mr. I think is talking about because it brings the total to 22.
Yeah.
So that would be the 18 plus the 4. The problem is, I guess, with stuff like this, and I don't know if I'm retarded, but perhaps, but it's always so hard to evaluate this before anything's like decided because like let's say all these 22 things just like fail, right? Let's say they even go up to like the Supreme Court and they're decided and it's like a complete blowout and it like fails, right? Like Trump, there was a time when Trump was like suing all these places for like the electoral fraud stuff, right? And it's like, and it's like, so just doing a lawsuit, it's like, well, it depends on if that lawsuit, like how it's decided, if it's because maybe this is like nonsense and it's just like one of those litigious things that like Trump is often known for. Like we can't, I don't know if any of us would disagree with that he is known to, and lawfare is used against Trump as well. So I mean, it cuts in both directions, but there's a lot, it's just hard to know okay, a lawsuit is happening, but if it's not decided, then it's like, I can't tell if it's, this is, I guess, I can't tell if it's meritorious or not. So like it might be, but it might not. Like I just don't know how to evaluate that until like a judge actually like sees it. You know?
Yeah. Well, I know
sense?
a big problem, especially with the state's lawsuit or the Texas lawsuit against the other states, is we never really got an answer to that one. The Supreme Court kind of refused to hear it, and they never got their day in court.
For which one?
I believe that one was in 2020 when Texas was suing the other states because of their expansion to mail-in voting. There were some states who there's some states who did it through the legislature, and then there's some states whose governor expanded their mail-in programs. There's also some states that did their Supreme Court is what expanded their voting process, and so we never really got an answer on it. It was just kind of pushed to the side, and then everybody forgot about it.
Sorry, I'm just reading this at the same time.
That's
the problem. A lot of stuff, a lot of cases seem to get like punted. Like I still don't know what's happening with like the 14th Amendment stuff that SCOTUS was like, well, we can't really like rule on it right now for some reason. And it's like, is that still developing? I don't know. Some of these things, it's like, I feel like I hear about them and then they just kind of get like sidelined or I don't know what happens. So yeah, what Mr. sent me, it seems to be the same thing. And this is like, it's just impossible, I guess. Yeah, it's impossible for me to know if this is like a litigious case or if this is like if it's actually like a case that makes sense. Like I can see it both, even just like giving my initial thoughts on this, right? Like it's saying it wants the federal government to have access to, what did it say? Full names. Let me see if I can zoom in. Full names, residential addresses, birth dates, driver's license numbers, last 4 digits of a social security number. Like on one part of me initially, it's like, okay, yeah, we want to make sure everything checks out. Okay, they should have that data. But an equal and opposite part of me is like, I don't know. If I was those states, I'd be like, I don't want to send all this data to the federal government. Like, I don't think I feel like I have to. So I can kind of like from a privacy point of view and the separation of like states and the federal government, I'd be like, well, I don't want to send the license numbers and the birth dates and the addresses and the full, like, I don't think I need to do that.
Well, like I was going to say,
not sure.
To Confluence, like just first thoughts on this, because I'm not too in the weeds with this article yet, but just reading on a first glance, I can kind of see both sides to it. But like, let's say the federal government does get state data, what are they going to do with it? And then how are they going to check it? Like, wouldn't they already have to have this data on hand to like be able to say like, well, what you sent us over was wrong? So that's where I'm confused. It's like, how are they going to make this an issue if a state does send over their data? How are they going to reverse check it to see if what they're getting even sent is correct or fraudulent, or if they've made up numbers?
The best thing I can see, because it's not even full social security numbers. I was good because that would be maybe the one steel man is if it's full social security numbers, then at least you could like check if they're alive, if they're citizens, right? If that's the vector of fraud we're going for. But last 4 digits and just, is this enough that the federal government could actually, I mean, maybe it is enough. I don't know, like the last 4 digits on birth date alone is probably unique enough to like tie probably most people down, right? Because you have like 10,000 last 4 digits, I guess, right? And then it's like in comboed with any of these things. So at least I guess you could check that vector, I think, right? I'd have to maybe do some more math on this in my head, but I feel like even with the last 4 digits, that would be enough to at least get a vague idea of like what person we're talking about. And then maybe you could cross-check that with like social security or something and figure out like, are these people citizens? Are they who they say they are? Does the names match? Is there at least someone named like, Antonio Rodriguez who has the last 4 digits and was born on this day, just to see if the data is like invented or not? I mean, this is just me like pulling this out of my ass, but I feel like at least that's a possible thing you could be checking.
Yeah, I think they can check it, which is why I'm like, okay, they have a lot of this information. They probably have a lot of this information already from a federal government standpoint. But I guess my point too is like, if there are changes or switches from federal data that's different from state data, and they're trying to use that against the states, like if someone moved state lines from a certain amount of time or has died or has fled the country or moved or whatever, it's like, how would they know that information, or are they able to get it in real time that's faster than the state? So it's like, because I don't know the answer, so I'm wondering, did they have data ahead of time that states don't have where they can check it, or are they just kind of flying blind for data that they don't have? So yeah, I don't know exactly either. That's what my first questions are about this. But overall, just reading about it, if the federal government's like, yeah, we want this data from the states to have cleaner voter rolls, yeah, I would leave it up to the courts. I don't know enough about it to say, oh, this seems wrong to me, or this seems like it doesn't have any merit to it. It's definitely not the first thing in my mind where I'm like, oh, the Trump administration is doing something clearly illegal here. So I'm kind of ambivalent about this compared to other things they're doing, to be honest.
Yeah,
So the three laws that they reference is NVRA, the National Voting Act of 1993, that says it requires states to make records concerning programs for maintaining accurate voter list available for public inspection for at least 2 years. The Civil Rights Act of 1960, and then Help America Vote, or HAVA, which also talks about maintaining a centralized computer statewide voter registration for public inspection. And so I assume when they mean public inspection, they're referencing public officials inside either the state or federal government. So it seems like there's some legal basis that allows the federal government to be able to probe into state voter rolls.
There could be. I think I agree with Castle where it's I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine leaving it up to the courts, because I don't know. In some ways, I can see both sides, from an election security thing. Then I'm like, okay, and do that. And again, I'm talking because I don't know all the legal basis how this is going to work out. But on the other side of things, if I imagine it flipped, which I think is a good test to do, if this was Kamala Harris and she wants my stuff for my state, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. Why does the federal government, as soon as the federal government I don't like, I'd be like, then my conspiracy hackles get up. I'm like, I don't want you to know my exact, all this data and who I voted for and all this stuff. I don't want that. This is it's not how the electoral college fucking works. So but I don't know how it works. So, so maybe it does work like that. Well, but I could see if I'm just hearing this, I could go off, and say,
I don't think they're asking for their votes. I think they're just asking for their information they use to be able to vote.
So so I guess, maybe that's something I just assumed. I assumed it would also indicate the vote, or is it not?
I don't think it's the vote. At least from the little bit that I'm reading, I don't think it's the vote. I think it's the information that's tied to the person being able to vote.
Okay, because that seems then less. Okay, because that was I just kind of thought that it would have that tied. Yeah, if it doesn't, and I think I just maybe added that in my mind. Because then it's doesn't seem like that big of a deal if they just want identities. I mean, the federal government already probably has that stuff already.
Because I guess the problem we run into is not so much the federal government, but what happens when Texas and, let's say, a state like New Jersey, they have totally different voter laws or requirements, and Texas is like, well, I don't feel this is fair that New Jersey gets to either allow all this standards of voting, and so now there's an issue between two states, and then the federal government's usually the avenue in which we resolve those issues between states.
Okay, actually, these are both good. Yeah, okay, so that's right. So they don't know how you voted anyway. I guess they know if you're registered as a Democrat or Republican, but I guess they don't know how you actually, what your actual vote was.
And then you can loosely map this along to make sure you don't have more votes than people actually in the voter polls, or this, that, and the third. See if you can find any weird anomalies that could come up that could give you another, link to something else that could, it seems like a stepping stone in my opinion.
Do we know, this is, I just don't know how this shit works enough. Do we know, if someone's registered, if I'm a registered Republican, hypothetically, right, is that public information? Is that something because like we seem to find that out when someone, you know, like with Thomas Crooks, we knew he was like registered as this. So that part is that just a name thing? Like what's the database that like stores this, and why is that public? I don't think I like that that's public. If I register as a Republican, I don't think I necessarily want like everyone to be able to like search that out.
Now, not all states do this, but some states, when you go to vote in the primary, you affiliate yourself. You can affiliate yourself with Democrat or Republican, or even Independent. And so, in certain states, you can only vote if you're in one of these three categories in the primaries and stuff like closed primary voting and stuff like that, where you can only vote if you're a Republican or Democrat, depending on your state laws and stuff like that. Some people have open primaries where you don't have to collect all this information. You can just come in and vote, and that's where you see Republicans voting for the Democrat primaries and Democrats voting for the Republican. Yeah,
and the registered stuff is only about the primaries, right? It's not about you could be registered to the opposite, you know, and then vote for whoever you want normally.
If it's
do we know how tightly that maps on? Like, I guess if the polling's anonymous, do we know like what % of votes come from a registered Republican that vote Republican? You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if do we have any like knowledge on that? Because at least people are saying at least our RPG Forever says I don't know if every state is public. So if they're not, then maybe is that information handed over? I don't know. I'm trying to think of like why people would be opposed to this.
Well, based on these three voting acts, I would say yes, it's public to the federal government, because the federal government has a duty to uphold to the other states that everyone's following their own voting requirements.
Yeah.
Because
I can see it both ways.
In this link that I sent you, that I take it Ken Paxton wrote this, but it could just be a Ken Paxton quote. Or no, Assistant Attorney General Hamit K. Dillon references the HNRA Act and HAVA Act, and the fact that the law is clear. The states need to give us this information so we can do our duty to protect American citizens from vote dilution. And that's what she's referencing from the Justice Department Civil Rights Division.
Okay, now I'm trying to make sure I tie off everything here. So the thing I have pulled up right now, and I can't. What was this one about? This is something Mr. sent me. So this was is this a different one? Did I pull up the right thing, Mr.? Do I have you said you sent me a second thing. Is this the right one that I have right now? Yes. Of a restrictive. So the Justice Department files lawsuit against the state of Arizona restrictive voter registration requirements. So this would this have already what's the date on this? Yeah, see, so do we have a result on this? This is what I mean. Okay, like do we have a result on this? This is what I want to know. So this was like this is like from 2022.
Does it say the case number in there? And I'll look up the case number. Does it have anything to do with it? Is this just a press release? So this is just them letting us know.
Yeah, they said the House Bill 2492's onerous documentary proof of citizenship requirement for certain federal elections constitutes a textbook violation of the National Voter Registration Act. I don't see a case. Yeah, see, that's what I don't know how to. Yeah, I don't know how to take any of it because I don't know. Was this case decided? Well, like I feel like that's the important thing. Like you can file a lawsuit for like nonsense. You know what I mean? It could be. I want to know like what's the actual answer. You know, result is not the point. They tried to tell state how to. Well, the result kind of is a point though. I think, right? At least in my opinion, like
it's a little bit.
The Justice Department does it, but it like is like a totally like frivolous lawsuit. Then does it matter that the Justice Department filed the lawsuit if it's frivolous, right? Like I don't know. Just the mere fact of filing a lawsuit, I think, means very little to me. I don't know. Like the filing of one means it's just like the 22 that we just talked about. It's like depends how it goes though. Like let's say they like I'm not a lawyer. What if they end up all being frivolous and like actually frivolous? Then that tells me a very different thing than if they're all like all, you know, accepted as like, yeah, okay, these are actually legit, you know, lawsuits. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be more concerning if the courts were siding with frivolous lawsuits, and then you could say it's like lawfare here, but just filing them isn't a big deal.
Yeah. It's hard to know. I'm sure Mr. says, I'm showing you they're inconsistent in their views. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I think everyone's
partisan though. That's the thing. Like every administration's partisan.
I think I have an article that talks about maybe it seems like it's still underway as of April 10th, but it seems that now when you read this article, I want you to read it all the way, because if you read the first tag, it sounds like it gives you an answer, but once you start getting to, I would say, about the third or fourth paragraph, the answer seems much more kind of obfuscated. But I'm sending it. It's votebeat.org.
Okay. And no, Doomer Patriot, you have to have faith. Okay, I understand we're only a minute and like 35 seconds into the video. That's 2 hours and like 36 minutes. And I've been streaming for 2 hours. I understand the math looks like I'm not going to make it. Okay, I understand that. But we are huffing the copium right now. Okay. So you said
read probably the first four paragraphs.
Okay, yeah. So
read the first four paragraphs.
Yeah. Okay. So the Trump administration is asking to withdraw from a long-standing court case challenging Arizona voter citizenship laws. The U.S. Department of Justice filed a motion Tuesday to voluntarily dismiss its claim against Arizona in regards to 2 Republican-backed voter citizenship laws that the Biden administration had argued violated federal law. The request in the Mi Familia Vota v. Fontes case does not affect the pending outcome of the case, which will still continue under several plaintiffs even if their request is granted. It is the latest example of how the Trump administration's priorities are reshaping the Justice Department's approach to voting rights cases to no longer challenge state laws the Biden administration saw as illegally restricting voting. It also aligned with his recent executive orders on election, which would require documented proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections.
Now, does this seem different? Does it seem like the same case? Because wasn't Arizona restrictive?
It seems like, I mean, I can't imagine there was like multiple Department of Justice cases against Arizona under like basically the same thing. So I think this is the same thing.
I've got another one that's more pertaining to U.S. warns. Well, I don't know if this is the case, but U.S. warns Arizona back in June and Wisconsin over compliance with federal election law. And then I've got DOJ sues 6 states, escalating campaign. It seems like that's attached to the one that I sent you earlier. I don't know. There's a good bit of fucking laws, or a good bit of lawsuits.
If it did take 3 days to go through the bill video, then with Destiny and D'Souza, I don't know what hope we have. But okay, we will get back on track. Okay, we will get back on track. We'll get back on track. Otherwise, we're gonna be reading these lawsuits forever. And I don't know. I also don't know enough about any of like how to parse lawsuits or when they're withdrawn or what they're. I just don't know.
I don't even know the details of what they're arguing.
Mr. I agree. If you're arguing, look, I think the Dems are inconsistent. Okay, anti-Dem. I also sometimes think the Republicans are inconsistent, though. I think so. I think there's inconsistencies on both sides. Not to just like be a fence sitter because I am a Republican, but it's not I'm holding the same standard. Both sides fucking suck. Okay, just the Republicans suck a little bit less. Okay, sorry, guys.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong, Confluence. I think it's fair to say both sides. I would probably say are generally inconsistent with a lot of things.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure you can do Patreon. I'm sure you can. But then we'll get through only 2 minutes of the video. So back to the video.
Whatever stuff going on with both sides, especially over the past 5 or 6 years. And one of the most kind of troubling things that I've seen develop is we are totally and completely separated in terms of factual reality, in terms of where like the left is living and where MAGA is living. And I mean, my argument is that I would say the conservatives and MAGA, and even people in positions like yours, have contributed really heavily towards that like deliberate muddying of the record, so that people aren't aware of what's actually happening in this country. And I guess like the first event, I guess the thing I would kind of like to center on is I'm curious what your understanding is of like the Mar-a-Lago documents case for the classified information that Trump took from the White House and refused to return.
Oh, classified documents.
I'm happy to get into it, but before we do, if I can explore the idea you just mentioned a moment ago about alternative realities. I assume what you're saying is that the left lives in a certain type of a bubble, but it's a reality-based bubble. The right lives in a bubble that is fake and not reality-based. And so, according to you, one half of the country is essentially deluded, and the other half of the country is sane.
Joseph, what link, if you want to, which link? I could post it. Big Soda, you could post it too, actually, because you're a mod. But
oh yeah, okay.
If you,
okay.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know exactly which one you mean, but yeah, I'm not trying to hide the ball. I'm not trying to deprive you of those tasty links, Joseph. you just ask, and it will be granted unto you.
See, I think this is a very poor way to try to conceptualize politics in general. It's the reason it's a poor way is that if you look at any political divide, particularly the really severe political divides, we go back, for example, to 1860, you could take the view that, which was the view of the South, Lincoln was a moron, Lincoln is a dictator, Lincoln's an idiot, and the Republicans in the North make no sense at all. Or you could take the opposite view, that everyone in the South is a moron, they're living in a bubble, they don't understand reality, and therefore one side is completely right and the other side is completely wrong. To me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality is that it requires you ultimately to believe that virtually one half of the entire country lives in delusion. Democracy would make no sense if this were truly the case. In reality, the complex thing to do, particularly when there is a divide, and I think this is what we have to work toward, and it'd be really interesting if we did that in this debate, is if I can advance a theory about Trump that explains not just the 75 million people or so who voted for him, but also the 71 million or so who voted against him. And if I can account for both, and similarly, I would demand of you the same thing. You advance a theory that is a little more sophisticated than simply saying everybody who votes for Trump is a dummy.
Yeah, okay, I do. D'Souza, so far, there hasn't been back and forth. D'Souza, so far, okay, I think he's doing a good job. Because that's something Destiny always says, which bugs me, right? He always says that half the country doesn't live in reality and all that stuff. And it's like, everyone lives in their own fucking reality, okay, to some degree, right? Like, everyone's in there, gets their news from different places. And it's like, to paint it, I think it's very myopic to just like paint it as like a one side thing. That's like, oh, the left, they're getting all the good information, and the right, they're just like spending all the time on like 8chan and like reading Truth Social posts. It's like, yeah, both people get stuff from partisan sources. Like, there's nothing new there, and it's like you have to have a degree of honesty, which at least D'Souza so far is doing. I know everyone's told me he gets blown out later, but just in this moment, in this isolated moment, I agree with them. Because I think that's where Destiny has lost the plot, where Destiny thinks that everyone on the right is just like a fucking retard, just fucking cucked loser, to use Destiny's language, you know? And I think that's like you're not saying anything like new or like groundbreaking or something that's going to like change things, or, you know, there's no, yeah, I don't know. It's just
Steelman Destiny, he probably thinks that way because he's confident that he's on the right side. And so since he's on the right side, everyone else that's on the same side as him is in the right side. And so that's why he says that the left is more closer to reality than the right, because he views himself more closer to reality than everyone.
Yeah, but that's if that's all he said. Like, I think that I think the average right-wing person is living closer to reality. But like Destiny says that like they don't even live in the same reality. They're not even accepting reality. It's like it's fine, like because obviously I'm center right for a fucking reason, right? Obviously, I think my side is like probably more correct, or I wouldn't be center right, right? And it's like it's one thing to just say yeah, okay, and yeah, in my opinion, I think I'm probably closer because again, it's my stance. It's another thing to say that yeah, some left-wing guy is like he's not even in the same world. He doesn't even, we're like in two separate realities. It's like okay. Settle down, you know?
Oh yeah.
And I'm sure there's like there's some like if you're like a QAnon MAGA type, it's like, there's a line where I can see it in the same way that if you're like, if you're like someone that you might see on like Libs of TikTok's page where they're like fucking like mentally ill left winger, right? It's like, yeah, that person probably is like outside reality too. And so that happens on, kind of both sides,
Yeah.
And it's like, and so if Destiny just meant that would be fine. But he doesn't. He says half the country. I mean, we know Destiny has said that he would, I think, eliminate, half the country, right? I mean, it's this not to bring it up again, but what I always say his name wrong, Big Soda, and you always correct me. Corey, say it again.
Corey Competour.
Corey Competour. Right. With that, it's like he directly told. I mean, this is when I listened, because I used to watch Destiny, and then he said not only am I fine with him dying and making jokes about it, but he said this directly. He said, any of you in my audience that are conservatives, and if you go to a rally and you die, I will openly be laughing at your death too.
What he said? He said it's just a fuck around, find out situation.
Yeah. And he said directly, I watched it and he said, I want all you conservatives to get the fuck out of my audience. And so I was like, okay, fine. Okay, gone. Unsubscribed. Like, fuck you. Like, it's insane. So, because that applies to, like what most people have voted for Trump could be at a Trump. If there's a Trump rally near me, I mean, I'm in Canada right now, so that's probably not going to happen. But, it's like, I would go, and I have a lot of criticisms. But I would still vote for the guy. And apparently that's enough to like, have me living in a different reality and also deserving of death. So,
Well, it takes the blame off the real problem. Is the fact that someone went there and intended and accomplished harm and violence and murder and all these things. And instead of pointing the blame at him, he's pointing the blame at everyone that supported Trump for being there.
Mm-hmm. Quippy says, hey, Trump did say Canada will become a state. Trump rally coming near you. Yeah. For real.
No, when we take Canada, we're kicking all the Canadians off and sending them back to India.
Wait, all Canadians? Or
we're sending all Canadians back to India.
All. Maybe just
half. Back to India.
Oh, Mr. Okay. I'll be watching. Yeah, I'd be fine with this. The French Canadians, I'd be fine with that.
I say all. I don't want the voters. I want the resources.
Yeah, well, that's why we're not becoming the 51st state, okay?
What are you going to do?
You just want our water.
What are you going to do about it, Confluence? What are you going to do about it?
As someone who has citizenship to both countries, I mean, I'll have to pick my side, but I don't know if I think I've said my side before, but now I think I have to be more cautious. Otherwise, not sure what Canadian laws are getting a little sketchy. Okay. So, but Canada writ large, if there were, obviously if we get annexed, it's just, I mean, we're not gonna be able to do much. Okay.
In the words of Destiny, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, pretty much.
But they're listening to other dummies and swallowing their dumb stuff. This does not do justice to our fellow citizens. So I'm just objecting to this framing of reality. We can discuss specific aspects of reality, and I'm happy to start where you want, and then I'll take you where I want to go. But
let's, Chief, I don't care at all. I don't care.
But see, he has, though. It's not just this example. It's other examples in which he's blatantly framed it as though Republicans on one side are less informed and, I guess, not closer to reality than his side. And we're not just using this interview as an example.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Just attending a rally, I don't know. There's a lot of Dems I don't like, and I wouldn't say anyone in their rally less chief should,
Oh yeah,
is
never.
fuck around, find out situation. I wouldn't say that. I don't know if you're talking, I don't know if you mean Destiny or Let's Chief. Either way, you're wrong if you mean either of those people. Okay, because to mock and laugh and jeer and celebrate, that's something that's just
we don't accept that
that's not
society.
So that what if Let's Chief, if that's all Destiny had said, that's one thing. That's not all he said. That's not even like 1% of what he said. So like if that's all he said, then maybe, but that's like just not. I mean, he spoke about it for an hour and continues to double and triple down even to this day. He'd probably do it in this interview if we watch long enough.
Agree with me that each of us needs to advance tonight a theory that is good enough, not just to feed the prejudices of the people on our own side, which
two wrongs don't make it right. Okay, I don't like the Trump. I went through it on stream like yesterday. I think it's bad. I think it's bad, the Rob Reiner tweet. I don't think it's good.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I want to go on the record about that. That was a little low.
Yeah,
but I'm not trying to defend the tweet. You're trying to defend Destiny.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm fine saying what Trump said is bad and what Destiny said is definitely worse, unless the argument is, I get that Trump's the president, but like from a human point of view, I mean, Destiny was like, there's a reason he's like demonetized on YouTube now. I mean, he just like kept going and going with the Charlie Kirk stuff and with all the stuff. Just goes on and on.
You know, Robert Downey Jr. once said to a judge that cocaine is like breaking up with an ex-girlfriend,
Oh, yes. I do remember. I think you were the one that must have posted that because I remember this quote from like 2 days ago.
And then he became Iron Man.
But I actually do think Destiny's Vyvanse use probably is playing a role. I mean, you can see it in the jaw, right? The clenching. And I know people say that, but you actually can't. If you've been around someone who's like been doing a lot of uppers and stuff, you can like tell, And I mean, I don't even know if Destiny really denies that, Well, he admits to using Vyvanse. I don't know if he admits to abusing it, but I think his dose is a little on the high side.
Maybe the majority of the audience here, but genuinely accounts for the other side.
So I would agree, but I would disagree that a genuine account.
Okay, sorry to keep pausing. Tito, what my stance is, yes, one is a president, one is a streamer. I agree. I'm not saying both sides bad. I'm saying morally, Destiny a million times worse, to be very clear, okay? What Destiny said 100 times, 1,000, a million, as I said, worse. It is, if you want to make the argument that it's worse because he holds the auspices of the president, I agree with you. I agree. So, like, I don't think we disagree on that. But it's like both sides. Sometimes saying both sides bad is not just saying both sides bad. Sometimes both sides bad, like in an unironic way, right? What Trump said was bad. What Disney said was bad. That's not like both sides. That's not, again, I can chew gum and walk. I can say from their position as, president and streamer, obviously you have a high responsibility as a president, but just looking at the moral statements that they made, Destiny did, I think, the far more morally egregious action. I think it's totally fine to hold all those positions. I don't think it's just dismissing it. Ag, good to see you. Ag is finally back in Colorado.
Hell yeah.
Ag is back.
What's
Who's
up,
fucking
Ag?
morally worse in what they said in those two things? Destiny is morally worse in what
I don't think it's comparable. I don't even think it's close to comparable.
No, the Rob Reiner versus like the stuff that Destiny said about all the stuff. Yeah, all the
I don't even think that's the worst thing Trump said.
Here's the thing. Yeah, well, look, I get it. It's a black eye, right? But I feel like the left gets too hung up on a lot of words about what people say. Sometimes people say shit they don't mean.
True.
Like, hey, grandma, get in that kitchen and cook me a dinner, stuff like that. Like, and you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that to her. I was hungry, whatever.
I think that's a fair statement. It's kind of like, and it's plus the fact that Trump didn't then double down and say, fuck around, find out, this, that, and the third, justify his statements and why he's correct. It was just one bad thing he said, and then it dropped.
That's why I like.
Well, he did double down.
That's why I like going into the court cases and stuff, because it's actual and like legislation, because we can look at it and be like, oh fuck, I was wrong. Like the Arizona thing, I saw it at first glance and I'm like, shit, this is not good, but I should have looked further into it and started getting more. That was on me, right? So
Or how did he double down? Did he say Rob Reiner, fuck around, find out? Any
No, he
person?
doubled down when I think it was a reporter asked him in the White House, like, about his statements about Rob Reiner, and he was like, no, I don't regret saying it. And he kind of just said the same thing again in person. But I mean, yeah, not to say that it's as morally bad as what Destiny said, but I think Trump does have this instance where he has certain enemies who have said things about him, badly in the past. And once you kind of are on that list for him, he really doesn't kind of care anymore. So he just says these kind of crazy things.
I guess that's fair. I didn't know about the reporter asking him, and if he well, I guess if he condoned his statements, then yeah, I'm not a big.
The thing is, and so I guess to address, I think this ties in what K-Dog is saying. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Why are we holding a streamer to the same standard we hold Trump to? So I feel like me and Big Soda, I think you and me had this talk, and I think I was more on what K-Dog is saying, but I think the thing that we kind of came to, and then I think it brought it into a lot of other stuff, was like that kind of moral ethics distinction. Like, so from the ethics point of view, yes, it's like obviously Donald Trump has more of a responsibility to, like, to not say the stuff that Destiny says, because Destiny is just a streamer. So just to be clear with you and Tito, and I think Let's Chief, right? I agree with all of you that in that sense he does. Morally, I would say I try to hold everyone to the same moral standard, like what you're actually doing that I think is like actually morally a heinous thing. And I think Destiny did the worst morally heinous act.
Digging into this though, Confluence, just to go into a little bit further, I think what people have an issue with that kind of statement is that you're saying, and a lot of people on the right think this too, is that when they go to the voting booth and people are like, Donald Trump is bad and evil, and then they're like, well, I've seen people on the left say bad and evil things too. It's like, yeah, but why is a streamer being held in the same capacity as Trump? And that's why I think people start to have those questions where, if I'm going to vote for president, I'm not going to hold Kamala Harris, for whatever some streamer said. I'm going to hold her to her statements. But for people on the right, they're like, well, the streamer, people on the left who stream or do YouTube or on social media have said bad things. And it's like, why are we now bringing these people into a whole political party where the same isn't really done for Trump the same way? They're like, oh, Trump speaks off the cuff. But it's like,
no, I agree. It just depends if you did you hear me say something different, or is this like a clarification? Because I agree. If I'm voting,
because you're on
the ethical position, right? As I'm looking at the ethics of the two candidates, I'm not going to tie Destiny up in whoever is going to be running in like 2028 for Dems. I'm not going to be like, well, I heard Destiny say something bad once, and I hate the Democrat leader.
That's fair. Then I think that clarifies on your end. But I think for people on the right, a lot of times when I do see that, it's like Donald Trump speaks from his heart. And then when Democrats speak, it's like, look at all these people on the left. And it's like everyone from Hassan to Destiny to Joe Schmo 123 on Twitter. It's like, why is the Democratic Party held to a whole bubble of people? But for Donald Trump and the GOP, it's just Donald Trump and his craziness, but it's not really viewed the same way. I just think it's kind of
there could be some element of that, especially the right wing. But what I would say is, if I'm going to compare Trump, I'm going to compare him to former presidents, and then so I'm going to gauge his actions that he's doing now, or his rhetoric and what he's doing now to former presidents that I thought were either immoral or moral at the time.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I think that when you look at him versus previous presidents, he's not even on the same planet, and it doesn't seem to really matter, right? Like, nobody voted for Donald Trump and thinking
here's the thing. When it comes to how we view the left, I would agree that, and I think the left does it too, where they look at the right in a certain light, where it's overgeneralization. But not everyone does that. Like, I don't look at Destiny the same way I look at like a Hassan or some of these other politicians as well. I look at him and I go, okay, this guy might be a socialist. This guy might be an actual like far left commie, right? This guy might be a progressive type thing. So I don't look at Trump the same way as I do like Lindsey Graham you know, and I get the argument that people are going to throw, like, well, he is doing this in Venezuela, right? But, you know, if you're supposed to be a MAGA populist, then you're supposed to be anti-war, right? Lindsey Graham, I'm not in favor of that asshole. I don't like that guy one bit. So,
Well, when you said, like when I'm comparing Trump, Castle, and you said I may be getting quote wrong, but you said he's out of this world or different than the other presidents. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I just mean like if you're comparing him to previous presidents in their rhetoric, I guess especially against certain groups of people, just specific people. Like I can't really think of anybody in the past who has been the same.
Well, I'm not comparing just rhetoric to rhetoric. I'm comparing rhetoric and actions to rhetoric and actions. And I could provide many examples of where previous presidents were far worse when judging these two standards than Trump.
So I think we can be honest that like rhetoric really doesn't matter.
It matters to some extent.
Well, how can it think about it. Like, what has Trump said over the past 8 years that has mattered to you?
And what could he say that would conceivably matter?
Right. Like I'm just imagining someone who is waiting for the Trump moment where he says something and you're like, that's it. I'm done with Trump now. And it's like,
no, you're right. You're right.
Years.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Because what I'm saying, no, go ahead, Mr.
No, I was going to say he's right to an extent. I mean, there's certain things that are like, you know, obviously political, like, you know, self-unaliving if you say it. But at the same time, it's like, you know, the equivalent from both sides you look at and you'd be like, well, if he says this one thing, to me, the equivalent would be like someone on the other side being like, oh, it's okay for a person under 18 to chop their things off, kind of thing. I have to be careful
that's
how
not
I word that.
That's not rhetoric, though, right? That's policy, and I agree. Like you can disagree with policy,
Yeah.
and if that's how you do it, that's totally fine. But I'm saying like rhetoric really doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
I would disagree.
Yeah, of course not.
What I would say is I think there's a difference between like a diehard Trump supporter and just like a Trump voter. It's like, so right, we have a two-party system. It's like, so is the Rob Reiner thing going to change if I support certain Trump policies now? Well, no. I mean, and back at the election, it's like it's Harris versus Trump. I care a lot about rhetoric. I actually think it is very important. But what I care more about is going to be the policies. And so if I'm looking at like the left-wing policies and I'm looking at the right-wing ones and I like the right-wing ones better, then it's like, well, even if I would prefer Trump not to have the rhetoric he has, so it matters if there was like maybe more candidates or it matters during the primaries and stuff. But at a certain point, it's like, yeah, like you're eventually left with that dichotomy between like, you know, the person on the left and the person on the right. And it's like, and then, yeah, you end up carrying a certain amount of water for the person you voted for.
But I don't think that's still not true, though. Confluence. There was a whole primary where you had Republicans more to the right of Trump or not as right to Trump, and it didn't matter the rhetoric when he was running in 2015. So I just don't see how the two can exist mutually. And not to call you out and not to make a big deal about it, like you're free to vote for whoever you want. I just really think that when we talk about Trump's rhetoric, people on the right do this song and dance where they have to be like, oh yeah, really, I disavow. Well, I still like his policy. It's like, yes, because policies are what you care about. Like we can drop the facade that him talking about Rob Reiner is really going to move the needle. Like you said, it's not going to affect his policies or how you view them. And
I think it's still good to like call that stuff out and to be like, this isn't.
But it doesn't mean anything.
Well, what do you mean by it doesn't mean? If it means like
you called him out for Rob Reiner, you're going to vote for him over Kamala Harris, are you not?
Well, if Trump's running again, then I think that's probably my final line.
Okay, but like in 2024, I'm sure I can find a quote of him saying something disturbing. It didn't affect your vote or how you view Trump, though.
Well, it affected, but it's not going to. I feel like you're making it into like an either or thing where it's like, well, as long as I voted for Trump, that means I don't care anything about the rhetoric stuff at all. It's
But
like,
you don't.
I do.
You're voting for him because you don't care.
No, see, that's insane to me. You're like making it into like you acknowledge it's a two-party system, and then you're saying anything that I don't do means I don't care. Like I do. It can care, but it cannot, maybe, like, to use Mister's example, let's say, right, with the trans stuff, right, or the where Kamala couldn't answer the third trimester abortion stuff, right. Those are issues that I think are important to a lot of people, right, or the immigration stuff, right. You could have those, and maybe those are big issues in your mind. Like for me, abortion is a big issue. I think the trans stuff with kids is a big issue, right. Some of those like cultural things I think are important and kind of shape the direction of the country. So if Trump is saying bad stuff, I'm also weighing it against, well, what do I want to happen more? What do I think is more important? But I think you're then saying, if I say that, that means I don't care about this one. No, it just means I value this one more. It doesn't mean I don't care. I care about $1,000 and I care about 2,000. I care about $2,000 more than 1,000. It doesn't mean I don't care about 1,000. Just 2,000 more.
I see what you're saying. And in terms of care, like I understand you can still view it as bad. I'm not saying if you vote for him, you think it's good. So I don't mean to say that you don't care completely, but clearly that there's a value system where the rhetoric it's just not ever going to overpower policy. And I think that's like what I'm trying to say is like he can say really whatever he wants.
Well, I would disagree, because if Trump started promoting a lot of pro-abortion issues, I think that would lose him a lot of votes.
But that's policy. I'm saying for rhetoric, right?
But his rhetoric would be based off that policy. If he starts speaking on the rhetoric of abortion and starts talking in favor of it, that would probably destroy a lot of his voting base.
Well, he's kind of done both, right? Already. It doesn't seem to also affect his tariff policy when he says he's going to lower costs and then he raises, the cost of groceries or whatever on certain issues. So he's already kind of talked a little bit of both sides of his mouth on certain issues, obviously with more populist rhetoric in terms of issues like abortion and stuff, obviously would be a lot different. So I agree with you there. You can't say he's pro-abortion and then have different policies on that. Yeah. But yeah, like I just think there's issues here where when it comes down to what he's saying and the Confluence, I get what you're saying in terms of you caring or not. I just think we don't give it enough credence, and you can say both sides does this on the other side with Democrats as well. I just don't think we give it really a lot of thought. We think about it for a day or two, and then we go back to how is this going to affect my life in terms of policy.
And maybe, I mean, obviously Trump won the last like primaries and stuff. So maybe most people, yeah, but I was a Ron DeSantis guy. I wanted DeSantis to win, okay? But then as soon as Trump wins the primaries, then it's like, yeah, now I'm in that position of now it's this versus that. And if that has a bunch of like really egregious policies that I strongly disagree with, it's like the time, I guess, for the time where I think rhetoric is more important would be in like a primary situation. And I think that's just due to the two-party system and two sides being so like diametrically opposed, right? It's not like Kamala is similar to Trump where it's like, oh, one or the other. And so the rhetoric can like sway that. It's like if you have, like, we're talking like some like straight down the line issues. Like some people are like single issue voters on some of that stuff that we're talking about, right? So it's like, yeah, like even for me, like abortion, I said before, right? It's something I really care about. Yeah, it's like it's something I care about, and I think it's such a big deal that it's like it's hard. It would weigh the scales so heavily. So yeah, in the primaries, while DeSantis and Trump, if anything, I think DeSantis would probably be better on abortion. So it's like, yeah, then it's like I'm much more looking at, rhetoric and these kind of nuanced things. But yeah, if you give me like someone who's like pro-choice, pro children having access to HRT and puberty blockers, right, and some economic stuff I don't like, and not wanting to get rid of illegal immigration and stuff, to varying degrees, right? And then you have Trump. Well, it's like, yeah, then all of a sudden all those issues are like we're so on opposite sides of what I care about that, yeah, Trump would have to, yeah, it probably is impossible for just him to do rhetorical missteps for me to actually swing it. I don't think that means that the rhetoric doesn't matter. I think that just means the policies on the other side I find so egregious that it's like, yeah, it's like it would take like a mountain of like like maybe if you started, like I'm sure I could imagine some statements where it'd be like, look, I have to just recuse myself at this point. You know, there probably is a hypothetical line that Trump could cross, but it's really hard. It is hard to match up words to policies. If like I'm assuming if you're on the left, you're probably like pro-choice, but you can probably at least imagine how someone on the right could see that as like that's a case of like murder, and that's like something that is happening on a large scale. And if you truly believe that, then it's like, yeah, what amount of words is going to like compare to that issue? So it's like, so even if you don't like that candidate, you don't like the words they're saying, it's like how it becomes hard to weigh those things, you know. And the time to do that then I think is more in the primaries, when they're at least more aligned, when someone can look at like a Nikki Haley and decide if they like her rhetoric and policies on that, at least it's on the same like ball game versus Trump, or, you know, yeah. Does that make sense, or like, or do you disagree?
Yeah, no, I mostly agree with all that, and how you were framing it then. So yeah, I guess my last question on that, and I'm trying not to take up too much time so you can do the video. But do you own it then at that point? Is it like, yeah, I didn't agree with it, but now I own Donald Trump's rhetoric the same way a Democrat would have to own things Kamala said or Biden said in the past? Is it like, do you view it that way then?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I will find myself probably, I think just out of like a tribalistic nature, I probably will carry more water for when Trump misspeaks than when Biden misspoke, you know, just by dint of bias and stuff. But I don't feel like an obligation to be like, okay, now therefore because I voted for this guy, now I just have to own it. I was very outspoken about like the Epstein stuff, still am, right? I don't like what Trump is doing. I don't like the games that almost everyone he appointed was playing with it. And I don't feel like I have to somehow, you know, not say that. I'm totally fine being like, I think this is like how Ben Shapiro, back when Ben Shapiro was more cool, okay, and at least in my opinion, he would do the segment on a show called like Good Trump, Bad Trump, when Trump was in office in like 2016. And I'm like, I'm fine doing that. Like now, I don't feel like just because I voted, I have to be like, it's all good Trump and somehow I'll make it all be okay. It's like, no, I'm totally fine being like not owning it and being like, yeah, I don't regret my vote still, but like these are a bunch of things that I think that I like what's happening with the country, and these are a bunch of things I don't like, and I like what Trump is doing here, and I don't like that. I think it'd be worse to make people kind of own it, because then you're kind of forcing already the tendency toward bias and tribalism, and you're being like, now carry even more water for your side, you know, like do more mental gymnastics to make it okay, which I don't like that.
I don't mean own it as in like after the fact. Like you can definitely disavow it. I'm saying like when you go to the voting booth on election day, would you own it at that point? Because like everything that comes after, you don't even know what he's going to say next or anything like that. But like when you cast the vote for him, you're kind of saying like, yeah, I understand what he's said or done in the past. I don't disagree with, but he's better than the other option. So I'm taking all that into account and still giving him my vote.
I agree with him. I think there's some level of ownership that you take, especially at the voting booth when you're weighing the decisions of who you're going to vote for.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. Now, the good thing is that hopefully, well, depends, but you know, hopefully Trump will not be on the ballot for the next election, you know, unless something really crazy happens. So hopefully I don't have to own at least everything that's been happening, good and well, the bad stuff that's happening in this administration, in this current, you know, because then it would get, and then so I guess in 2020, or I mean in 2024, not 2020, in 2024, it's like everything that Trump has done up to that point, then I'm comparing it to what I think Harris will do, and I am punting into the future as well, which I think everyone does, right? It's like you have campaign promises, you think you have some idea of what the country will look like if X party gets in, right? And you're trying to like divine that to some extent, right? With obviously imperfect data, imperfect knowledge. Like when like even the immigration stuff, there's stuff where now I'm like, I don't know if that's really what I voted for. You know, like we talked on this channel, like me and Big Soda and some other people were talking about the the Department of Homeland Security just like tweeted out remigration.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and that's like, that's not what I voted. I voted to like fix the border and like deport like people that are here illegally. Remigration seems like, at least the way that I think it seems to be normally understood, means something more than that, and that that's troublesome, and that's not something that in my mind that I thought when I was voting. I was like, okay, no, I don't think he's actually gonna like. And so far, he hasn't tried to deport, but it's just the rhetoric is getting to the point where I'm like, is this in a year's time? Are we going to be trying to like take away people's citizenship for various reasons? Like then, and it's like that's something I didn't divine, and maybe that's like my fault. Maybe I should have, because obviously at the time some people are like, well, he's following the Project 2025 playbook, everything it says in there he's going to do, and it's like that's not true. So I feel like it's the left can't take like victory over the certain things that they were right about, because they predicted Trump would be bad on every single issue, and it's like some of them, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, he's going further on some of these things than I wanted.
But you're Canadian.
Sorry,
so
I feel like I'm rambling.
Oh no, makes sense. I appreciate the honesty.
But yeah, okay, it's been 2.5 hours. Okay, I have to. I think I'm allowed to take my pee break, Big Soda. Okay, you can't.
Hit the button.
You can't judge me for that.
Hit the button before you go.
I can't do a chair react. Then I'll be Hassan coded. Okay, I have to bring you guys up. You guys have to maintain interesting. Okay, be interesting while I'm gone.
Clankers.
Fucking nerf herders.
They did find the Brown University shooter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Oh man,
on that.
Yeah, that whole situation's mangled. Terrible.
I guess thank God, because I really wasn't sure if they were going to ever find the person. So at least they did. But yeah, really bad situation, and also how they were handling that. It was kind of crazy that he was just on the loose for that long.
Was it a student that went there, or is this an outside event affecting Brown University?
That's a good question. It just says that they were found, but I haven't seen any details since then. So I'm gonna like refresh and see if I can find that. But I guess my assumption is that they were not associated with the university. They also I was seeing reports that they were linking it to the MIT shooting as well. So maybe possibly somebody who just had a hit job out for certain people. So yeah, really crazy.
Yeah, that story was mangled too. The MIT thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Now, multiple people died in both the MIT and the Brown situation, correct?
At Brown, multiple people died and were injured, and some in like critical condition still. But MIT, I know a certain professor was shot, but I don't know outside of him if it was just anybody else other than him.
I haven't delved a lot into the Brown. I remember seeing when it first popped up, and I
guys, did you hear about that woman in Georgia? What happened to her with the acid attack?
No.
Oh my God, that one really hurt me in the heart. I mean,
is this like recent?
This woman was jogging in Georgia, and she was just like walking along. Someone tapped her on her shoulder and dumped a liquid on her, and it turned out to be acid, and it just started burning through all of her clothes and everything.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Right now, I'm reading on Fox, the shooter's name was Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, but they don't know where he's from or where he was going or doing. He was found in New Hampshire, though, so not like a long ways from MIT or Brown.
Man, this acid attack one, they didn't even catch this guy yet, right?
They didn't catch him. No.
Man, yeah, suffered burns covering 50% of her body. Jesus Christ.
Jeez.
I was like, that one, because when I was a kid, I got burned really bad on my chest, and thank God it healed or whatever. But the pain that I can't even imagine, because someone went and I got into a fight with somebody in my neighborhood, and they went and put a cup of water in the microwave for like 5 minutes, and then came out and threw it on me. And
wow.
Yeah, I looked down and my skin started to peel, away from itself, and I was like, and that was just like a handprint spot, you know. I can't imagine someone having like a whole thing of acid dumped on them like that.
There's something fucked with. I don't know if this, maybe it's a. I feel like normally when I hear acid attacks, I feel like there is a certain motivation there, and I think that's dark because I think it seems to happen usually against women, right? So,
Yeah, I don't mean to be a doom or anything. I just, that's like, I look at some of this stuff and I want to track it to kind of be like where are these things happening more or less,
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the motive is what the motive generally is with acid attacks, but.
Okay, hit the button.
Okay, hitting the button.
Running for both sides requires you to admit, or it requires you to concede that both sides have a similar factual foundation. Sometimes when you go to the hospital, sometimes you get diagnosed with a really bad disease. Sometimes the prognosis is it's untreatable. I would be uncomfortable if the doctor told me, well, we're looking at two different diagnoses, but this one is really bad, so we're just going to favor the other one instead. Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. It might be that at times in our history, there are certain sides of our country that are deluded. Now, you used the word dummy. I would say they're not stupid. I think that the capacity for even an ordinary person that, a pretentious liberal or some online guy might say, oh, this guy is an idiot. They're not stupid. Like, people have a tremendous capacity for a ton of information. But I would argue that there has been an entire conservative media apparatus that has been aimed at engaging in the delusion of these people for the purposes of trying to make the unappealing appealing or the indefensible defensible. And that's the thing that I'm kind of attacking. Like, is half the country deluded? I would say right now, to a large extent, yes, but that's not because they're stupid, and it's not by accident, it's by design. And I think part of what I would really like to dig into is part of it is not even being able to agree fundamentally on like things that are factually true. You brought up that north-south divide. The difference that you were talking about there was one of legal perspective, was a conceptual perspective difference on, do states have the right to secede from the union? How much right does an individual state have over the federal government? That same debate taking place today, it would be somebody saying in the South, oh, we don't even have slaves. All of the people here live equally. And, people in the North saying, in the South, they literally torture these people and throw them in the river for fun, and they don't even use them for work, right? That's the level of, assuming both sides are being deluded, right? That's the level of delusion that we're on today. We don't have disagreements in law or disagreements in concept or idea or narrative about the country. It's like very foundational disagreements on things that we shouldn't have that much of a factual disagreement on.
Well, so I take it that what you're saying is that in the Civil War, there were genuinely intelligent people on both sides, and they actually disagreed about what kind of America they wanted. They disagreed about their economic interests. They disagreed about on constitutional interpretation. They disagreed about whether they wanted to retain the status quo or go into a new type of America. Now, I would argue that we're having very much that exact same kind of fundamental debate right now. Let's just take, for example, the phrase "Make America Great Again."
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know. It depends what destiny means. Like, obviously, yeah, you can talk to people that are gonna like just completely like disregard like facts, right? But there also is substantive like legal disagreements in a lot of these issues, right? Like, look at all the immigration stuff that's happening, right? I think there are people on both sides that just are, they have fundamental misreadings or different readings between each other on like what is allowed and what's not, and
they're right. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, if you Article 4, Section 4, right, the post-Civil War agreement that granted the federal government the responsibility to protect the border against invasion. I asked people several times about this, and it's like it's a cope. It's like, well, we have to define what invasion is. Well, that's what they're referring to, right? This divide where it's like, well, for me, an invasion would be someone that comes across the border, doesn't identify themselves, and I want to be clear about that, right? If you check in, I'm okay with that. Go identify yourself, go to the proper channels. But if you come across the border, We don't know who the hell you are. You could be going and doing some mass shooting, or you could be going and dropping an acid, a cup on some lady that's jogging in Georgia. We have no clue.
Yeah. And I think the way that this is dealt with, I mean, so yeah, Let's Chief says that how do we resolve these? Well, this is kind of, I think, the point, right? I mean, this is why these there's so many. It's not an issue that just people are denying basic things. I mean, there's been SCOTUS rulings that both sides, first of all, completely disagree on the outcome of, right? Like, Let's Chief, you'd probably disagree with the SCOTUS ruling of, right, that's saying that Trump can't be charged for anything he does in an official action, right? Like, that's something that Destiny goes against, right? He doesn't like that at all. He thinks it's a terrible decision, right? And then going the other way, it's like there's decisions that happen that, so I don't know. That's how we resolve them. But some of them have been resolved. To go to your point, seems to be resolved already. Some of them have. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. A lot of them have not, right? So I don't know if this is fundamentally different from the era of time they're talking about, where people just saw the future of the country in a different way and were reading the laws differently. And then, yeah, they had to be, they had to kind of go through the fucking, weeds to, figure it out. I don't know. Castle, what do you think? Do you think does Destiny have a point? Is it fundamentally different between what he's talking about with like the Civil War stuff versus like the disagreements that happen now between the right and the left?
I think history always kind of, the further we get away from it, we forget. I mean, I don't see us going towards any type of civil war. I think that some of the fundamental disagreements we were having, you could kind of relate back then. But I think Americans largely, we have a lot more in common than we do, than we disagree with each other. I think there are just a lot of strong issues that partisans have used to drag the extremes on both sides against each other, and those are the loudest voices in the room. I just really don't think that most middle America or moderate voters, or even people that lean left or right, really feel like we're on like the verge of like the country getting torn apart. I just think that leaders just haven't been listening. I think that's the main problem.
I agree, but okay, so what Destiny is saying that he thinks that the main divide now, if I'm understanding what he's saying right now, is one of just like a lack of knowledge, that Republicans are just denying facts, and like that's the main thing. Where he's saying in the Civil War period, they had legitimate legal distinctions, and they were trying to figure out like states' rights versus this. And he said the example of now, it would be like saying, if the Civil War happened now, it'd be like Republicans would be saying, we don't even own slaves. What are you talking about? They're just denying the boots on the ground stuff. Like,
I do think there is a problem.
That's true.
I do think there is a problem with like informational warfare going on, and it's just so easy for propaganda to spread around and act like one side has the right answer or one side has the wrong answer. So I kind of agree with that a little bit. I do think that he has a point he's making where, one side can just completely deny instead of, a certain instance going on, rather than using, the legal system or justice system. I mean, right now, I think even with Trump using executive orders for things and then getting the courts involved and the courts telling him no. So I think that both sides are now trying to figure out how they can make action happen that pleases their side based on what, again, those loudest voices are saying. And I think a lot of those loud voices are taking in wrong information that's being spread out there because it either sounds good or it's easy to understand in a small clip or a small paragraph on some website. And I think it's definitely been affecting politics for sure.
It's weird. I guess it's also hard to know back in the day. Like, obviously we have more vectors for misinformation and, as Quippy says, malinformation as well, but back in the day, it's hard to know how informed people were as well, because it's like, I don't know. Yeah, the average person during the Civil War, were they being fed? They're probably being fed a lot of misinformation. At least we have the ability now to like fact check stuff. Back then, right? If you live in the South and you're just like, you're told this by some guy, and you're probably just like, okay. Like,
well, it's interesting. I was watching Ken Burns, and during the American Revolution, a lot of people would read the same newspapers. And, obviously if you're an American at that time or a patriot, it's going to be kind of one-sided. But I just thought it was interesting. Like, there is a newspaper that people wanted to read and that people were looking for news and updates about how the war was going. And then today, I just feel like there's no news that people really trust. And I think that's also a big part of it, is that people are looking for sources rather than getting, a source of truth. They're looking for what they think is the truth too, which is a little bit different now these days. There's just so many things out there.
Well, I look at some of these things like, right, like not the specific hardline cases of like, well, this happened or that happened, right? But like the way I could agree with him is I look at stuff like, headline, Atlas 3 whatever is a UFO big ship spiraling towards Earth. We have 3 days to live. And I'm like, and it's like, it's all Congress's fault. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, some of this shit is wild, like really wild.
Well, we got a dono from Fuck It Button. Fuck It Button, great to see you, brother. And thank you for the $5. He's making a lot of sense, man. I feel dumb for not giving, for not being for. Wait, am I having a stroke? Man, I feel dumb for not giving kid. Oh God. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't think I can read that.
So,
shame on radical of me. Anyway, deport libs with the illegals. Thank you, fucking Button. Anson is in the back.
He's awesome.
Anson, give me one of these. We'll bring up Anson.
Yeah.
Just to add. Everyone always does that. Fine, Anson. Even though I try to be specific in my requests. Yeah, Anson, let me move you up.
What's the craziest headline you guys seen in the past like month or two? Like,
probably
or even
the
going back.
Atlas thing that you mentioned, probably because, there's been so many headlines that it's like the end of the world is coming by certain people, and it's definitely a UFO, according to certain sources.
I think that the craziest one was, I think I've seen a headline that says 50 Cent was right about Diddy all this time, and it was like a tabloid that I had seen talking about the whole Diddy and 50 Cent stuff. I used to think 50 Cent was pretty crazy with his accusations on Diddy, and then now it seems that maybe I was the crazy one and just didn't believe it.
Yeah, so I haven't seen crazy headline, but I did hear a crazy speech by Trump. It wasn't the one he gave the other night, but he, in the same speech, or I guess commentary to the media, he said that deflation was bad and that prices have fallen in a good way. And so I don't think Trump understands what deflation is.
I probably wouldn't put it past him not to know.
Here's the thing about that. Like, the problem I think with all that stuff is everyone, it's like when you just want to be right about something, you go into a general way of talking rather than be specific. Like, it's like, okay, well, if that's the case and you really believe that, be specific in what you're saying. So like, how is it deflation? How are prices dropping in regards to like what are the things that are dropping in prices? You
can't do that if you're in charge, right? Because if you are of the mind that the Federal Reserve's policy of incremental inflation is good, then that means that you're in favor of like incremental theft of people's wealth, right?
Yeah, I can't stand those guys.
Yeah, and Trump is on team theft, and I regret voting for Trump. And I think Kamala would have been a better president.
I don't think so.
Is
he trolling?
You don't think he's on the same team?
No,
I think he's trolling.
Anson's not trolling. He says what he believes, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I just refuse to believe that anyone is as insane as Anson.
Kamala Harris would have been a better president because there would have been 4 more years of insanity, like abject total insanity. And the right may have actually had the balls to elect someone who would have changed something instead of another.
So very Fuentes coded.
I was going to say, this sounds like a Nick Fuentes. He's been listening to his idol.
Yeah.
Anson likes Fuentes.
You're not hiding your power level very well, Anson.
Well, yeah. See, I don't like this Nick Fuentes guy because I never heard of him until he went on Tucker Carlson. Like I never watched him. I never knew anything about him. And then he's going around telling everybody shit that I've been saying. And now people are like, oh, you sound like Fuentes. That
You stole my
motherfucker's younger than me. He
anti-Semitic
sounds
and
like me.
misogynistic talking points. What the fuck?
Yeah. I've always been a misogynist. He's late to the game.
Yeah, exactly. He has nothing on you, Anson, He's not, yeah, he's too young to even have the possible amount of ire against the female race that you have.
Yeah.
No, bit of a cliche, Grant. Yeah. But I would say that the implicit in that is a big idea. That there was an America that we lived in. You could say it's the America of the 50s, the America of 1965, the America of 1980. You can kind of pick your own preferred date. But the things worked better in this country before, in the past. We have messed up. We have become more polarized, more hateful, more violent. Our goals have begun to pull further apart. I would argue that in the Reagan years, for example, the debates were not so much about goals, but about means. We all agreed that America, if you were to take a poll in 1980 or the early 80s and ask Americans, do you think America should be strong, prosperous? Do you think we should have law and order? Do you think America should be an example to the world? Do you think that most people have given the chance who want to come here? You get yes, 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 and yes. Now, you might disagree if we create a prosperous pie, how should that pie be shared? The argument was about that. But on the need for prosperity, on the principles of the founding.
When did they start screaming at each other? I need more dopamine.
Now,
stop
we are
monologuing,
in America where we can't agree about goals. And I would say that one half of the country, my half, Trump's half, we think that there's a better America we want to go back to. You don't. You want to take us into some progressive utopia. So right there, this is hardly a disagreement about facts. I mean, I guess it could be a disagreement about facts if you want to argue the facts of what life was like in 1980 or what the GDP was. I'm happy to discuss that. But I guess what I'm really saying is it is a conflict of visions. We want a society in which immigrants come to assimilate. We want a society in which affirming your identity is not takes a subordinate role to our identity as Americans. We want a society in which free markets are the engine to prosperity. We want a society in which we recognize that the world is made up of very dangerous people, and sometimes you have to smash in a few heads in order to protect your own interests. We want to live in a society where there's the rule of law, and if you come here illegally, there's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker any more than there's such a thing as good discrimination and bad discrimination. So these, I've just articulated several, and I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago. It is a conflict of visions, and it seems to me that you are denying that. Either that or you just agree right now that all the principles I've articulated are yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly that. The issue that I have with the more abstract, high-level conceptual conversations is that everybody agrees with these things. That
you do?
People should, yeah, of course, people should be here relatively, legally as far as you can be.
Everybody,
people should be here
as far as you can be. What is it? This is kind of like saying I favor law breaking. I don't favor law breaking unless it's
sure. I say as far as you can be because some immigration stuff is hazy. So, for instance, sometimes conservatives seem like they're okay with asylum seekers, like they suddenly are with South Africans who are white. Other times they seem like they don't believe in asylum seeking at all. So I'm cutting out a little bit of on the edge here for presidential things like TPS, temporary protected status, things like DACA. For the most part, broadly speaking, I largely agree that everybody should be here in as legal process as possible. I think that people should, as far as they can, try not.
First of all, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with being discriminatory in the asylum process. Okay, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah,
right.
Like less D'Souza's.
Like if you have, but yeah, like so, I think we've talked about this before, but you have like people that are like claiming asylum in either a port of entry or, you know, within whatever the time limit is. And then you have like the UNHCR like thing where that would be like the South African stuff, right? Where it's like you're voluntarily accepting refugees from a different country. Like there's a fucking war going on and Germany accepts a bunch of Syrians. Like that's different than, so I don't, those things aren't in contradiction. We can choose. The UNHCR is not something you have to follow. You can like pick who you want to accept as a refugee. Like Canada and the US both took in a certain number of Ukrainian refugees and still do, right, from the Ukraine war. And like, and that's up to them. And if there's other conflicts that you don't want to take that, that's not
we want to be clear. We want to be clear. All big booty Latinas and Ukraine females are welcome.
Very Alex Stein coded, yeah.
Well, what you're describing is like what the Russians do with Orthodox Christians, because if you're an Orthodox Christian, you get preferred immigration status to Russia because the Christians are basically put upon by all of the degeneracy of the Western society, and the Russians are a safe haven for Orthodoxy.
I feel like there's another country that does a similar thing, but I can't remember what country it is. Guess we'll just have to keep playing the video.
To break any laws, people get speeding tickets. Obviously, you shouldn't be shot for this. But broadly speaking, everything you say, everybody agrees with. But the issue is that when we have these high-level conceptual disagreements, say, for instance, we should have a president who doesn't commit crimes, and then we have a president who has clearly committed crimes, and one side sees that very plainly, and the other side screams lawfare, that's not true. There is a factual distinction there. That's not a difference of ideology or a difference of vision. It's a difference of understanding factually of what's in the record. And the unfortunate thing is we're not talking about complicated physics or chemistry or biology. It's very simple facts. If you can read a simple indictment, you can see how things are laid out. And it should be a thing that 95% of the population can grasp and understand. Like, for instance, that Donald Trump took documents from the White House that he didn't have authorization to keep. He showed them to multiple people at Mar-a-Lago. He refused to cooperate first with the National Archives and Records Administration and then with the FBI. And then eventually his home was raided. Some documents were never recovered. The whole time he was in the complete and total wrong in multiple levels, but the right refused to acknowledge this, screamed lawfare over and over again. And then we push them on things like, don't you think it's good to have like a rule of law? They appeal to these high level concepts like, well, freedom and the past was good and all this. And it's like, well, if
we have another possibly TOS donation from Fucking Button. I'm just going to pull on the screen before I read
Fucking
it.
Button.
Thank you, Fucking Button, for the $5. Let's see what Fucking Button has to say. If only all the people that came from countries with shit-throwing festivals. Not the same. Give Desi some credit. He just likes snack bars more. Yeah, you got it to send. You got it to send. Thank you, Fucking Button, for your slightly TOS message.
Talk about any particular instances of anything happening. It's a pointless conversation.
Well, I find that this habit is hardly confined
what
to
is
the right.
D'Souza anyway? Is he Indian?
Yeah, he's a
It's like, but what's that last? There's no way like D'Souza is like an Indian last name, right? Is he like mixed? Not that I like.
I like.
Not
I like
asking
the
it that
Indians.
way. I'm just like curious.
No, I like the Indians because they don't like the Muslims, you know. So they unalived the Indians. As far as I last I checked, they unalived a lot of them. So I look at that and I'm like, they're my new friends. So.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of disagree with you because I mean the Muslim countries are more based in terms of like keeping women in the kitchen where they belong. So
yeah, you could have me on that one. And by the way, the chat, I just have to address them real quick. Like, I got your like, wow, these guys are idiots and stuff like that. But at least we're, it's okay to like sprinkle in some of these facts, and we're like, okay, yeah, we agree, disagree. But it's also okay just to joke around every once in a while. Otherwise, we're just sitting here like, no, that's not right.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I enjoy the occasional Fucking Button shit throwing festival comment, for example. Yeah. Okay, I think that's fine. And yeah, otherwise it's just I don't know. But D'Souza, yeah, he is I guess an Indian American. I still don't know where that last name came from. Then there's no way D'Souza is like an Indian last name. I also think yes, Indians. I know. I feel like Sikhs. You guys have Sikhs in America, probably, right? It's like I like Sikhs. I think Sikhs are like every Sikh I've met has been like a good person. I mean, and there's a lot. Believe me, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them in my country. Okay, and it's like I think that. Yeah, I think
Okay, we'll send them your way when they come.
I'd prefer, like just culture v culture, right? It's like, yeah, like India v Pakistan. Which culture do I think more closely aligns? It's going to be India. It just
Confluence.
is,
Confluence. Do you remember that show, The Office?
Yep.
Yeah, on Diversity Day, when Dwight's like, they're like, oh, we need to find out what the boss is like. What races are you attracted to? He's like white and Indian, and the Indian lady's like cringing.
Oh, it's such a good episode.
God.
And then they put like little things under it, and it's like their race had to be, or somewhat random races were put in their head, and then you had to say a comment to make them understand what race they were.
Right. The female one was like, I'm a bad driver. He's like, oh, I might be a bad driver.
Oh man, that's a good show. Wait, I'm reading in the back chat. Okay, live updates. Okay, live updates. Some of these haven't updated in the live article yet. What is live about the?
Bombay.
I thought it's from Mumbai.
No, it's from Bombay.
Okay, am I sharing this now? Yes. Oh, so the shooter, yeah, found dead in New Hampshire. Isn't there with this one? Wasn't there like 2 suspects though? Am I crazy? Didn't they like announce?
Yeah,
that
they were.
There was like a second.
They were looking into somebody who was near the scene of the crime, I think, at Brown, but I'm not sure if he was officially a suspect or not. So it's possible, but I think the main guy is dead.
Yeah, self-inflicted gunshot wound.
I have to read more into it. The MIT thing, that seems like the whole pipe boomer thing, where it's like, oh yeah, we found this black autistic guy in his mama's basement. That he's definitely the guy. Meanwhile, his grandma's like, he can't get a girlfriend. There's no way it was him.
They're saying he was a 48-year-old Portuguese national from Miami, Florida.
Yeah. Claudio Manuel Nueves Valente. Too many names going on, okay?
There's a lot of names.
So we don't know what the reason was. I heard, and this is just a loose hearing, okay? I heard he yelled something that they're not releasing. Have you guys heard this?
I've heard rumors. I don't have any way to substantiate it other than.
Yeah, I heard a rumor. There's a video going around about the Brown thing where the guy is at the podium, the law officer, and he was about to say something, and on a hot mic, someone whispers into his ear, like, I forget what it is. I should have just kept it and just archived it, but I was busy at the time. But he was told not to say something. And then I saw another article where one of the victims, the female, was the head of the Republican, division of her school or whatever. And so not that matters in the scheme or anything, but it's like, you kind of look at all these narratives and you're like, something not right with all this.
So yeah, I don't know the motive. I think at first people were trying to make that to be like Israel Palestine or like Muslim terrorism, but I don't know. It seems really weird.
If he's a Portuguese national, I don't know. Yeah, what did we ever do to the Portuguese? Maybe I don't know. Maybe we have done stuff. I'm not sure, but at least in the modern times, right? Why would a Portuguese national be? I don't know. Seems weird.
Why aren't they in Portugal where they belong?
Well, that's a good question. Was this an illegal? Is that what they're hiding from us? I don't know.
I'm something of an expert on the 2020 election, and I've given talks about it. And every time I talk about it, someone goes, well, there clearly is nothing wrong in the 2020 election because there were 50 cases where these things were adjudicated. Now, there's not a single case in which the actual allegations of fraud were adjudicated on all kinds of procedural obstacles,
on standing,
issues of standing.
Pre-watch
cases
were
dismissed. You should have brought the case before the election. It you had to do that. Obviously, the fraud was not obvious then. If you brought it after the election, it's moot. Or this is brought at the state level, it needs to be at the federal level. And so the procedural adjudication is considered adequate to establish the veracity or the validity of the 2020 election.
Just as a
Hold
quick
on,
thing.
I'll just finish my point and you can jump
we can
in.
do the 2020 election. So do you concede on the whole Mar-a-Lago thing that Trump was retaining documents and then we can move to the 2020 election?
We haven't addressed Mar-a-Lago. I'm setting up the intellectual groundwork by saying that on the 2020 election, statements are made that are accepted as gospel by the left. Let's take a simple one that was repeated ad nauseum. The 2020 election was the safest, most secure election.
Okay, see, I don't like this. Because like if it does seem like we're like pivoting topics, like and Destiny called him out on that, and he's like, well, no, I'm building a groundwork, but then he's going on to now move to different topics. Just like fucking tie a bow in that last one, then and then move on. That's like, what was the conclusion? I don't even know what D'Souza thinks on that. Just say what you think on that. Don't jump to something else.
Hit the like button.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what Mr. said.
Yeah, unsub.
Anson,
Bring
I
it,
would
let
be
him tell
surprised if you're already subbed. Okay, so you might be like a K2 who like constantly subs and unsubs with
US
me
history.
to fuck with my
To
analytics.
which I asked, where is the evidence that there was less fraud in 2020 than in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2004? Where is that demonstration? Who has actually done a comparative evaluation of the amount of fraud in recent, forget about old elections, and shown that there was less in 2020? The answer is not only has this never been demonstrated, it has never been attempted. And so an utterly idiotic statement, almost preposterous on its face. We know that this election we just had, and we're proclaiming it to be the safest ever, with zero empirical evidence produced to support that. And yet, the entire left, to my knowledge, without exception, went along, nodded its head, accepted this as true, became very scornful of any attempts to show the contrary. So doesn't this show factual dogmatism on the left that is just as corrosive as anything on the right?
No. So, I mean, we can go through any of these statements. I'm still putting a pin in the Mar-a-Lago thing because I think it's important to go back to, but I'm very familiar with the 2020 election.
Okay.
I think the issue is that, one, when people say, well, it wasn't adjudicated on the facts, it was tossed on standing or procedural grounds, that's bad for the person bringing the case. If you're losing on standing, then you must have never had a serious case to begin with, because that is literally the easiest part of a case to survive. To build a prima facie case saying that I have authorization to bring this case in front of this court has subject matter jurisdiction, and it's the appropriate venue to hear the case, and here are my complaints where I'm alleging that a law was broken. In half these, they didn't even have the remedies that they were looking for was to toss the entire outcome of that election, which is an insane remedy. If you're looking for that, a court's not even going to bother to hear the case, because the whole point of a court hearing a case is that they're going to grant you some kind of relief. If a court can't do anything about it, then the court's not going to listen to it. Number one. Number two, for the evidence that was made public, we know that for a lot of this, it was a blatant lie. So, for instance, when we watch Trump's lawyers show and we watch Trump talk about the hidden boxes and that in the State Farm arena that were pulled out from under the table and put back, and we don't know where they came from, we do know where they came from. And you can tell because if you watch the full 6-hour video where she's giving a presentation to the state election board or state legislature or whatever, you can see her fast forward 10 minutes where they were counting, they finished counting for the night, they take the boxes, put them on the floor, slide them under. 10 minutes later, they get a call saying, actually, we're going to resume counting because we want to get these results out faster. They take the same boxes out, they put them on the table. Not only was that a complete and total bold-faced lie when it was first presented in court or presented to the public, it was a lie that Trump repeated up to and including his speech on January 6th, where he encouraged his followers to go and riot at the Capitol to try to delay the outcome of the election.
This is so long ago that I can't remember. Is the box thing? Is that the same as when it was closed down because the pipe burst, or are those like two separate events that happened?
I think the two separate events.
Yeah, it's non-specific. He's getting into non-specifics. I feel in that regard.
But there is that. I'm assuming he's talking about that. There's that famous video that everyone's talking about like the pulling out the boxes and what's in the box, you know. But then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what state that. It's been so long now. I don't remember. It's same
I
with
think
like
that was Georgia. There's the one in Michigan, I think it was, where some lady was parked outside of the polling place, and somehow at 2 a.m. here comes a car with some shit, and they wake up the next morning and everything's changed when they were supposed to be not counting, you know. So, but to his point, you have to prove that stuff. You can't just go, oh, this is, you know, what it is. The Texas thing, I think, is a little different, but that's just me. But then again, you know, being consistent, I have to go, hey, Texas, unfortunately, it's PA's right to decide how they want to, you know, adhere to their own voting laws. Even if that means they say, hey, Biden is up or Trump is winning right now, and we're supposed to close the voting, but we're going to keep it open so that Biden can get those mail-in ballots, you know?
But I mean, what do you think, I guess, to maybe use something that the left says, but that I think seems to be legit, even though I'm not a big fan of the mass amounts of mail-in ballot stuff that happened. But like Bernie, right, said this, you know, before everything happened as an example, right? He said that was his predictions, that it would initially seem to swing for Trump, but then most of the people doing the mail-in, because the Republicans don't trust the mail-in ballots, so they're not going to be using them. Democrats are going to be disproportionately casting their ballot via mail, and those come in and are counted after. So, like, do you think that's a valid thing that the left says, or do you think there's like a problem with that? Because to me that makes sense. Again, that left-wing people are going to do mail-in ballots, and they are counted later. So you would see a swing in the night.
I want to be specific in saying establishing a baseline for what is fair, right? And that's what my point is before. We can't even do that, right? It's like, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. Well, it's like, okay, states make their voting laws, whether I agree with it or not. That's where I'm looking at it. I'm going, I want that to be the basis. But you can't go to another state, F you, you're in trouble now. And that's, you know, that's why I brought up the Arizona thing, because I was like, that was a bad look.
John Beard, good to see you. Baseline influence. Okay, but Les Chief is just, you know, I think trying to trigger me. We trusted mail-in ballots when the mail-in ballots are like done in like specific like cases, right? Like that, I think what we saw in 2020 is like very different, right? And the reasoning, fine, yeah, you know, there's reasons why we saw.
Yeah, no, Confluence. It was different. Yeah. It was not the same because of the Wu flu thing and the whole Zucker bucks and that kind of crap. It was not the same.
Right. It's like, so yeah, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, we trusted mail-ins before, when you had to like request one specifically for, you know, versus just like, oh, this is just like kind of the de facto norm of where, you know.
Yeah, so, you got to prove the fraud. Confluence. You can't say it's different and it's bad. You gotta say why it's bad.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that 100%.
I agree, but what I'm saying is I think it's fine that Republicans did trust them before and are less trustworthy now, that because at least it seems like it at least allows more room for chicanery with mail-in voting, right? Like at least it allows for that possibility. I'm not saying it proves it, but I think if we were to say what is a more secure way to vote, where you're in person showing like a photo ID to vote, or mailing in a ballot, like obviously just that alone, right? In person is going to be the more secure way to do it, right?
Well, and here's an example, right? I saw this video out of Arizona, and this Mexican guy comes in and has a stack of ballots, right? And you're only supposed to be able to put in a certain amount, whether it's your family or whatever. But we don't know. That could have been like his church community or whatever. But to your point, the fact isn't like, is that allowed or is it not? It's, we don't know, right? So that's the problem. We can't tell if he's doing a fraud or not.
I mean, I guess on its face, I get why there's concern, but I think after the fact, I don't know why there's concern anymore, right? Because I think there's a reason why Trump didn't like mail-in votes, because a lot of them were from Democrats. And there's a reason why people thought that there was fraud going on, because when
like you just mentioned, there are people bringing in votes by the stacks and it looks fraudulent, but then we know that they have to be traced somewhere and there were audits done. So I think that's why I'm like still wondering what the complaint could be at this point. I mean, Trump's in office and he can definitely investigate
I get
it.
you. Yeah.
No,
Well, the complaint would be, sorry to interrupt really quick and then I'll shut up. But the argument could be that the state is letting it happen. And that's why those federal audits are going on right now. So in other words, a blue state wants, Kamala to win and they're going to go, well, we'll kind of just let this slide. We have the information, the data that proves it, and we're not going to show it kind of thing.
I guess so. I think what kind of defeats that argument is that in Georgia, at least, the whole state is Republican run. So it would be weird for that to be the case for Republicans to want Kamala to win.
Okay, well, are you aware that there's a guy named Mark Wingate on the Fulton County Board of Elections? And he was testifying on video saying that over 100,000 plus votes never received signature verification for that. And he was saying it the whole time and nobody listened to him. They were just like, yeah, screw you. And there was another court case about that.
Are you saying that he said they counted votes that didn't have signatures that were mail-in votes?
Yeah, I'm not saying that specifically. If I remember correctly, and I'll have to go back and grab that video. I know where to find it, but it's going to take me a while. He was on, during that time period when everyone was on video because they couldn't be in person.
Yeah, on Zoom.
Yeah, so he was like, I sat there and he was like, I was telling everybody, these don't have signature verification, and nobody listened to me, and they just... if I can't remember, but I'll have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure what he said was that they slid it through anyway, that they didn't throw him out or anything. They were just like, whatever, so more or less not the fact that it's erroneous, just that the integrity was compromised,
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, I definitely want to see that be major election fraud, honestly. If they were counting votes that didn't have signatures, that'd be a huge problem. So, I mean, I agree. If that's founded, definitely should be people arrested for that, honestly. But I don't know if that's real or what the source is on that. So, yeah, if you ever find it, just throw it in the chat.
Castle, if I can press you on something, being the only left person on the panel. Okay. So the thing that makes me feel a little sus of some of the left with some of this, and at least gives me my initial worries about things like the mail-in voting, is the way that I think your side, maybe not you, but well, maybe you, it depends, act in other voting regulation ways, like the whole like voter ID thing. I've never heard even a remotely compelling argument why that couldn't be done in like a proper way, and that's somehow like something that like is something that the left should oppose. Like, to me, that just makes things more secure. And it's like, you could even have it that you get a free government. It's no cost to you, right? But the left still opposes that broadly. And it's like, in what world, who are we eliminating if if it's that much effort to get a free, like, government issued ID, right? Like why does the left oppose that? And do you oppose that?
So just for asking that, you're a giant racist, and I really don't appreciate that. No, I'm actually somebody on the left who agrees with voter ID. I think that should be something that should be implemented. So I'm kind of with you there. I think the way it should be implemented, though, is like you said, if you want voter ID nationally, you can't give people an excuse not to get an ID. So the government should give you the opportunity or the funds to say, here's your government issued ID. There's no excuse now. You have to bring it to a polling station or wherever you vote on election day and show that, because there are people, and I get it, there are people who either don't have the means or they have health issues or whatever it may be, physically, mentally, that they can't do it themselves. And I think that if the government at least provides them with something, you remove that excuse. And I think it's good. I think having an ID is fine to vote.
Castle, that's how it works. So this is a political football, right? So in Alabama, our Secretary of State will drive to your house and make an ID for you at your house if you don't have an ID to vote with. But all of the libtard Dems still complain about how voter ID is racist.
Okay, I mean, if that's the case in Alabama, I don't know. I don't see what the problem is.
Alabama is inherently racist because of our heritage, and we can't. No matter how many hurdles we jump over, we overcome that historic racism we have.
Does Alabama have voter ID laws when you have to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so then wait. So you're saying that you do have voter ID laws?
Yeah, but it's called a racist still because it disenfranchises black people, even though our system will deliver an ID to your house for you and get it all set up for you at your own house. If you can't figure out how to get an ID, so I'm of the belief that voter ID is bad because it gives people faith in electoral systems, and anything that gives people faith in elections is bad.
Well, to your point, I think if every state did it the way Alabama did, and you could have someone literally go to your house to give you one, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, so I think we're all at least on the same page on that one, which I'm happy to hear. But it's still like, I think the only counter arguments, yes, is if you're trying to, I guess, disenfranchise people based on like some fiscal barrier, at least I can understand that, like that argument that, if it's like, okay, you have to get an ID and the ID now costs like $60. And it's like, okay, I wouldn't support that because then you are probably trying to eliminate people that are at the lower ends, which some people on my side probably think is based, but I do not. So
if you're not capable of getting an ID, do you really think that you should be allowed to vote?
Well, okay, so this is what I mean. I do think you still, like, again, if it's a free ID that you can get, but in my example, if it costing $60, I don't think we should put people that are like below the poverty line in that situation where they're like, should I spend this on, on voting, or should I spend this on this? Like, I don't, I think it's probably, but I know, Anson, I think you're like land ownership, right, to vote and stuff like that.
No.
You're not. Are you not one of those?
No.
Okay. Who was I talking with? I must be thinking of someone was saying land ownership or civil service. Big Soda, who was that?
I'm not sure. I don't remember recently anybody making that argument.
I can't remember who that was now. I thought it was Anson, but apparently not.
No, that's
was it you? Was it you, Mister?
No.
Land ownership. Yeah. God. Okay, I don't know who that was now, but it was somebody.
The youth vote would be drowned out immediately.
And okay, to ask an old question, I feel like this will be a little fun, quick one. Who on the panel thinks Joe Biden won in 2020? Starting with Castle, because I'm really unsure where he would land on this one specifically. So the suspense is killing me.
Just to be clear, I'm on the left, but I'm not like super far left.
No, I know.
But yeah, I think Joe Biden won.
Okay, Anson?
Joe Biden won. If you look at the polling data in the swing states and at the precinct level compared to like how the election, shook out, like the results were like they tied up with what was expected in terms of the polling before and the exit polling. So I think that it was a completely legitimate outcome.
Okay, thank you, Mister.
No, I think it's a loaded question because one implies that they won by legitimate means, which I don't agree with. Now, if you're looking at that from a result perspective, then I would say Joe Biden won only because that's what everyone accepted. But I don't agree that it happened.
If let's remove like the Hunter Biden stuff or like any pre stuff, just like if all the votes that were counted correctly, do you think Joe Biden won?
No.
Okay.
No, because there was wild inconsistencies in several states, and so it's not that I even agree with the whole because I think half the GOP are feckless, spineless turds anyway. But I think you should at least be allowed to be like, hey, we have to pause for a minute and just be like, something's not right with this state, right? Like the Pennsylvania thing, the Georgia stuff we found out, the stuff in Michigan, the fact that Arizona in Maricopa County so fucking shady. And part of the problem I see is that when I go to hunt for some of this stuff, it disappears conveniently. And I'll give an example of that, the whole Russia thing, where you couldn't find proof that prior to the beginning of the war, that, you know, the U.S. promised no NATO expansion to the Russian border. It wasn't there. I looked. But then after it became this huge thing where people kind of threw their arms up and was like, F it, I look there and I'm like, oh, there's the article right there. Emissary Baker in the early 90s. He went to Russia and promised no NATO expansion to the Russian border. So
I feel like we're moving a little off topic, but
no, it's related in the sense that the media is complicit in a lot of this crap. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. No, I agree. Big Soda.
I think it was the fairest, safest election we've ever had.
Don't Fuentes me. Did he win or did he not win?
I mean, he won.
I think it was
he
even
won,
more
obviously.
safe than people think. Big
I mean,
Soda. I think
it's
it was
fair
even
to say-
safer than the left says.
I think it's fair to say he won. Obviously, I do have some questions when it comes to like laws that were passed about expanded voting that didn't happen through the state legislature, that happened as governor, I guess, enactments, or the Supreme Court like ruling on what they considered the expanding vote and how it applied. But outside of that, I mean, I haven't seen massive compelling evidence to flip me over to the side to say that it would be, I guess, overturnable even after the election. So I think it's fair to say that Biden won. I don't know how Biden got 81 million votes, but I haven't seen evidence to persuade me that he didn't.
Doesn't that sound ridiculous that Biden got more votes than the anointed Obama? That sounds so ridiculous to me.
I mean, I think we can't underestimate the amount of people who really didn't want Trump to win, right? Like, I don't think Biden was like charismatic enough that he got so many votes. I just think there was a lot of people that really hated Trump and didn't want Trump to win. Right. So it could have been anyone. You could replace Biden with literally, you know, anything else. You know,
I don't know.
I think you would have.
Obama was their golden boy.
Sketchy as well. To me, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way as well. 0%
that Biden won. For the record, I do think Biden did win. My quibbles would be the stuff, kind of the Big Soda mentioned, and then the stuff I intentionally tried to carve out halfway through, where it's like, yeah, I think there was chicanery that happened with certain things, with like suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story and stuff like that. I don't like that, and that could have swayed it. So if the question is, was it rigged? Well, then I think there's a steel man for the rigging. I think if all the votes are added up, I don't think that Trump would have won. But Marilyn thinks I'm a bot and a Fed. Am I more of a bot or a Fed, Marilyn, or am I like a robotic Fed?
So I don't like the whole Hunter Biden laptop suppression being used as an excuse for why Trump lost, because I mean, the media, the mainstream media, has been sticking its thumb on the scale for, you know, a couple of generations now for the leftist wackos, and that was nothing new, right? They just glommed onto it for some reason and pretended like it was a big deal and not business as usual.
Yeah, but specifically with the Biden one, I mean, I don't know how accurate these polls are because it's been so long, I don't remember what it was. But they did that poll where they asked like Democrats, you know, and I think the sample size was decent. I think it was a proper done poll, but again, I can't remember what it was, so maybe not. But they asked like, what percent of people, if you did know about this, would you have changed your vote? And it was enough that it would have like meaningfully affected the outcome of the election. So I understand the media is always putting their thumb on the scale, but in that specific example, it sounds like we have polling data to suggest that that could have actually been something that would have swayed things. Like that one thing of them suppressing that story could have been a difference.
You can look at the Comey decision too, of how that affected Hillary losing. I think that if you want to make that argument, that's fine about potential.
But what was wrong with that one? I guess
so basically having the Comey come out, what was it, a week before the election? I think that's something that nowadays, if that happened to the other side, it would be clear, like almost election interference, you could call it at this rate.
Isn't that just a good old fashioned, what do they call it, an October surprise, right?
Right. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying Hillary was innocent and that what he came out with was wrong, but I think the timing of that had implications, and I still think Trump won. I'm not going to complain that you know, Hillary's mistakes shouldn't have made her lose, but when I hear about fraud and stuff going on and not believing that Biden won, I just think it's different than saying that Trump could have won if this story came out, or if this person did that. Like, that's still different in my mind. I guess for you guys who think Trump won or Biden lost, like with all the cases and court cases that came out, did none of that change your mind at all? Even if it was coming from Republican judges or from people like Trump's own attorney general, like Bill Barr at the time, thought it was like baloney. Like, I just feel like a lot of people on his side.
I think the only one on the panel that said Trump actually won was Mr. Mister. I think the other three of us said that Biden won.
I want to answer his question. Like, first of all, we know now that in the first administration, he was betrayed by multiple people. And the problem I see with the way that it's being classified is, they're all pointing at Trump and saying he's the problem when he has these cabinet members around him that are betraying him. Bill Barr, we know he stabbed him in the back. General Milley was like, I'm going to call up China and tell China if we decide to attack him, which is literally treason, and there's countless examples of this. So I look at that and I'm like, it's not that I think Trump's infallible. It's that you have to, I don't blame him for some of the actions of the other one. Bolton's another one. That guy's a friggin' wacko, So
I guess like when you think about those people though, he wasn't forced to hire them. So I guess like when these people are coming in being like, yeah, Trump, I disagree with Trump's position on this, or they're saying, the way he's talking about this is wrong. How many people need to say it before you're like, well, maybe Trump isn't telling the truth, or maybe he's kind of spreading lies about this, not the other way around?
Well, because you could clearly see with each nuanced case what happened, and it's not the same, right? They're not all pulling the same thing. It's
but the court said that they were all not fraud, right? Like each case, the outcome was the same. Even if each state was different, the outcome was basically there's nothing fraudulent.
Some had no cases. Some weren't even brought to court. So, and as far as like the administration, like I look at today and I see and I'm sure you've heard this already, but like the whole Pam Bondi thing and the Rubio thing, I'm like, this is not consistent with what is supposed to be happening. Okay. And so here's my proof of this, right? Why does Trump not send Rubio to Ukraine and Russia, and he sends Kushner and another emissary rather than send Rubio? See, this is where you can see that there's certain people in his administration that he doesn't trust, because it's happening again. Some of them, like I look at Tulsi and I'm like, this lady's cleaning up the intel agency, right? And he doesn't have a problem with it because you don't hear from her because she's doing her job. It's these other people that I'm like, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah. So, Castle, you ever watch Beavis and Butthead?
I've seen clips. I've never seen like an actual episode. I know.
Yeah, you need to watch the movie Mr. Van Dryson. That you gave me a Mr. Van Dryson, the teacher. It would be a treat if sometime when I was on a panel with you, you'd sing Lesbian Seagull for me.
Sorry, you got cut off. What did you say?
Lesbian Seagull.
Lesbian Eagle?
Lesbian Seagull.
Oh, Seagull? Yeah, I don't know what that is. That from the show?
No, it's an Engelbert Humperdinck song that's from the show. But yeah, it would be really awesome if you could sing that. You sound just like Mr. Van Dryson from Beavis and Butthead. Like a super soft-spoken, soy-filled, freak.
I'm gonna look it up after. I appreciate that.
Maybe disavow.
Yeah, not sure. I hate Beavis and Butthead, so I can't comment. Not a fan. Back to Destiny.
Every single case has been some variation of them not knowing if a law was broken. You can listen to hours and hours of deposition. You can read the subpoenas. You can read the judge's decisions. There's a reason why you guys will say, well, all of them were thrown out. None was adjudicated on the merits. Trump, was president for 4 years. He had Barr look into all of these claims. Barr said that all of them were BS. Trump is president now. He has the ability to go back and look at stuff. Nothing has been dug up. In fact, the first time Trump was president, when he also made claims that the election was rigged, he put together an election board to look at if there was any impropriety or fraud that happened in any of the states, and they found nothing. They disbanded it in like a year. For the final point, you bring this point up that wow, it's crazy that they say this was the safest election ever because there hasn't been a comparative analysis on fraud. I think the point of the statement was to say that there were more people, more cameras, more systems that were looking at this election than in any prior election. And I would argue that just like how DOJ went through the entire government and massively failed at discovering any waste, fraud, or abuse, Donald Trump and all of his cronies have been looking at so much election-related stuff, and the only fraud, weird stuff we've seen has come from the Republican side. Tina Peters being a great example of that. Trump trying to steal the election with his false elector sites being another great example of that.
All right. So
That's
let me
total
who's applauding
bullshit.
there? Who's applauding there?
if you're right
Get their names and
that
faces.
a bungled legal effort failed on account of the incompetence of the people who tried to prove the fraud, I would argue by the same token that the Democratic goofballs who launched 90 plus charges against Trump in multiple jurisdictions were equally dumb because they made claims that they were unable to sustain. The cases were thrown out, made moot, exposed to the public for their prima facie idiocy, or they capsized of their own weight. They were withdrawn. Fani Willis was basically had her own problems and had to withdraw. The successors basically decided that's the end of that. So what I'm getting at is either we rely on the legal process as a pretty fair adjudicator of these kinds of claims, in which case you got to grant that the case against Trump ended up, think of it, you didn't have one shot. You had like 7 shots at this guy. You failed on all of them. Even in the one place where you, quote, got him on the ultimate bogus case, which was in New York, the judge himself was too timid to impose a verdict and basically says, Mr. Trump, you can go. I wish you well. Even the judge knew that he was part of a political game and he had to fess up because if he was...
So this is off topic, but do I want to know what this is? Because I don't think I've heard this. Is this something I want to know? First of all, is this true? Is this something I want to know?
The daughter's diary, if I remember correctly.
Is this like a real thing? Is it something bad? Is it? I have seen a lot of videos of Joe Biden smelling hair. I've seen enough clips to make me a little. But did his daughter? What did his daughter say? Is this like a real thing? Is this some like right?
I think they had inappropriate, or I think the claim from the diary is that they had inappropriate showers, like from her at the age of 12 or 13.
Is this a true? Okay, now.
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean by true? It's just
is the
diary she owned that she claimed.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, is this an authentic diary?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that you, Aston? I'm Googling. Is that you saying yes?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely. She sued to get it back. She claimed that somebody else got possession of it illegally or something. She sued to get it back, I think, from what
it was.
Okay, yeah, someone took it from her.
This is Gemini, so I don't know if Gemini is like the worst AI, but it's saying that it was sold to Project Veritas.
Yeah.
Which is, if that's true, that's fucking wild. So so what was actually in? Now I feel like I have to, because if it's wrong, I don't want to, like, as much as I don't like, Biden, I don't want to. Does anyone have a source for this? Can anyone find this faster than I can? Like the shower story thing?
I don't have that one, but I will tell you, this is a guy, Biden, who, walks his dog around the White House, and it just goes up to people, biting them, sniffing their balls, and you're kind of looking at the guy like, hey, why don't you control your dog? And he's just like, I was on a train in PA, and the conductor said I had 1 million frequent miles.
Okay, apparently I think I found, the diary. Apparently it's just one line, but it does seem to be roughly accurate. That it makes mentions. I don't know if it's I don't know what the date is on it, but it says, showers with my dad in brackets, probably not appropriate. So I don't know. I don't know what the date is. I don't know what she thinks now. I just never had heard this story. And if there's some Hunter Biden gossip, or I mean, it's not Hunter, well, Freudian slip, some Joe Biden gossip going on, then I want to know about it.
Really enforcing the law. Think of it. If you or I were found guilty of 34 felonies, the judge would have said, I'm imposing a sentence. My sentence might be overturned or maybe held to be invalid, but this man has broken the law 34 times. In fact, think of the stupidity. This was 34 different checks, so apparently it's 34 different felonies. The lawfare of it couldn't be more obvious or blatant. Now,
why did the jury convict him?
Well,
why did the jury convict him in New York?
What's that?
Why did the jury convict him if it was just lawfare?
Because a jury in New York, like a jury in DC, is going to be... Well, all right.
Aren't you saying then that half the country is living in delusion if you can't even trust a jury of every single person, that a single person would say, I don't agree with the verdict here?
You think the OJ jury got it right?
The OJ, that's a totally different case.
Wait, no, actually, that is a fine. Yeah, I think this is the Destiny L. Just because, a jury? Just because, it's not saying, you can find a random group of 12 people that are retarded or are biased or something. That's at least, that's not the same as saying half the country, right? 12 is a pretty small sample size.
Can you even get a non-biased jury anymore with the way that information moves, right? How do you stop a jury member from going home, just clicking on something on their phone or computer and finding shit, and then they come back and they're like, yeah, I didn't see anything. It's like, well, okay, I take your word for it.
Yeah, do they? Because I know they sometimes in really high profile stuff they'll sanction them off and stuff. Do they take their phones? I don't know, because sometimes they have them staying in hotels and shit, right? If it's a super, I think they did that with Rittenhouse. I don't know if they take their electronic devices. They probably should, because otherwise it's But even some cases are so high profile ahead of time that it is impossible almost. Like with the Derek Chauvin stuff. As much as I personally, and I know people on the right sometimes disagree with me, I personally think he is guilty. But I also agree that it's probably impossible to get a fair trial, because there's who hasn't heard and already has preformed opinions of that case. Everybody fucking has, right? You're not going to find 12 jurors probably in all fucking America that don't have strong thoughts about that or haven't already been preloaded in one way or another.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do in those cases where it's these cases can get so popular that's you're not going to find anyone who doesn't have an opinion already. And then I think even in the Derek Chauvin one, that lady perjured herself, right? There was one person that denied having any BLM stuff, but then she actually was.
Well, so, I mean, to be fair, right? Concealing not a non-disclosure agreement that's basically hey, I had sex with a porn star and I want this porn star to not talk about it, and I'm gonna pay them through my business, through my attorney, and not make it look like it's a personal payment and conceal the source. I mean, that's arguably that's according to our authoritarian legal system, structuring, and it is illegal based on our system is unjust, and I don't think that paying money to keep someone to have their mouth shut, it should be illegal. But the way our system is, I mean, it seems consistent. Trump just is treated like a normal person, and ordinarily people in his position are given preferential treatment and not prosecuted for doing things that other people will be prosecuted for doing.
I actually will say, I think if you take money for something like the Stormy Daniels thing, and then you want to talk after, you should have to give that money back. If you're Stormy Daniels, you accept this money to not talk, and then you break the agreement, you should have to repay that. I'm sorry. Don't accept the money.
What's also messed up is you establish a law, and then you change the law, right? The statute of limitations to go back and go after somebody. That's messed up.
Yeah, that was wasn't that the New York essay case or something?
Yeah.
I don't think Trump won the money back. I don't think he did, unless I'm mistaken.
And from that case that Mister's talking about, it's also weird for the judge to allow the jurors to decide the underlying crime that attaches to that like I guess fraudulent business documents. So if you think this is to cover up an underlying crime, I feel like all jurors would have to agree to what that underlying crime is instead of giving them a selection of multiple potential
the judge
crimes
is
he
pretty
could have
much like
committed.
telling the jury, like, you have to agree to this. It's like, what?
I can not agree, right?
Yeah, they could not, but it is messed up for a judge to go, you should do this. It's like, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, the federal courts, state courts, I mean, they abuse people all the time and put them into no-win situations. I mean, it's like the whole voting thing with Trump too, right? It just, highlights the deficiencies of democracy and the representative republic that we have and the lack of faith that the system deserves.
So Tito, it was an NDA. This is my issue. Stormy Daniels violated her NDA. So then give the fucking money back then. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She violated that. And it sounds like, Tito, if you're not going to pivot, it sounds like you agree. Because you're saying it's not, and she would have had to pay it back. So then you agree with me, Tito. Join the Republican side.
Yeah, but I mean, Trump screwed up because he fucked a porn star while he was married. And, I mean, that's just a bad look,
Anson, I thought you'd be all over that kind of look,
Well, I am. I mean, that's why I know it's a bad look, because people judge me for doing that kind of stuff. So
could you fix Stormy Daniels?
I can totally fix her.
Can you fix Stormy Daniels? Oh, you can. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the less shocking of the people you say you can fix. So that's acceptable. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if there's an NDA between Anson and Stormy Daniels, but it's Stormy making Anson sign the NDA. Like, it's in the other direction where Anson has received. Stormy's like, don't tell anyone about this.
Here's the real take, is that the women Trump knew or that he hung out with previously that he, had certain accusers for, she was the worst looking one. He really had better options. I'm just ashamed that he stuck with Stormy Daniels.
Well,
it is true. You're paying why would you bring that porn star?
What about the one from the Macy's? Like the older woman now.
Yeah, what did she look like at the time in the Macy's?
Right, she could have been.
That's a good point.
Could have been better
Stormy
looking.
Daniels, yeah. We know what Stormy Daniels used to look like, and it's like that's a weird choice.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like in reality, though, I mean, Trump should have just come right out and said, "Yeah, I fucked her." Like I said, when you're rich, you grab her by the pussy, right? I mean, that's what he should have said, but he didn't own it for some reason.
Yeah, incredible. Now, I also don't like that Stormy got to testify too. If it's a campaign expenditure violation or whatever it was, the only point of having her take the stand is and just start saying humiliating stuff is to humiliate the president. Okay, I will say that.
I just think it's funny how not everybody, but a lot of people play this game where it's like a moral grandstanding over, this guy's good and this, and then, obviously he does this. It's like they're all crooked in some way. They've all done bad things, but people refuse to accept that.
Actually, on that note, what does everyone think? Because tomorrow is supposed to be the big day, but now I don't know if it's being pushed back because of the House stuff of the Epstein thing, right? They're supposed to be the 19th. Do we think when that does come out, is it Jover for Trump, or is it not?
No, I just want to say something real quick about that. I think a lot of people are implicated, and I think it's got more to do with the people that are outside of the U.S. rather than the people that are in the U.S. That's just my opinion. Some
of the photos though coming out of the Epstein estate already. I saw that one today. It's like someone of unknown age, their foot with the beginning of the book Lolita written on her. Did you guys see this photo? And a copy of the book beside her. And this is a real photo that's been released by so it's like, I don't know, man. So I feel like they have a lot. They release tens of thousands of stuff to the whatever it is, whatever the committee looking over this crap. And so I don't know if they redact enough stuff, then maybe not, but there seems to be a lot of downable evidence.
It would embarrass too many Jews. So,
well, you don't get the name Epstein for no reason, I suppose.
Code word Confluence shekels at confluence.com. Place your order now for 1 cup. $1.95 shipping and handling. Offers are limited.
10% tariff included.
That is true. That is true. What Mr. said, and always be plugging. So yes, use the promo code he said. Go to the site he said to get your own Confluence mug. Okay, always be plugging.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. for the promo. You'll get your 5% kickback on all sales for that. Your little own affiliate deal. But okay, can't remember where we were.
So
in this. I can't remember why I paused.
They got it right.
I can say that juries
Don't
might.
you agree?
I can say, wait. I can disagree with juries sometimes. You just said
Oh, the
that there are
jury thing.
two
Yeah,
sections
that's
of the
right.
United States, in New York and D.C., and I'm willing to bet you'd say other states where there is no jury that could hear. Well, I'm curious. Actually, fine. There are things in the OJ case that I think it seems like he was clearly guilty of something. What law in New York State that he was convicted of breaking, that he received almost 34 felony counts for, do you think he didn't actually break? Did he not lie when he paid his lawyer Cohen a fee that was actually just a money transfer to Stormy Daniels and then commit a bookkeeping fraud on the furtherance of that lie, which is why the misdemeanor was upgraded to a felony? Do you think that's not true?
One of the problems with living in this kind of society today, and one of the essential defining elements of lawfare, is simply to ask this question: if anybody else did that, or if Trump himself did it, but was not running for president, would these charges have been brought? And again, we're all watching this. We're not on the jury. We're watching this as spectators from the outside. We've got to use a certain rule of common sense. You have this guy, Trump. He's in the thick of New York real estate. He's in the thick of all these claims of bombastic claims by Mar-a-Lago's worth X. This is worth Y. My assets are worth this. Everybody does this. Now, if all of this was so fraudulent, how does the man go 75 years of his life without a single charge? Then, interestingly, he enters politics as a Republican. 93 charges are dropped on his head. Now, if you genuinely think, and look, we could very well in this audience be exploring the delusions we're talking about. If you genuinely are a smart guy and you think, I think that's right. The guy was squeaky clean for 75 years.
I would say doing
Then
Patriot.
he became a habitual criminal
a
and
lot that
committed
aren't related to
93
the
offenses, warranting the guy being jailed for life, a guy who just happens to have been the president of the United States and on the verge of being reelected a second time. But you don't have to worry about that if you can put him away. And this doesn't raise any issues of political targeting, Stalinism. Find me the man.
See, I just hope D'Souza is consistent on this, because I also think I agree that Trump is, a victim of lawfare.
He's not.
Well, I personally think he is.
I mean, the claim that Trump was never sued in his career until now.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He's saying criminal charges, not civil.
Oh, not civil?
No,
well,
yeah, he's talking about charges.
Okay.
The number he gave is the amount of criminals.
For criminal, that's fine. Yeah, I was gonna say, because in New York City, he's been sued like a bunch of times.
A ton of times. But I guess I'm at least consistent and in thinking, and I hope D'Souza is as well, that I think Hunter Biden was also a victim of lawfare. Right? It doesn't mean that Hunter Biden,
yeah, but isn't that kind of the point?
Illegal. Well,
like Hunter Biden,
what's the point?
What he was charged with is something that nobody ever gets charged with, right? Like he forgot to sign out like a gun form or something for having like a weapon, and it's like,
well, no, he lied. He lied on his gun form.
Right, he lied on his gun form. It's like there's probably so many people out there who have done that as well. It's like such a small thing to go, especially like the actual things that people were alleging he was committing crimes, whether it was with Ukraine or money laundering, whatever it was. But like, I think between Trump and Hunter Biden, you can say like, yes, they have committed crimes. They would not have been charged for unless they were brought to light by either political party. And that's kind of like the problem. It's like laws are going to pick and choose who they go after based on who's in charge at the time, what they feel about the other side and all of that. Even if they have actually committed a crime, it's just crazy that it only happens at certain instances and points of time. So I think that's kind of like where I would put that point.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that it's ridiculous that we follow the laws that we have. Castle for saying that, well, why would we enforce the whole, like, using drugs and
the ridiculous thing I
firearms
think is the selective prosecution, though, right?
Yeah, well, no, the problem is that we have this massive police state that libtards have set up, and now they're going to say, oh, well, it shouldn't apply when it's actually being applied, right? No, y'all idiots made the laws. Y'all have to live with it when they're applied, right? And
Hanson, the Patriot Act was not a lib moment, I don't think.
And
really,
also, that wasn't voted on and repeatedly renewed by the libs and the Republicans.
I think you could say both sides, but I think at the time that wasn't a policy that was headed by liberals, right?
No, but it was overwhelmingly voted for by both sides.
Okay, but you're saying that liberals set up this police state. That's like the worst example you could.
It depends on how you define liberals. I consider almost all Republicans.
Yeah, you think George Bush was a liberal?
Yes, I do.
So I think we have to clarify that.
Okay, all right.
Well, saying the liberals set it up. Yeah, if we're calling that all of the the Bush era conservatives, liberals, then sure. Then it's liberals all the way down.
I agree with Marilyn. I think it's a distraction. Like, if we were smart, we would just tell I have no problem even telling the liberals now, because I don't think they're going to do it. But like, they should be focusing on economic policies and pushing them, because that's their weakness. But they're not going to do it. They're going to go, oh, Trump's a bad guy. We got to get him. We got to get him. It's like, go create good candidates, and I would vote for a couple of them, right? Like, on our side, I'm like, I hate these war assholes. Like, they're bankrupting us. Forget the Israel thing, right? That's like $8 billion. The Ukraine shit, like, that was $500 billion, and people, that's not a good amount from our GDP. I'm like, 500 billion, people.
I feel like that's an overestimation.
No. Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Well,
I think it's like
I'm not going to get into it, because I don't want to say it, because now I'm going to have to go pull more documents. But yeah, it was definitely, they're saying it was 200 billion, which it was way more than that. They're full of shit. Yeah.
Possibly. Although, I mean, the Israel thing under the memorandum of understanding is something that is a constant thing, right? Which it would still take a lot of years of, I guess, 8 billion to add up to the amount that's given to Ukraine. But Ukraine is also a special, probably, circumstance, I would say. I mean, I guess, I'm nervous to ask this. Actually, I have to pee, so I will ask this, and then I'll let you guys fight it out. Should we have ever then supported the Ukraine? Did you not want to see any money being sent there at all? I mean, we don't want Russia to probably, just do anything Russia wants to do.
Why?
Because then it will probably inevitably move to other countries. I think it'll signal to China that we're not going to stop them if they invade Taiwan. There's like there's a moral problem with that, but there's also just a boots on the ground problem. Like, right, but I mean, that's why Biden, I think, is started to do like the CHIPS Act and stuff, right? And now that we got that Taiwanese company that pledged to like some like obscene amount of money into the U.S. market. But right, if China takes over Taiwan, that would be very bad for what's going on right now, right? Just from an economic standpoint, even if we throw morals to the wind. And if Russia takes over the Ukraine, then it's like, well, is it going to continue into other countries? Will they cross a NATO line? At what point should we even be in NATO? I guess could be the really extreme part. But then at a certain point, I think it's, I don't know.
No, Russia.
Oh, I got a chat. I have to read this chat, and then I have to pee super bad. Thank you, fucking Button. Single-handedly supporting the channel. God bless fucking Button. Democrats and the gun show loophole, aka private transfers. Also Democrats. It's fine if our guy lies on a 4473 to illegally acquire firearms. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. So feel free to talk about the Ukraine or the chat or whoever.
I didn't say trillion. I said billion. The stories that were coming out were 200 plus billion, but it was more than that. And we have the evidence, because if you go look at all the bills that the Democrats had under Biden, every single one of them, every single one had Ukraine funding. Even the one with the Hawaiian fire relief, which was like 25 or 27 billion, if I recall, all of them had Ukraine funding. And even after it, You can go to the .gov website and look it up, and it'll give you an itemized list where it proves that it's over 200 billion. That just proves that it's not what they're saying, that it's more than that, just from that. But if you piece it all together, it's definitely more. The point isn't, well, it's this exact number. The point is, all these people are going, Israel's the problem. And I'm like, they're not the fucking problem. You know, the Palestine thing, it's a humanitarian issue. I get it. But the Ukraine thing is costing us way more, and not a lot of people give a shit about it. And then you look at the UK, and it's fucking crumbling. The EU is in shambles.
Yeah, but Mister, do you think that's a cultural problem or something different? Right? I happen to think that Europe is in decline because it no longer has a sense of like self and identity or desire to continue as it is. And so therefore it doesn't deserve to exist anymore in the sense that we knew it growing up.
Yeah, no, yeah, I that's a definite issue. But the problem is the British Empire, I think, got a huge problem with you know, pointing the finger and saying go attack these people. And it's like, okay, we're friends, so I'm just going to do it. It's like, well, if I'm paying and I'm going to lowball this $250-300 billion of taxpayer money. We just approved another 900 million, by the way. I think it was last week or the week before. Go fact check me, right? And we said to him, you have till Christmas to make a decision to Zelensky, right? Like, we know they're laundering money. It's not even a question. Like, you're supposed to have a government liaison to watch over this, and Ukraine never had that. They didn't have a liaison to see where the funding went. It's wild.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem with NATO is that they didn't accept Russia into NATO, right? Because NATO would be relevant if the United States and Russia were in charge of it. Like, it should just be United States, Russia, and China in NATO. That way, three large countries can just carve up the world and create their own spheres of influence and vassals. And if anybody attacks them, they all get together and gang up on them, right? I mean, that's the way NATO should work.
Germany tried that with Russia. It didn't last very long.
Good to see you, Maryland.
I don't think if we ever teamed up with China, it would last as long either. We'd probably go to war pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
we teamed up with
so here,
great idea.
So why can't we just say, we can't just say to them, this is our red line, right? And you know, when Tucker went over to interview Putin, he was asking him, he's like, do you have an intention of invading Poland? And he was like, no. And so it's like, okay, well, maybe that's our red line. Maybe we go, look, strike a deal with these guys. And if the United States makes an agreement, if you cross this line, you're effed. You come up with a deal, we're okay, everyone's good, just don't expand, right? But it's like, no, we assume that they're going to.
Well, because they have.
For that?
That's like
I
they've expanded
assumption.
like multiple times. They've done it in Georgia. They've done it. I mean, already in Ukraine, they had mercenaries go into the eastern Ukraine that they were carving up, and they've done this in the past. And I think that's the problem. They keep pushing, and now it's like, I mean, to be honest, from my perspective, we should have sent Ukraine a lot more military equipment, Patriot missiles, and had them bomb Russia way earlier. And Joe Biden was afraid of that because he was a baby about it and didn't want to, turn it into a larger war. But that's how you have to deal with a place like Russia, in my opinion. You can't let them keep encroaching on land without any real consequences.
Why would we care what he does with Ukraine? That'd be like Russia trying to tell us what we do with Mexico. It makes absolutely zero sense. It's unrelated to our national security, and historically, and ethnically, a large portion of that country is Russian, and is for all intents and purposes, the Crimean Peninsula chose to be a part of Russia, and that was in 2014. What was really what spurred all of this on, right? Was the fact that Ukraine didn't want to let its own people be free, right? And Russia's just trying to protect the sovereignty of its ethnic population in an oppressive state. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, but that's like saying if there were enough Mexicans in Texas and they wanted to secede back to Texas, then why are we going to oppose that? I just think that that's not a great strong argument. And we, like I said, Russia's already taken over land before. We should want to protect sovereign countries from being taken over. I just think it's more of a principle thing than anything. You should protect countries from being taken over if you're allies with them, or they.
That's exactly what my point was from before, because we broke the agreement. We went to Russia in the early 90s and promised no NATO expansion to the Russian border. That's what my point was.
That wasn't an official agreement, though.
Gotta be kidding me.
Well, it's not.
Okay.
Well, no, you're right, Confluence. It wasn't a part of any kind of treaty, but it was an understanding that there would be certain things that the United States would do in relation to Ukraine and the other former satellite nations, where NATO wouldn't be expanding towards Russia, and that there would be
it was an understanding. But some people on the right like to say, what is it, the Budapest Memorandum or whatever? Like the all those countries that said that they would protect Ukraine if they denuked, right? It's like those people will be like, well, that's not really binding and stuff. But that was an actual signed thing. So it's like people are gonna say that's not like
Confluence. Show me in that document where it says we will provide military protection to Ukraine. It isn't in there. It's not in there.
It talks more. It's like more soft pedal with like aid and stuff, but it does specifically talk about. I mean, we could pull it up if we need to. But it doesn't say like boots on the ground troops or anything. I'm not saying that. Do I have the name right? Is it the Budapest Memorandum?
Yeah.
Oh, based. Okay.
But also the point of NATO is that it's supposed to be protecting other European states against Russian aggression, right? There's no why would Russia be opposed to NATO?
So NATO's primary mission is to oppose Russia. Is that my understanding?
To oppose them from attacking other European countries, yeah.
No.
So it was created solely to go against Russia.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, that's definitely the
Russia
main
has a reason
thing.
to fear it, right? Like Russia is right in saying, hey, don't encroach on our territory. Hey, you've encroached too far. Hey, our line is here. Oh, you crossed our line. Now we're going to go to war.
Don't they have
right?
Don't they have
NATO's
other NATO countries on their border, right? Already. Like the Baltics and shit, or whatever it's called.
I think now Norway,
like
or Finland,
Estonia and something, one of those places.
Yeah, those were
Not
instrumental
Estonia.
after the fall of the Soviet Union, when NATO had indicated that they wouldn't expand toward Russia after Russia started letting its satellite countries fall off instead of fighting for them. Right? Russia had a choice, right? They could have fought harder to keep their satellite countries together, but they didn't do it because they wanted to try out the democracy thing and the kumbaya thing with the West, and the West ended up fucking them. Right? And so Russia
fucking them how, I guess. What like what?
By allowing those former Eastern European countries to become part of NATO. Those former Soviet aligned nations.
How does that fuck? How is that?
Because
NATO
as
fucking
Castle
Russia?
said, NATO exists to oppose Russia.
Well, that's I think that's the founding of NATO. I don't know if like now NATO's like job is just to fuck Russia, but I think that's why NATO was created, like historically.
Well, it was created to create an alliance against the Soviet Union. Russia didn't even exist in its.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I feel like I'm assuming you understand what I mean.
Anson's pro-communist.
No,
that's why he calls everyone a liberal. Oh my God, it's a song coming.
Wait. So let's just try to be fair for a minute here, right? I'm not going to stay on this forever, but this is just my one point. Can we not see that we're the majority funder of NATO, right? We all agree it's a lot, and we're funding. I'll even lowball it, 300 billion. Right, and then another 900 million we just gave. We can't afford this shit, right? And you compare that with everyone crying in Israel, and we go, okay, I'm fine with giving the Palestinians like some humanitarian aid, a couple million, but it's not even remotely close to Europe. And people, that's not a lot of our GDP. I'm like, oh, God, we are so fucked.
Do you think taking Castle's thing he said earlier? like that we should have given them in some ways more weapons. Could that have put us in a better economic situation? Like if we gave them more weapons up front and just ended things instead of like dragging things out into a fucking forever war, like is there an argument that maybe doing more at the beginning could actually save us money long term? Because like now it's just like being, it's not a guarantee, but now it's just being like dragged out, and it's just like fucking so many dead Slavic people, right? And so much money gone.
It's easy for the EU to look at us and say and go, well, they're gaslighting everybody. You're not being very humanitarian towards the people of Ukraine. It's easy for them to say that when we're the one funding like 90% of this shit, right? And that's the way their economies work. Like they're just sucking wind, and they have to find people and they have to gaslight people to get their economy to move. Go look at the top tech companies in the world. In the EU, they're not even in the top 24, if I remember correctly. They are so fucked, and they're just they have to gaslight people to get money. That's what it is.
Yeah, I just don't see how anything that goes on in Ukraine is any of our damn business. Like y'all say, well, we have to stop Russia. I mean, it's none of our business what they do with a border dispute, on their own border. I mean, that's all it is
but part of this, I think, then is just a difference of like, I guess, on some worldview level. Like, I'm not an isolationist. I do think we should intervene. Well, like even just from a moral standpoint. Like obviously costs have to be calculated. I'm not just saying, help everybody all the time in any way, but I'm opposed to the idea of like, oh, not our monkey, not our circus. When Saddam went into fucking, what was that weird ass country he went into? Kuwait. When he went to Kuwait, I was like, yeah, I mean, maybe the US had other interests, but it's like, yeah, go fucking help those people. I'm fine with that. Like first Gulf War based,
Yeah, but we're the one that caused that.
Well, that could be true, and I think is true. But the point is, when it crosses a line, fucking America is going to step in and be like, that's a line. And just like that's why Obama failed when he gave the line to fucking to Assad with the chemical gas stuff, and he said that was like the line in the sand, and then they gassed their own people with chemical weapons and stuff, and I think sarin gas, and then and then Obama, it wasn't really that much of a line.
The question really is, who do you want to control the world? Do you want it to be the U.S.? Do you want it to be China? Do you want it to be Russia? I want it to be the U.S. And if that upsets people, then you can have China be your masters. But I don't want them to be.
I don't understand why a militarist state is necessary for a powerful America, right? In terms of economics, the opposite is true, right? When you spend a lot of your excess income, a lot of your GDP on military, you're taking it from the productive part of your economy and you're putting it on the destructive part of your economy that basically sucks money out and blows it up, literally, right? And so it's actually not doing anything to advance the standard of living in the United States to continue this massive, like pseudo empire that we have, because we don't even do hegemony correctly, right? We're not going in there and saying, you know what, Ukraine, we're giving you all this money, you're ours now. We're not doing. If we were doing that, I could actually be on board with it. But we're like, here, we're just gonna burn all this money and fuck ourselves. Y'all have a good time.
Isn't Trump trying to recoup literally like all of the dollars in the fucking mineral deal?
Yeah, we're not getting half that back. That's the reality of it. It's wild.
That's probably true.
That's a thing. Like, at least try to get something out of it. I mean. God, it's so frustrating. The EU and those people, they're insufferable.
Like, there's no reason for us to be involved in border disputes on the other side of the world. Like we can't even manage to secure our own damn border. And we have trouble politically understanding that we even have political borders for half of our political class, right? They basically made it their business to make the citizens think that we shouldn't even have borders in our own country, right? So, like, I don't understand why we should give a fuck about another country's borders when we can't even, like conceptually, in half of the population define what our borders are.
But aren't you slightly worried about us losing U.S. hegemony? Like
that's already gone, dude. That like you're still.
I think it's slipping away.
Yeah, no, you think we have like world power still? Like a country that has like $40 trillion in debt doesn't have shit.
Well, I mean, it's funny when the Suez Canal gets fucking blockaded, we can fucking take care of that shit still, right? Doesn't matter how much fucking money we have in debt, we still get the job done, right?
Yeah. Until we can't.
Yeah, and so maybe that could be the case, but it's like I think of the same with like the USAID stuff, which I think is a horrible thing. But there is the flip side of it, where it's like that is kind of where we're I think using a lot of soft influence to like make people like very like America coded in like these different parts of the world. And now I think if you remove too much aid and stuff, then it's like I think you risk losing some of that soft power and some of those like that credibility that's been like gained, at least in some countries.
Yeah, well, we have to differentiate between the humanitarian side and the war machine, right? And both are justified in some senses. Like the Syria thing, they're like, oh, this is about this, when actually it's a trade route to move resources between countries. That's the real reason why they're doing the Syria thing. But the Ukraine thing in particular, you look at how much we spent in Afghanistan, which is insane, and this is 3 times the pace of what Afghanistan cost. That's why I'm looking, and I'm like, why is everyone screaming about the Israel thing? Aside from the humanitarian crap, in terms of money, the EU shit is way worse by far.
Yeah, I do think that Israel gets so much shit for the amount of money, and yeah, it is like it's a consistent flow of money, but yeah, it is a drop in the bucket compared to what's been happening with the Ukraine. I mean, I will
just 2 thoughts. Confluence. I saw someone comment Ukrainians were asking Putin for help for years before they.
I know it's Maryland though, so be nice to her.
No, I was going to say I agree that one of Obama's failures was it started under Obama, that he failed to take Russia seriously at the time, and also didn't act accordingly and kind of set things up into motion based on what was going on in eastern Ukraine, because we had an opportunity to stop it then, and he kind of wanted. I think the problem with Obama that kind of set the stage for how people view war now is he was very hands-off and didn't want us to be involved later in his career. And I think at the beginning of his first term, he had the generals running all over him, and he wanted to stay in Afghanistan until he figured that out. But I think probably part of the problem with Obama was he figured it out too late and wasn't aggressive enough. And then we got into this situation. But then secondly, I know that the money issue that Mr. brought up is, I think you have to think about it one way. It's either you don't want any money at all spent, even if it's a nickel, or if you're looking at the money and you think it's a lot, it's just not a lot of money. I know 200 billion sounds like a lot, but the amount of money we spend here at home and are in debt for here, I mean, Trump just paid out, like 200 billion to the military with some stipend he announced last night or something. So like the policy here at home that's getting us into debt is a lot more concerning. I get like spending it overseas doesn't look good. And a lot of this has has context behind it for why we do it. But that's where I kind of stand on the spend portion, is like the international spending is like a drop in the bucket compared to what we're doing at home.
Yeah, well, I would disagree, because it isn't just about Ukraine. It's about like when you add everything up together, that it's not 200 billion, not even. Oh God!
But at least compared to what Castle's saying, at least compared to the domestic stuff, even if you did add up every international thing, all of it, it would still. And I know you preempted this earlier, Mr. by saying it doesn't matter if it's a small percent, but at least it is a small percent, right? We agree on that, which is still a large amount of money.
No. I think he thinks it's a large. I think he thinks it. Yeah, he thinks it's a larger percent than it is, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I for one think it's wonderful that the president is handing out checks in the amount of $1,776. I mean, when they can afford to be cute with our money, right? I mean, numerology with our fucking money. I mean, that just makes me so happy, right?
Is that actually what it was? Was it actually the?
It's the most patriotic check I've ever seen. Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, they're fucking with us. They're like, oh, you didn't want us to spend money? Well, hey, check this out. We're gonna make a joke out of it. Fuck you.
All right, back to D'Souza, I think. Okay, there's a good Russian side quest, and hopefully the real Russian side quest ends at some point too.
I'll find you the crime. If you genuinely don't think any of that is an issue, then we are the little bit of an intellectual breakdown here.
So this isn't an intellectual breakdown. This is a bad conversation about politics with your family at Thanksgiving. There has to be a better factual analysis than, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that so the 34 felonies that he was charged with and convicted of in New York State, he did those. For the Mar-a-Lago documents case, this is the thing, he couldn't have possibly been charged with a crime like this before having a security clearance or being in a job with security clearance, because he wouldn't have had access to these documents. So for the Mar-a-Lago case, he took classified material from the White House, stored it in an area where classified material is now to be kept. Yep. He showed other people some of that classified material. And then he resisted efforts from NARA and the FBI to retrieve said material, and he was directing his employees to hide it and lie to the FBI when they were requesting information about this material. This is incredibly unique. The first part of that is true, and all the rest of it is true. Which part of it was not true?
The first part of it, that he took the documents, is true. The second question is, how does a president who takes his own documents, which he has the plenary power to declassify, how does he prima facie violate the law, especially when you consider that pretty much every other president, going back to Nixon, had documents. Mike had documents. Joe Biden had documents in his garage, including a bunch sitting in his car. These documents were fully exposed. There were documents at the Penn Biden Center, accessible to everyone. And yet the guy who looks into it goes, I don't think we should charge this guy because he's kind of forgetful and he won't really withstand trial because he tends not to remember things. I mean, since when does somebody get a pass from a serious offense because they don't have a very good memory of the stuff that they manifestly did? So when you suddenly develop this kind of selective aggression, Trump has done all these things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you conveniently forget that presidents have routinely taken
Fix your
their
audio,
own stuff.
pangburn. Jesus. There we go. Wire him up.
Then again, I have to say that this looks to me quite clearly a case of...
What, Big Soda?
I thought that was on your side.
No, yeah, I know. That's why, so I have to point it out because I'm like, this isn't me. This is their scuffness.
Trump. I mean, the way we know...
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts and the factual...
You said he obstructed...
Well, wait, real quick. So you say these words, prima facie. Prima facie means has the person who is under the jurisdiction of some place, has he met the prerequisite elements to have committed the crime? So the crime of retention of classified materials requires intent. So one funny thing that conservatives like to do is they like to say that, well, Herr said that Biden was forgetful and he wouldn't be able to stand trial because of his forgetfulness. That's not true. What Herr was speaking to when he was speaking of Biden's state of mind was that he probably forgot that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. I thought one of you, somebody here, I think it was one of you. It could have been Doomerang though as well. I think the Herr did say that in the thing. Someone shared the document. And he does say that he doesn't think he's like mentally, cognizant to stand trial.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen this? I can't remember who said it, but I pulled it up on. Yeah. So I don't know what Destiny. I literally read it. I mean, that is what was said.
The federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted NARA, contacted the FBI and said, "Hey, we have classified documents here. We think you guys should come and grab them." They weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally store classified material, as opposed to Donald Trump, who was showing documents to people. And you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also, as a second quick thing, the president does not have plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially when you're talking about TSSCI, SAP, separate access programs, or special access programs that are part of our nuclear secrets that Donald Trump was keeping at Mar-a-Lago. So even that he couldn't have declassified on his own.
Here's the problem. I mean, had this case
Wow.
proceeded all the way.
I think all the
and
dogs are
these
coming to my
elements
house
of
right
the
now.
crime that you're describing been proven. We could then debate what was going on. I'll give you the Trump side of it. I took these documents. I was contacted by the National Archives, NARA, I guess it's called, about
Speaking
the
of
fact you need to
Doomerang.
give some of these documents back. What does some mean here? Trump is like, some of them may be mine, some of them I may have to return. And so a process now begins of bargaining back and forth. At one point, the FBI comes to Mar-a-Lago. Remember, Mar-a-Lago is a protected facility. Comes to Mar-a-Lago and puts a padlock on the storage facility where the documents are held. So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a president who finishes his term. People come into the White House, clear all the stuff out.
Why?
Where are they going to move it? They move it, not surprisingly, to the residence, Mar-a-Lago. And then begins this process of negotiating over these documents. If you're saying, based upon the fact that you think that laws were broken, I would say, what? Because Destiny thinks that the president broke the law, we should lock him up? No. If you can show me a legal process where these elements of the crime were proven, we could look at it.
Well,
But
there is.
it-
That's what an indictment is it's showing these are the laws that we're saying that he broke. This is the evidence
I
that we're
read the
presenting to the grand
indictment.
jury. Okay, well, then you know that the grand jury returned an okay to charge Donald Trump with these crimes.
Okay.
Also, you said that Mar-a-Lago was secured, not secured for the storage of classified information.
It depends how it's said. We literally looked this up before. It is said in whatever that report's called, like the Hurd report or something. I don't know what it's called. Where the fuck that guy's name is. And it is mentioned in there. He wasn't declared like incapable, like legally, but in the document it does say that. So I think it's selling it too much to say that he was declared incapable of standing trial, but it literally is recommended in that same thing Disney said it's not.
I'm going to agree with Destiny here and say that the intent has to be proved. However, they know exactly why they're going that route. It's because it's not about the actual intent. It's about showing that Biden should not have been president then if that was the case, because he's mentally unfit to sit at that seat, And then the other thing is, there's audio of his ghostwriter and him talking, and it was submitted by subpoena to the FBI, and the FBI just goes, no, we're not going to honor that. Right. Like they're like, yeah, we have it. We're just not going to give it to you. So F you. Fucking crazy.
And it is, the whole thing is messed up. Like what you're saying before about how is he incapable? But he's still the president. Because I brought this up before, but there's an annoying interview of Kamala Harris on the Diary of a CEO's podcast, I think it was. And it's like, yeah, the whole time she's like casting aspersions on Biden and his policies and, aspects of his mental health. And it's like, bitch, you never said anything when you were VP. And then even when you were running, you didn't distance yourself from Biden. It's like you had every opportunity to do that. And you didn't do it. And so it's like everyone now I feel like there's so many Dems that are like switching or like, yeah, actually he was like super incompetent. He shouldn't have been able to. And it's like, well, at the time, right? It's like
Hunter,
Destiny was someone saying that he was totally fine. Like all these people, all these like talking heads, the whole Democratic Party, right? Everyone's saying he's totally fine. It's like now it changes.
And Hunter comes in, right? He gets a congressional subpoena. He's like, oh, I'm having a bad day, right? He's having a hissy fit. He walks in, says, oh yeah, I'm here, and then just walks right out. I'm like, what? You can't do that. Are you kidding me?
Tito, I agree. I'm not the stand trial thing, but that's not, that's why I think the wording is important.
So a congressional subpoena to the son of the president, like if they tried to enforce that, it would be a separation of powers thing and it would end up in the Supreme Court, right?
Oh, okay, that's fair. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's weird because they're going after people for ignoring congressional subpoenas, but then they're just ignoring them left and right. So
the Congress going after the president's family, like the sitting president's family, like that's that would not stand because of the way that our government's structured. another deficiency of Republican government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, apparently the Trump children are allowed to be subpoenaed, no problem, and then get sat behind closed doors and grilled for hours. But when it's on the other foot, it's not okay.
No, they can just ignore it.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no idea. So I have nothing to add. I have no idea how that
Yeah.
stuff
Well,
works at
can we
all.
at least agree that when a oversight committee sends something to the FBI and they're like, hey, we can do this in a secured setting, right? And they're like, no, F you, we're going to ignore that. That's pretty messed up, at least, right?
I thought you couldn't ignore a subpoena. Like, if they are looking for you, I mean, this is what happened with Trump, I think at Manafort or whatever. Like, they were going to be arrested and sent to jail if they didn't appear. But I think to your point, though, like I don't know when the Trump children were being subpoenaed, but was this when Trump wasn't president? Because I feel like what Anson was saying is like, while Joe Biden's president, you can't have that investigation at the same time. If he's not president, then I feel like if you're a private citizen at that point, it's a bit different.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and that's a fair point. I don't remember exactly when they were subpoenaed, but I still stand like the whole FBI thing when Biden's audio.
Big Soda, you sound like you're underwater.
Sorry, do I sound better now?
Oh yeah, way better.
Yeah,
I think Trump was president when his son was subpoenaed in the Russia collusion.
Yeah. When would that have been?
I believe so. Yes. I mean, I'm looking it up right now as I'm talking.
Well, and they should have told Congress to go fuck themselves.
That's fair, but the FBI thing, when they're like, hey, we could do this behind a secured setting. We know that the audio of Biden with his ghostwriter speaking about classified documents, we know that exists. We know you have it. Simply just walk us the information to over to the oversight committee, and the FBI is like, F you, we're not going to do that. and so the problem is, like, how do you go after the FBI at that point and say, like, hey, you're in violation? Well, it's like, you can't really.
Yeah, May 2019, Donald Trump Jr. was subpoenaed by the GOP-led Senate Intelligence Committee.
Yeah, so, okay. Why was it? Why?
And I'm pretty sure just because of the son doesn't mean you're not obligated to show up for a subpoenaed request.
I think it's always illegal to not show up for a subpoena. I don't know what the penalty is, but I don't know if you can. I mean, you could probably try to not, but I feel like you're breaking the law. I thought that was the whole point about a subpoena.
Yeah, but it used to be one of those things where it was like they didn't enforce it as rigorously until they started enforcing it on the Republicans. Like they put a lot of Trump's people in jail for not abiding by subpoenas. And there was a concerted effort to basically destroy anyone aligned with Trump on the Democrat side, and that was wrong, right? And I think we can all agree with that. Like Steve Bannon shouldn't have gone to jail. There were a bunch of other Trump allies, Trump attorneys that were put in jail, and that has a chilling effect on the legal profession. So
yeah, and even that, like, you can view that as like partisan or whatever, but the FBI thing, that's one that really is like, that's a bad look,
Yeah, I think that,
like, if the Congressional Oversight Committee issues a subpoena for information to the FBI in a secured, meeting, I don't see why the FBI would be like, no, we're just not going to do it. But that's what they did.
Yeah, I don't know enough about that. I'm not sure. I think to Anson's point, I think probably the worst thing, and it's hard to go case by case, but I think we'd probably have to. But in general, I do think there's a chilling effect that happens when you're arresting all these people, because I do think it's like, but I don't know. Steve Bannon, he's done some sketchy stuff, and it's like, yeah, I haven't like spent the time to look into all the court cases and know if he should have been.
I brought this up because Dinesh and Destiny are talking about along the same lines of these like the double standard when it comes to how they treat Trump versus Biden with the documents case. The reason why I brought up the FBI is because not because of the subpoena for the people, but because here you have the congressional committee saying to the FBI, we want to look at that from Biden, and they're like, F you, right? They're supposed to be impartial. They're not. They are not impartial. That's my point.
Yeah, well, I agree on that one. Ban influence, really? Ban influence.
And if Donald Trump truly had nothing to hide and he was cooperating and returning things as he should, why was he having his employee hide boxes from his own lawyers so that they would not be fully truthful, not of their own fault, but because they had no idea when they were communicating with the FBI about documents that Trump was retaining and that he was having brought to his room, going over, taking some back, keeping others, and then telling Nauta, his employee, to lie to the lawyers about what they were hiding.
Whenever you have an indictment, the prosecution, in this case, it was the Biden administration.
It was Jack Smith. It was a special prosecutor.
Okay, Jack Smith. It was a special prosecutor appointed by the Biden regime.
It wasn't appointed by Biden. It was appointed by Merrick Garland.
He was appointed by Merrick Garland. It's not part of the Biden regime.
Trump likes to directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that because it's seen as corrupt.
Merrick Garland was an objective, fair-minded. He was not making any kind of political.
Why wasn't the special prosecutor appointed on day one?
You're actually trying to get me to enter into your dream world here, and I'm
only talking facts.
I'm not. There are no facts.
There were facts.
No, because an indictment is allegations. Unless the indictment is presented in court, the other side gets to fight back. It's like if I were to take any indictment and read it, and then I think, oh, the guy obviously did it because he did this, he bought a gun, this and that. I haven't read the counterpoints. I haven't seen the cross-examination. It hasn't gone to court. But if you accept all the claims in the indictment as, quote, factually true and consider that there's no other side of the matter, then it's easy to go, I got the facts.
So then wouldn't it be easy for you to just say, if everything in the indictment is true, Donald Trump would be guilty of those crimes rather than try to make excuses for what was in the indictment? Because there's another weird game that I notice the conservatives play where conservatives will do this thing where they'll defend a thing, and then after they've defended the thing, they'll say that the thing that they were defending is indefensible, but if it did happen, they give justifications for it anyway. Why not just say, well, I don't believe what's in the indictment, even though you say that they're just allegations. They're not. You have to show evidence to a grand jury to secure the indictment. So there is at least some
answer that.
And look, the indictment contains elements of...
Yeah, what do you think?
Really quick, I don't want to hold it up too much, but the answer to that is because even if, like, let's just say guilt is presumed, right? They're never held to that standard. That's the point, and he's hiding the fact. That's why I brought up the FBI thing, because they're not held to the same standard.
I think it's weird that Destiny is like pushing back so much on this, because that is what Dinesh is saying is just true, right? Like an indictment, there's obviously reason to think that to get the indictment, but there's a reason that we don't just like assume someone's guilty just because they've been indicted on something if it hasn't gone to court. Like I don't know why I guess I get his reasoning of saying that Dinesh should probably find a different vector to attack it on anyway, but I think it's still worthwhile pointing out that an indictment does not equal a conviction, right?
So we have to defend, at times when we're found guilty. But then on top of it, we have to point out the fact that there is no standard on their side, right? They're allowed to do these things, and very rarely does it happen that they're found guilty of something and then they serve the consequences. Very rarely. I could think of two off the top of my head. One of them is the Senator Menendez, right? Where he had gold bars, and they just were like, we can't cover that up. That's like really bad. So they just threw him to the wolves. The other one was the governor of, senator from Minnesota. The guy, I think, was white enough that they could throw him in front of the bus, but that was two off the top of my head. But other than that, I can't think of a consistency even remotely close to the standard that we're held to.
Yeah. I mean, but what's happening with our buddy Tim, right? I mean, he's probably going down, right? The Tim Walz, right? There's like that seems to be a big corruption case that probably isn't going away.
Well, yeah, because now listen, the only time that it happens that they're held accountable is when it's so egregious and so like you can't get around it. That's when they get caught. But like when it's like they play political theater and this kind of shit, and they can find a way to use their apparatuses to kind of hide that, then it becomes like, oh, it's hearsay, right? Like another example is they just subpoenaed the Clintons, and the Clintons literally said, they were like, F you, we're not coming. Like I'm like, and these, and to Cassell's point, they are civilians now. So they have to abide by the subpoena, and they're like, fuck you, we're not doing it.
I hope that they, get charged for that then. I don't know. You say a lot of stuff that I wish I could. I feel like I just don't. You say a lot of stuff that I believe you, but I just don't know. Like, I don't know. Did they actually deny it? Because if that's true, then they should face prosecution. But I guess I wish I had a better response.
That was my point before. Is that typically in the past, like if you just said no to Congress, they wouldn't, put you under the jail. But with Trump's allies, they made a habit of doing that regularly, right? And there were like, even in the Obama administration, that was Lois Lerner, was that her name, the head of the IRS that was using the IRS to harass Tea Party people. Like she basically came in and made a statement to the committee when she was subpoenaed. And then after basically not exercising her Fifth Amendment rights by making the statement, she refused to answer any questions by claiming the Fifth, right? Which is, not the way that those meetings had gone in the past when someone was subpoenaed. Either you claim the Fifth or you don't. You don't make a statement and then don't answer to anything in your statement. So there were double standards, and that person never got held to account for using the IRS to punish political allies on the right. And that was a horrible thing. There's always been a double standard, Confluence, with the way that the law is against the conservatives compared to the liberals.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's true. With the one thing you said with subpoenas, though, I think it's pretty normal, and when you're being subpoenaed, to sometimes answer questions and sometimes plead the Fifth, right? Like, it's not like it has to be all or one. Or maybe I misunderstood your point on that.
Well, she made a statement, and then they were questioning her on the specifics of the statement.
Like, I see.
And then she acted like, well, I can't discuss this thing I said, so I'm going to plead the Fifth. Okay, like it was obvious that like she was a liar, and they had documentation, and magically, like, all of the evidence just disappeared. Like there was no electronic or paper trail related to any of the actions that she had been caught doing. And the intentional, over investigation and auditing of Tea Party organizations and preventing them from getting not-for-profit status, the 501c4 activity, which was, a standard, right, for political organizations. And I don't know, I just like there's always been a double standard. It's nothing new.
Yeah. Well, I to your point too, with the Epstein stuff, I think the left gets this wrong. And it's unfortunate because we do care about the victims, but from the right side, I think a lot of people are looking at it, and the reason why they're so pissed off isn't what they think it is. It's because you look at people like Brennan and Clapper and Comey, and you're looking and you see the Epstein shit too, and you go, what the hell? What are you doing picking your ass? There's more people out there that are pissed off about that in that regard than the people that are going, well, we want, heads on a platter when it comes to the Epstein stuff. Their criticism of Bondi is actually because of this other shit. It's really not that much to do with the Epstein crap.
Hey, Confluence. I think I'm gonna step down for the night. I'm getting kind of tired.
All right, Big Soda.
It's been an honor, guys.
Thank you, brother, for being here.
Night.
Hey, y'all guys have a good night.
Show your part two to this. With the Clinton thing, so this is the Epstein one, right? This is what we're talking about. Because like, do you think then that they are? Because apparently they're. I'm just like googling this now, but apparently they have to testify in next month. And so if they don't, now do you think they'll somehow like slip out of it, or do you think it's going to be like?
Let me tell you something. There is no way in hell, I believe, for 1 second that we're going to see a Clinton in front of a congressional committee. No fucking way. Sorry to say.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree.
Hillary's already been in front of one.
No, I understand that. Yeah, no, I get that, but all this other stuff is very different than the Benghazi stuff.
Well, at this point, what difference does it make?
Probably nothing.
I got that. I get it.
Good to see you, Auntie. It's incredibly cold where I am, so trying and failing.
Factuality and elements of subjectivity. So the factuality would be something like this: did you take a document? Did you put it in the garage? Was it found in your Corvette? The elements of subjectivity are things like this: were you authorized to take it? Even if you were not authorized to take it, did you follow the procedures to return it? If you didn't follow those procedures, how culpable are you, let's say, for not doing that? Because there are all kinds of people who break all kinds of laws, and they're given a pass because, as you mentioned with Biden, you said that his forgetfulness had to do with the documents. Wrong. It was very clear from the special counsel's report that his forgetfulness had to do with trial. We cannot take this guy to trial. He deserves to go to trial. He did break the law, but we don't think that he can withstand trial because basically his brain is fried. And so
her never
hold
said
on,
anything like that. Yeah.
Is that a fact or not?
No.
That's not a fact.
No, the forgetfulness had to do with the
No,
crime. The elements of the crime is the willful retention of classified material. If you walk out of a skiff and you have something on you by accident, you might get fired. Depending on your job, you'll definitely get fired. But to charge you with a crime, you need intent. Now, for every single element that you described there, well, you'd have to take them, and you'd have to know that you didn't follow the right procedure. An example for showing that subjective argument might be Donald Trump showing something to somebody saying, "I should have declassified this, but I didn't. Don't look too closely." That would be an example of like a subjective thing where, sounds like he maybe didn't have the authority to do that. Also, the SAP level classified stuff he had from the Department of Energy, he could have never on his own declassified, and he didn't go through any proper procedures there. And I think one of the most telling things, this is subjective evaluation, one of the most telling things is that Donald Trump never denied the behavior. He never said he didn't do a thing. Instead, all the conservatives started to switch to psychic declassification as the reason why Trump could actually take anything he wanted out of the White House.
Now, look, you have the staccato style of mixing elements of truth with elements of pure garbage.
Wait, what was the one thing I just said that was pure garbage? That wasn't true.
So Biden started taking classified documents when he was in the Senate. Okay? No one even thinks that Biden was non-compos mentis then. So according to you, the special prosecutor didn't bring charges not because Biden is gone now, but because he was gone before. And I'm saying, was he gone in the 80s? Was Biden mentally gone in the 90s when he took those documents? Why not prosecute him for those? But quite clearly, the special counsel was not talking about Biden's mind in 1995. He was talking about Biden's mind today.
No, it doesn't have to do about being forgetful or competent in trial. Did you willingly
misstating
did
why
you
Biden
willingly
got off the hook, pretending that it was an objective, fair-minded decision by a neutral guy? And I'm saying no. Now we turn to Trump.
Wait, why? For her, I'm just curious. Walk me through this. Why would you have a special prosecutor and then authorize him to release a report that's damning to Biden and report all of this stuff publicly if it was all politically partisan in the first place? Why not just lie about everything from the start? If they control the DOJ, the special prosecutor, and the FBI, why even report publicly that Biden had turned in documents?
Well, the scandal of Biden's documents became extremely embarrassing to the Mar-a-Lago case. And so there was an immediate need. Okay, we now have to cover for our guy to make it seem like the other guy is the only guy who did something wrong.
No, why
Now,
report
hold
it
on,
at all?
let me give you my theory, and then you tell me why it's wrong. So what does the DOJ do? They pick a guy in Delaware, nominally a Republican, but nevertheless, he's under the thumb of the Biden DOJ. He's reporting to them. He has to ultimately survive their scrutiny. Merrick Garland is still in charge. And so this guy conveniently comes out, Biden, he did some bad things, but you know what? He's a little forgetful. We can't really go ahead. Anyway, what you do is you get an official imprimatur. Biden's off the hook. All right, let's now proceed to get the guy we always set out to get, namely Trump. And what I'm saying is, you're supposed to be like a sophisticated political guy, but you can't see that there is a clear effort here. How do we clean up the crimes of our guy? Because we want to stick the classified document offense only on the other guy, even though our guy did the same thing and arguably worse, certainly for a much longer period of time and much more carelessly, because the documents are sitting not only in his damn garage, but they're sitting at the Penn Biden Center where anybody can wander in and have a look at them. And not only that, if you look at all the reports that Hunter Biden made to Burisma, I'm talking about.
Okay, wait, before we go to Burisma, so just to be clear, so I can understand. Because we started off in Burisma. You're saying that the same FBI that supposedly orchestrated January 6th, that worked as a deep state check on Trump's power, even when Trump was in office and was capable of doing all of these grand things, this Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who was totally under the thumb of President Biden, despite the fact that he dragged his feet on all the prosecutions of Trump and waited way too long to appoint Jack Smith and is one of the #1 center of complaints of every center-left Democrat. You're saying that that same institution's FBI was making it publicly known that they had found documents at Biden's house. Why, if they could suppress, if Merrick Garland could control a special prosecutor, which I don't know if you're aware of or not, the whole point of having a special prosecutor is that he's not directly under the thumb of the Attorney General. Otherwise, we would just call that a DOJ prosecutor, right? You're telling me they had so much power to cover this up that they were influencing this 300-page report that Herb puts out that has a lot of damning testimony, a lot of stuff that makes Biden look bad, but they couldn't just cover up the initial FBI claim?
All right, so notice how this debate has shifted from the factual.
Okay, hold on. Wait, we're gonna play this game, but let me just finish my point, okay? Just to be, hold on, this is not you're doing the rhetoric thing. So everything I've stated thus far relating to Donald Trump's indictments was a pure fact. You are spinning me a tale.
It's a repetition of a charge. It's
of
not
an indictment.
Fact.
Yes, you're giving me conspiracy theory
of an indictment. Okay?
You're giving me conspiracy.
Now, let's come back. I'll answer your question. You're like, this FBI, how is it that they would?
Okay, briefly, because I feel like Tito doesn't want to look it up. So fine, Tito, you have convinced me to show you. Okay, so here we go. This will be brief, but there's like 2 instances, right? Okay, so in addition, Mr. Biden's memory was significantly limited, both during his recorded interviews with the ghostwriter in 2017. Oh, that's what Mr. Mystery is talking about. And his interview with our office in 2023, and his cooperation with our investigation, including by reports to the government that the Afghanistan documents were in his Delaware garage, will likely convince some jurors that he made an innocent mistake rather than acting willfully, that is, with intent to break the law as the statute requires. We have considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview, him as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Based on our direct interactions with and observations of him, he is someone for whom many jurors will want to identify reasonable doubt. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him. By then a former president well into his 80s of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness. So I don't know what you think is being lied about. I'm not sure, but as long as now we're on the same page, okay?
Well,
now we're on the same page.
No, I don't think we are, because I think that actually both Dinesh and Destiny are right? Like both things are true. That there was a willfulness component to be able to, pursue that charge, and also Biden was mentally incapacitated and incapable, and like both of the things are true, and they're just basically retracting into one of them saying, "What about Biden?" and the other one saying, "What about Trump?" And that's all this damn conversation has been so far. It's really fucking boring.
It looks like it gets more exciting, if only because they spurred more. Okay, so, but even if what we're talking about isn't what D'Souza said is true, right? Even if what I'm trying to Google it now, like like he did take documents well before we could argue his mental state declined, right? Does anyone know if this is true? Because like some of these documents did come from when he was a senator, right?
I'll address Tito from chat. That's why I brought up the ghostwriter audio, because I believe that would prove Biden's intent, and that's why the FBI ignored the congressional subpoena. So, in terms of intent, you know, we have not gotten everything from the Biden side, where they just took Trump and said we're going to throw him right in front of the bus.
But also, it's not. I think Tito is still like misunderstanding this, in my opinion, because Hur's report is talking in the present tense. He's talking about how he's no longer president, and now he's at this age, and in front of a jury, he'll probably come off the same way as he did in the interview.
Yeah.
Those aren't questions about intent. The intent would be what you did at the time. They're like talking about his mental state now in that report. So like I agree, it's both. Like the intent part is important too. But there's no way to read the quotes I just read and not think it's also talking about his mental state now.
Yeah, that's why Destiny started having a panic attack when Dinesh was like hinting at like Biden's not, mental faculty, because he knew exactly what he was about to say or hinting at.
Yeah, that's the thing. Destiny, I think, has almost certainly read this report because he's, now he's amped up and he'll like read through all these documents. So he knows that what's in the report and what's not. And so I just feel like he's being disingenuous by just making it all about just the issue of intent. The
truth of it is simple. You have a case against Trump. Trump is now going to have 75 attorneys on his side that are going to be looking into who else had classified documents.
Why? That wouldn't help him win his case. That doesn't make sense.
That's one of the ways you defend, is you show that this crime has been widely indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime. It
Yes,
doesn't
it is.
work that way.
No.
If that was the case, no one in the United States would get a DUI or traffic ticket ever again, because plenty of people drive drunk and speed and they don't get traffic tickets. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago indictment are unique to Trump.
No.
They're unique to Trump.
You want to play attorney here? We can pursue the point.
Okay.
It is frequently the case that if somebody can show, in fact, this was part of my own campaign finance violation case.
Just saying that's not what the
we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money.
No jury will see him now in the present moment.
Friend who ran for office.
I just went through it.
And he was $20,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was no American in the entire country's history has ever been prosecuted on a first-time basis for giving that amount of money with no quid pro quo and no benefit to himself, and prosecuted as a felony with an attempt to put him away for years.
But if we're going to go with that, you lost that case, though. But you lost that case. So this is an example of that defense not working.
Okay, so in your fluid metric, if I lost the case, I must be guilty. Just like if OJ was acquitted, he must be innocent. But oh no, that wasn't the case. So
I'm just trying to talk about the facts of what are laid out.
You have a fluid.
Like Dinesh is pivoting now.
It's very.
Why would he bring that example up if his defense didn't work?
Because I quote lost the case. Let me tell you why I quote lost the case. Here I am, an immigrant.
Well, Brandon. We're actually, I actually thought we were less than this. We're actually 40 minutes in. I think we should give ourselves a pat on the back. Okay. We have done more progress than I thought. So far, I don't think Destiny is completely crushing it. I don't think he is. I think it could go in that direction, but we're only in the first 40 minutes. I think D'Souza's making missteps, obviously. And, I don't know if you were watching or not, but just giving an example of a positive defense tactic, uses his own case that he lost using that strategy. It seems like a wild move to me, but
yeah, I think unfortunately a lot of people give grace to the liberals and in the sense of they're just going to grant everything they say. Meanwhile, because of the culture, it's always on the Republican side to prove these claims, when it's like, bullshit, man. You prove your fucking claim then. Right? Like Destiny's like, well, hey, if that's the case, then all of the Americans would be held to the same standard. We know that's not to be true. Politicians are not held to the same standard as regular Americans.
Yeah.
It's just not the case.
yeah, Destiny's argument about speeding tickets and DUIs and stuff, I don't think makes sense for that
in
reason.
the offices of the Southern District of New York, and I'm looking at guys, and it's very clear from what they say that they're like, if you don't plead to this case, we're going to charge you with bank fraud. I go, bank fraud? They go, yeah, because you took your money out of the bank. And they go, if you don't plead to this case, we'll charge you with mail fraud. I go, mail fraud? They go, yeah, because you put your check in the mail. These are the kind of people you're dealing with where they take what you did, they re-describe it 7 other ways. They then basically find a way to say to you, look, you want to take your chances with a Clinton appointee judge in a New York courtroom where you're facing years in prison, or are you willing to plead guilty? Now, again, if you
First of
live
all,
in an imaginary...
some of these things, I'm like, are these trumped up? Like, even the way Dinesh is describing it, isn't that the definition of mail fraud? Is like, if you're committing fraud and you're also using the mail system to do so. Like, I thought that is the definition of mail fraud. Like, maybe I'm wrong there, but I don't know if that's like a re-described, I think that's just how the law works with stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, isn't part of Destiny's legal like argument that other people do it? So like he shouldn't be in trouble for the illegal things he's done?
Yeah, I mean that is literally his thing. I mean maybe it's because it's civil though that's why he's doing that. But yeah, that is part of his stuff, right? Is that Pixie did the same, so therefore what I did is I should be civilly liable.
Well, you don't think that if they want to get a doctor,
anyone know how that case is going? I have not been following that. Does anyone know? Is it like looking good for Destiny, looking bad? Anson, do you know?
Oh, I could give a shit less. I just know enough about it to point out that his argument about Dinesh was basically the same thing he does, and that he's probably going to get convicted too, and it's going to be hilarious. So
yeah, it's on the priority list of everyone's narrative. We're more interested in Candace and her Egyptian airplanes and the fucking craziness with that whole scenario.
I'm not sure which one I care about less. Candace's crazy conspiracies or Destiny sex drama. I both think they're wacky.
I think I'm gonna head out Confluence. I've had enough of the approved moderate Dinesh D'Souza and the wacko libtard Destiny for the night.
That's fair. Thank you for stopping by, Anson. Always good to see you.
Yeah, y'all have a good one.
Good night.
Illegally administering pain medicine, and if they don't want to get somebody, they find something on your tax return. This is something that happens in this country.
He
sadly,
can fix her,
every
John.
single day. And it's
When you
kinda
say something happens,
it's kind of hard for me to believe that I, a conservative, have to tell you this when the left at one time would have been nodding vigorously and saying, yeah.
Okay, the left is not in the room with us right now. Okay, so just focusing, I mean, like, if you want, we can go through the details of your case. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't think we have to do that right now. But if you're saying, I'm just curious, you said that this is a thing that happens all the time in the United States, this type of lawfare. So then did it also happen under the 4 years of Trump, and it's happening now under Trump too?
Is what happening? Campaign finance?
Is he abusing the legal system to go after political opponents that everyone else has done?
It remains to be seen, in my opinion. Look,
wait, so real quick, when Donald Trump puts out a Truth Social saying, Pam Bondi, my attorney general,
okay,
I want you to go after these 3 people. I think it was Bolton, Letitia James, and Comey. And I want you to use this prosecutor.
Yeah.
Illegitimately, she was appointed, and that's why her case are tossed. And Pam Bondi files indictments against 2 of those people with that prosecutor. You're saying that this type of behavior is just part parcel of being the president or attorney general of the U.S.?
No. I'm not.
Yeah,
saying
I don't
that.
think.
Okay,
I don't
so
think Donald Trump is above trying to prosecute his political opponents. I don't think, and it could be a retaliatory thing, but yeah, I think Dinesh should just own that
It's an
one.
exceptional behavior that Trump has done that no one else in
A
U.S.
lot of
history has done
examples
before,
of
Let me
right?
say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: you take a guy and try to put him away for life and fail. That guy is going to be a little pissed.
So you would say that Donald Trump is
hold
engaging
on,
in immoral behavior, but he's doing
stop
it as an
jumping in.
emotional
I'm
response.
trying to be honest with you guys, and you're jumping in as if you're trying to score like debating points.
I'm not trying to score debate anymore. I'm trying to say
Let me
factual.
say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying.
The president was mad. Go ahead.
Try to put yourself in a, try to have a little imaginative identification with the people we're talking about, right? So here you have Letitia James making to Trump's way of thinking anyway, utterly fraudulent case in which the bankers came in and said, we were not defrauded. We did our own evaluations. We made tons of money on this deal. So you have fraud without a victim. And then Letitia James as well, New York was the victim. Okay. And then evidence comes to light, by the way, not discovered by Trump, reported on in the public media, that Letitia James, and by the way, there are other people doing this too, tries to take advantage of getting mortgage rate benefits by claiming multiple primary residences. Are you saying for a fact she didn't do that?
Correct. All of that has been tossed.
You're
yes.
saying that Letitia James...
Her and the chair of the Federal Board of Reserves or whatever, where they try to use this weird mortgage claim because it's apparently the only crimes that Donald Trump is familiar with that don't involve classified documents. Yeah, they fabricated these charges. That's why they were tossed. For these two people, it came out they weren't true. There was a mismarking on a mortgage form, I think, at the bank about it.
Okay.
But if you look at the actual rate she qualified for, if you look at the actual underlying documentation, it was pretty obvious she wasn't applying for secondary or tertiary residences as also principal residences for the purposes of obtaining a low interest rate mortgage. It was all bullshit, yes.
I don't agree with that at all.
What was I factually wrong about there?
Hold on. And
there is no disagreement factually. Okay.
Well, there is a disagreement factually, and we can look at the facts of that case if you want. But the point I'm trying to make is this: if somebody who's trying to get you on real estate fraud is themselves engaging in real estate fraud, there's a certain delicious irony in exposing that in retaliation. It's not that you're framing her for doing something she didn't do. Let's for a moment grant that she did it. Are you saying that because it's Trump, he doesn't have any right to bring charges against her, even if they're true?
It kind of sounds like malicious prosecution now, even though Dinesh is saying it. It just kind of does.
Well,
like even in his interpretation of it, it sounds like not the best.
No, that's the thing that makes me laugh, because it's like, I'm for it, like, honestly, because we can point out countless amount of times that they've done shit like that, but then when the shoe's on the other foot, they're holding up their hands saying, "Oh, woe is me." It's like, well, you wanted to play dirty, so guess what? Now you're gonna get it. I don't care less. I'm done playing this game of like moral, grandstanding with the liberals. I'm like, and I don't want to see everyday people get hurt. But at the politician level and stuff like that, where it gets real dirty, I'm all for it. I'm like, go ahead, have at it, start swinging, because for the longest time,
to be clear.
No, well, for them, I mean, at the highest level, allegedly, I guess, but let them go at each other, right? Because the longest time, Clapper, Brennan lying under oath. I mean, the examples, it's crazy. And then, of course, now it's on the other foot, and it's like, well, you can't do that. This lady, Big Fannie Willis, Letitia James, if she had nothing to hide, then why would you go and say to your, accountant, like, hey, I might have made a mistake here. This was like right after she realized that Trump was going to get elected, and she's like, I got to change things around because I better pay this tax, because he's getting elected. So kind of interesting how that happened, but Destiny leaves that part out, I guess, so.
And I broadly see what you're saying, but I still don't want the president publicly saying who he wants the attorney general to go after. Like, I don't think it's good. I think it's just,
well, let me ask
you
you
mean
this
that,
then.
like, this, the left does this, but
is it okay then for a president like Obama to, say, like, hey, we got a contingency plan for Trump, Strzok and Page, and all these other people. Like, we have a contingency plan. Let's go after them. They're these Walmart people and this and that, and everyone's like, oh, that's fine. But now all of a sudden it's bad when Trump has, like, grounds to go after some of these people, and he's like, hey, do your fucking job,
Yeah, but specifying specifying who you want to prosecute them, and it's not the best. It's not the best.
Well,
But briefly,
my
I
response
have
to
to
that,
read this chat that I don't know exactly what it means, but I will say it anyway. Thank you, fucking button. I don't even know how to pronounce these. Can you help me out, Mr. Mister? Do you know what I'm supposed to be? Mr. Mister with a U-G-W. What is that?
Huge.
U-G?
No, like
W?
how
A huge double? Oh, a huge W. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
With a huge W. God, okay. So I was thinking,
So,
I just kept thinking Jew when I was reading you, and I was like, is this he's trying to get around
No,
TOS?
yeah, you can't-
I'm just
you can't do
thinking.
that. But let's take the January 6th committee, for example, right? Can you name for me any time it was, commonplace for a congressional hearing not to have majority, even amount of Republican, like bipartisanship, because the January 6th committee had like Liz Cheney and like one other Republican on it, and the whole rest of them were Democrats.
But
and that
in
was
that
fine.
one, well, it's not fine, but didn't a bunch of other ones just refuse to be on the committee? Wasn't that the issue? Like, I think
No.
they were invited to the
Actually-
party. I thought they just didn't
No,
want to attend.
Jim Jordan was like, I want to be on this committee. And they were like, fuck you, get out of here.
Well, yeah, I mean, that could be true. But like, am I wrong that there was a bunch of Republicans that just completely were
They
like,
were pissed.
no?
No. They were pissed about that. Yep. 100% that happened. The January 6th committee was a big like F you to everybody. It was like,
Wait, but wait, so are you saying I'm wrong with what I'm saying, that Republicans denied, like they refused to go on it? A bunch of Republicans that were asked.
not that some weren't like, I'm not going to do it, that there weren't others that were like, yeah, we want to be on it. In fact, right now, there is another January 6th committee that's currently going on that not too many people know about, and it's by the Republicans to rehash out the all that shit that happened on January 6th. And they're, not too many people want to, like, Congress is obviously flawed, right? But there are a few of them in there that want to do the right thing by the people. So, and I understand that, Ukraine money and Israel crying and Palestine crying take priority and all this stuff, but there are at least a little bit of them that are willing to go back and say, hey, this shit's wrong. So I can't remember the guy's name on the committee, but there's right now there is another January 6th committee. And I'd be willing to bet right now money that Democrats are on that committee.
Well, and I think now with the stuff, the more we know about the Fed influence, I think we deserve another swing at J6. I'm just saying. I think there's been some new facts. Okay. So
it's so funny. The guy Tito in chat, like, oh, there's two Republicans, so I got you. Liz Cheney was an avid Trump hater. All right, so that just squashes that one. All right, so it's fucking ridiculous. The January 6th committee was totally biased, and they were just like, yeah, we're gonna fucking annihilate everybody. I'm done playing games with y'all. You all can eat a big fat D. Okay, that's how I feel about it. You're fucking, you gaslighting bullshit doesn't work on us anymore. We're not going to be like, oh, we're the bad guys. Identity politics. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Mr. sounding off. A new recording came out today of Trump calling another politician to rig the election. I'm not sure if this is true. If it happened today,
awesome. That would be great. Do you know why that would make me happy? Because let me explain something. Like I said, I just don't give a shit anymore. Because they're going to come out and they're going to go, look what he did. And I'm going to go, great. You guys should be out there getting, again, I'm going to give you what you should be doing, but you're so stupid, you're not going to do it. You should be going out there. Obama said it recently at a governor's meeting. And Destiny himself said it when he had an argument with Cenk Uygur, right? Economy is your weakness. You guys suck at it. You have this idiot in New York saying, yeah, we're for socialism and all this shit. That's not an economic plan. Okay, identity politics is not real economics. Go
See, but we
and
talked
do
about
it
this
the right
last.
way.
We talked about this last time. I don't know if
Yeah.
I agree. It's from the best I can. I don't know if I'm like just interpreting stuff wrong, but from the best I can look up, it does seem that Democrats actually have a better economy than Republicans do historically.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know
really?
what that is. Yeah, I
how-
honestly, I think
in what sense?
like looking
Let
up
me
like
ask you something.
like stock
Oh,
market and
okay.
like GDP increase
Yeah.
like under the presidents. Now maybe there's like a swing back effect where it's like those things take a while, but it seems like at least under those things, for the best I've been able to check, it seems like it actually is the case.
How's your healthcare in Canada? How's that going?
I mean, it's going free, but it's it depends on the thing. If you need a
Interesting.
procedure, you
How's-
have to
how-
wait a long time. But
How's the EU's economy, which would strongly mirror what Obama wanted, by the way, and we're heading to?
okay, but we were talking about like Canada. You can't compare Canada to like a Democrat-run United States. Like Canada, we are so far left from you guys economically, like it's not even funny. So even if pick any administration you want, right? Like you can't hold up Obamacare to like Canada's like free healthcare, right? Like it's not the same thing,
No,
So it's
okay.
like I'm not saying you can do this and look at left-wing countries and be like, oh, they're definitely doing all better. I'm just saying, and I don't even know why, but it does seem to be factual that if you just look at like the stock market increases and the GDP growth and stuff, it seems like it's better under Democrats more often than it is under Republicans.
Look,
but I'm not even claiming to know why that would possibly be.
I don't want to hold this up any longer, but I you guys crack me up in the chat, right? Your level of cope and crying, I like it because I could literally tell you what you need to do and you won't do it. You're just so gaslit by your own people. Go tell your friends we need economic candidates. I might vote for one. I might, right? I want the economy fixed, but you won't do it. You're going to go, Orange Man bad. Look what he did. Epstein, this, that. And I'm sitting there, I'm laughing. I'm going, these fucking idiots. They're going to lose.
I will say, from as a New York resident myself, who I actually didn't vote for mayor, but Mamdani won because of his economic message. So I don't know what you mean by Dems can't focus on the economics when his whole point, the reason why he went to the top and he was a nobody candidate was because he focused on cost of living issues and housing prices. Right. And I think he really kind of hit the nail on the head there.
No. Let me, again.
Well, that's why
I presented it to, all right, just let me finish for a minute. He won, right? He was early to the table. He won because they ran against that guy Mamdani, an accused SA offender. I want to be careful about how I explain this. And a non-politician Republican against him in an area where with the most millennial voter demographic, which is insane. You'd have to be a fucking idiot if you're a Republican to run that guy against him. It was stupid. Now, his message, right? I think it's shit. All right, first of all, and New York is fucked as far as I'm concerned. But that is the right path, right? For the Democrats, they need to focus on economics. Us, and I don't like some of our candidates. We need to our weakness is the war shit. We got to be like, hey, we can't have these fucking wars. Like, this is killing us. So, hopefully you guys get some good candidates.
I guess, okay,
I would be fine with that.
If you can clarify, because I saw a comment that made me, fuck it button. Oh, wrong one. Fuck it button. Free shit is not economics. It's virtue signaling theft. So I would agree with Castle that Mamdani won under his economic policies, but are we making a distinguishing thing, I guess, between the economy doing well versus an economic policy? Because offering a bunch of, I think everyone that's come up here is thinks that EBT and food stamps and stuff should be completely gutted and removed. But and maybe economically that would go good. But if a Democrat ran on that, it would go horribly. right? And in fact, if they
that's
probably
not-
ran on like
yeah.
more child tax stuff, then that. So like when you're suggesting it, are you saying more child tax stuff, better, you know?
No.
So
here's
what do you mean
here's my
by-
problem I'll elaborate. Like, here's my problem with the libs, right? And maybe I can somewhat agree the CHIPS Act was a good idea. You don't build shit anymore. That's what I'm talking about. How are you going to add to the GDP? That should be the type of shit that you guys do. How are you going to fix the deficit? How, like that kind of stuff. Just saying, hey, we're for free shit. That's it. Like, and we're going to mass flood people. Like, immigration is our future and shit like that. And that's the whole point being the tax bullshit is not working anymore. So go fix it. Go get some good candidates, right? Quit the identity politics bullshit, because people are tired of it. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care where you come from. Can you help us get better? That's it, right? But on our side, it's like, fuck, man, these wars. That's why I can't stand the Ukraine shit. I really can't.
See, I would rather there be, I think, more people doing the stuff that you probably dislike. Well, you do dislike, like the subsidy stuff on the left, because the problem is then I think you get crazy people like Mamdani winning, or it's like you're faced with like a Bernie Sanders doing really well, where I think like Bernie Sanders, goes, even from a left-wing point of view, I think he goes like really far on a lot of his propositions. I think if you have someone who's at least more like I was a fan of Andrew Yang back in the day.
He was all right. I like that guy.
Okay, yeah.
Because here's the problem. The reason why I say build shit is because the problem with socialism is that it has a short-term answer to a long-term problem, right? If you have a pool to draw from and there's no incentive for innovation, it's a diminishing returns in the long run. That's my problem with that. So maybe find a way to start implementing like building shit, right? That's a better message than all this other bullshit.
That was part of Mamdani's message too, is a lot of housing to be built, because rents, obviously, if you live in New York, rent is high.
That's okay then.
You have to build a lot of housing to kind of make up for the supply and demand issue. I think a lot of what Mamdani, I don't agree with everything, but I think a lot of it was misconstrued in the news. Like, he's not giving away free, housing to people, or free healthcare to people. He can't do that, honestly, and he can't even affect the tax code here. That's a governor's decision. And I think some of his policies, like a lot of people talk about it with the grocery stores here, which already kind of exists in a way. And his plan was to implement one city-run grocery store in each borough, which, if you know anything about New York, each borough has a couple million people in it. So I don't know how that's going to do anything. So
I'm from the Northeast.
They're just kind of, those ideas, I really don't think, if they even do come to fruition, are going to do much. And a lot of his policy is similar to Bill de Blasio. If you remember Bill de Blasio being the mayor of New York, things were fine. Well, things didn't completely, crumble. People didn't like him, but we all moved on, and we all had great lives, and the city was fine. So I just think a lot of people think he's going to like destroy New York in some way. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah, well,
from what I can agree with Fuck It Button saying that he just can't. I don't think he's going to be able to do. I think there's a lot of over promises and then a lot of stuff that's like under, like you said, Castle, with like the one grocery store per borough. It's like it makes me think of in where I live, in a Canadian metropolitan area. They were like had all these plans to like fix homelessness, and then like the first conception was like something that would be like a shelter that could like home like 100 people or something. And it's like a drop in the bucket of like with a home, like it would do nothing. It's like, well, how is this fixing the problem at all? Like it's like such a low scale plan that it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue with people further on the left isn't so much economics, it's homelessness and crime, and the amount of money that they're spending per person to try to fix that issue. We've seen it in California, it has not gone over super well. And so I think if you were to point one thing out from Mamdani that I would be worried about is that issue, to see what happens with homelessness here and also the crime statistics. But the economics piece, like you just really can't do a ton. He needs a city council to approve it anyway. So,
well, see, that's the problem. Is you know, and you got this guy in chat who thinks he knows stuff, but he doesn't. So anyway, yeah. So when you want to implement something, right, you have to pay for it. There has to be some way to counterbalance that. That is my point. So what they do is they come in here and you know, California, for instance, I think it was like 30% of the entire country's homelessness comes from California alone, to your point. So clearly they fucked this up, and they're not good at it. That's my point, right? An example of this would be like Newscomb in California with the monorail thing, right? He was given all this money to build this monorail, and he just sucks. And he just like, yeah, maybe we'll get it done in like 100 years, right? So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right?
The problem I will say with the homeless, though, I think in some ways California in some ways doesn't get enough flack, but in some ways it gets maybe too much flack when we look at the total numbers, because the problem is same thing happens in Canada, where it's like Vancouver has like a shit ton of homeless people, and it's not necessarily the fault of Vancouver. It's that when people get homeless in like Toronto and stuff, they'll head for like Vancouver. And I think when in certain parts, right, people, if I was homeless in America, I'm probably headed to fucking California, right? Like, why not? You know, it's like a temperate climate. It's like you got some nice beaches. It's like, so, right. It's a, you know, you're going to have a lot of people from every state kind of going to certain states, right? Which is going to increase the population of homeless people. Like, I think that's fair. Mr. You wouldn't disagree with that, right?
Yeah,
like if you're in fucking Montana and you get homeless, you're probably not going to stay in Montana.
Yeah.
You're going to go to like Seattle or California or whatever, right?
No, I get that, but you know, again, it's an encompassing thing with them, right? Because everything's about identity politics. So, like, and do I agree with like mass conglomerated, low propensity, you know, housing, low income housing and shit like that? No, but I'd be willing to take it if I live in California and I'm going, well, you know, there's a jump between like I got an apartment for like $3,000 or whatever a month, and like if I want to buy a house, I got to pay like $700 fucking K. I'd be willing to take that hit if I was a Republican. I'd be like, fuck, man, there's got to be some kind of fix to this bullshit, you know? So, you know, rather than, you know, talk about these kind of things, they're going to go, well, you know, Trump went after LaQuisha James and Big Booty Willis, and it's like, we got to stop him before Big Booty Willis goes to jail. Like, that's our priority, right? So,
but that's okay. But from a real politique point of view, that's probably a good thing to harp on with is Trump for the midterms, right? Once the midterms are over, then we'll probably see the narrative shift, right?
And you know, and Confluence, you know who agrees with me? Obama and Destiny. He said it about what I just said. Their messaging has to change if they're going to do anything. And I'm like going, hey guys, look.
Yeah, if you just mean broadly, yes, but yeah, I think Trump is going to lose us the midterms. I think at this rate, unless things change.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think it's looking good. I don't think it is.
Look, I think. Well, I could tell you right now, there's no way the Republicans are losing the Senate. That's number one. Maybe, and I seriously doubt the House. But that's why I said I could just tell them what they need to do and what their Lord and Savior Obama is saying and Destiny, and they still would ignore it. And they're gonna sit here and they're gonna be like, this guy's out of his damn mind. Please, by all means, go ahead and cry about the Epstein shit, right? Because sane people care about normal everyday shit. Obama knows it, right? And so does the more intelligent people that are you know, have seen multiple election cycles and shit like that. This stuff, you know, and I'd be willing to go, hey, you know what? If it makes it our country better, and when we get a few Democrats like Yang or whatever, I'd be willing to accept that over this same bullshit that we keep seeing, where it's like, well, you're a bad guy because maybe you came from you know, you're Chinese and you're just crying because you think the colleges are discriminating against you, whatever, or Palestine bad, you know, so we got to say F you to all the Jews and whatnot. It's like that shit is going to get old real quick. I'm telling you. But they'll just cry about it in the chat and they'll just ignore me. And so I'll just keep telling them. I'll be like, go ahead, keep crying and worrying about Big Booty Willis, you know. So
I just think, I don't know. It does seem that polls do seem to be responding to some of these things that aren't affecting the average person, right? Like the deportation stuff and Epstein stuff. It's like, yeah, those aren't like things that for the average person is like affecting their day-to-day lives. But it does seem like the you know, the like approval ratings and stuff are responding to these things. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
if you're
it's the
going
same
off
with
polls,
the other side, right? Like with the
they're
right,
all
like
bullshit.
when we
Listen,
like,
yeah,
no, but what, like, hold on, like you would agree this happens both ways, right? Like myself
Yeah.
included, I'll complain
Yeah.
about like transing of like, you know, the kids and stuff, right? Like HRT and minors, but it's like, is that for me? That's not affecting my life, right? I'm not a minor. I don't have a kid who's getting HRT. All the people I've talked to that are mad about it, none of them have kids that are like being given HRT, like from the school principal or anything, or aren't HRT at all. But it's still an issue we care about because we still culturally care about those issues, right? And I would say the same thing probably happens on the left.
Yeah.
They don't like these ICE raids, and I think that is going to change stuff. I know you're not like a fan of the polling stuff, but I feel like if we can see it from our end that these are issues that even if they don't affect us personally, we still care about on a cultural and like moral level, then it's like the left probably feels the same way about the issues that they care about.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I'm willing to admit that what the weakness is of our party and theirs, right? People don't like these fucking wars, right? That's what it is. For them, they suck at the economy. You can cope all you want, but that's the fact. All they do is drain the economy. That's what they've done for the longest fucking time. Okay? And you could say whatever you want about Trump in regards to the economy, but from what I've seen, it's a long-term ongoing fix to the issue. People come in and they go, oh, he's not doing it right now, right? Literally within 6 months to a year, they're like, we want everything handled now. It's complete bullshit. But if you go and look at what he's trying to do, at least he's doing something with the economy and all that shit. Gas prices are down, right? Now, the food shit,
not as low as Trump claims that they are, though. I will say that. Trump was claiming some wacky numbers.
Like I said, the point is, right, normal everyday people that don't look at what we do, all of us, right, they're going to look at some of this shit and they're going to go, well, they have a plan, at least. Like, I look at the other guys and I go, what's their plan? There is no fucking plan. There is no plan.
I mean, I guess you can think about it too in a way where both parties have added to the debt over time. And I guess the Democrats at least are adding to the debt, trying to come up with policies that will give back to people. And then the Republicans are cutting taxes. I don't think either have really worked enough. I mean, Trump, I think when you say Trump's trying to help with the economy, it would be worthwhile if he was trying to help, but he's just making it worse on his own, right? Like if he were trying to say, hey, I'm trying to save you money and I'm to get rid of tariffs, and we see that go into effect, that would be great, but he's kind of doing the opposite, making things worse, which is why people are upset. So I think Trump can turn things around at this point. Like Confluence said, the polling doesn't look good, but a year in politics is like a decade. In like real life, everything happens so quickly in politics that Trump can really, if he wants to, he can get into a better position economically. But I just don't know if he's really going to turn around and say the tariffs were a failure. And I'm afraid he's just with it and just making, or not improve things at this point. So we'll see what happens. I think the Senate is definitely probably most likely going to stay Republican, but I think it's going to be tough for the House to stay in Republicans' hands. So you'll see at least one of them flip.
Well, here's the thing with the tariffs, right? And I never got an answer to this from the left, a good answer. Mostly what they do is they go back to the beginning and they say we're not operating at a deficit, which we were, okay? And the reason for that is because
there's nothing wrong with the trade deficit, just a sanity check, right? There's nothing inherently
there we
bad
go.
with that.
There it is. No, there definitely is. Yes, I disagree. See, here's the problem.
I'm going to quote Ben Shapiro, who I know you hate. Ben Shapiro says, "I have a trade deficit with the grocery store." Right? That's not. There's nothing inherently exploitative about that, right? Just like we sell different things and we buy different amounts of things, and.
So here's my question. Can you name for me one alternative to tariffs that isn't a tax subsidy on the entire pool of people paying taxes rather than the single product?
Wait, I'm not sure what you're...
Okay, I'll give you an example. So let's say a tax happens on imported bananas, right? And we're like, this isn't fair, so we're gonna jack up the tariff on bananas. So now your bananas are going to cost you about $20 a bundle. Okay. Do you think that's a better alternative that we place that burden on a single product of someone that's trying to win over on us economically rather than a blanket tax subsidy on the entire, or putting the burden on the entire tax pool?
I mean, I think it depends on how widespread the tariffs are. Right. And on what products. I'm not saying I think there is strategic uses to tariffs. Like I'm not saying that there should be no tariffs.
Okay.
I just think the broad use of them and this hyper fixation on can't have a deficit. A deficit. I just don't think I don't know if there's any economist that actually like agrees with Trump's stance on that. Like, and they're probably most of them are left wing, but not all of them, right? And it's like I don't think any of them agree that like this broad application of tariffs is like an economically like wise thing to do. And I mean, I'm not an economist, so I don't fucking know, but it just seems like it's not a great idea.
Well, to the point is that people want to use terms like free trade, right? When certain groups are fully taking advantage of certain aspects of the economy in that sense. So it is not free trade, whether people want to cope without that or not.
Would you agree it should ideally be kind of as close to free as possible, barring some carve outs? Like sometimes you're going to have to put tariffs on countries that are acting up. Sometimes you're going to have to put tariffs that are retaliatory, right? I think that's fair, right? You put a tariff on me, I put it on you. But like, yeah, beyond those two things, I mean, is there a good reason to have them?
Yeah, of course. I mean, a good example of this would be like, okay, let's see. If we're building like shitty GMC vehicles, right, and we're exporting them to like China, for example, right, and they're charging us like fucking 400% on it, but the shit they're bringing in is a net like, they're like able to do it at practically nothing. That by definition is a trade deficit.
Right. I guess my point, I don't think a trade deficit is just fundamentally a bad thing. Like it just like there's some countries where we're going to buy a lot more than we sell. And it kind of depends on like what industry they have and what their needs are, what our needs are, what they specialize in. Like, I feel like, I feel like it can kind of just happen. Like, I don't think we have to get to parity on like with every country. I think that's just like wrong-headed.
Okay. So then when you are the world reserve currency, right? And a lot of what happens runs through you as a country. And then what happens is you're just like, hey, we're opening everything up. And people can take advantage of you by having their companies do what just happened with the China thing, right? Now you have all these people that are gathering all these percentages and pretty much screwing over America and you know, an example of this would be like John Deere, where they were like, hey, we're going to go to Mexico. We're going to move to Mexico. We're going to start, you know, producing all of our shit in Mexico, and then we're going to, on cheap labor, and then push it into the United States. You know?
Right. I get, yeah, I get how we want, and especially in certain industries that are important to America, I understand why we want to be a bit like protectionist in those areas. I guess my main critique is just the broad swath of tariffs. Like, and even if we went back to like Trump's, like his little chart thing that he had, you know, we mentioned it earlier, where it's like there were some countries on there that we have a trade surplus with that we're not in deficit at all, and they still are on the proposed chart, they're still getting hit with a 10% tariff. So it's like the goal isn't even to bring it to parity anyway. So it's just like this broad application in specific industries. I agree, and all you could probably name more other ones that I would also agree with you on. Like there's certain cases where I'm like, yeah, this either country is taking advantage of us, or this is a industry we do want to protect, or we do want to punish this nation with a tariff. But yeah, just the broad use, like Trump being like, tariff is the best word in the English language, right? On Joe Rogan, it's like, why? Like I just don't know why.
Okay, so now I'm gonna bring it back to my point from before, and look, you don't have to agree with me, you know, for the people listening or whatever, that's fine. Everyone has their own thoughts on how you get from point A to point Z, okay? And that's legit. That's your own standard. But at least have a plan. At least be able to explain it. You don't just come out and you go, hey, we're going to give free shit away. You know, this is how it's going to work. Oh, we're going to build this, you know, fucking monorail, and we're going to do it in this set time frame. Meanwhile, you're sucking wind, and it's been how many years, and you're not building this shit, right? Examples of this are all over the place, where of the failed, you know, crap like that. So just come up with a plan, and you might be successful. Just anything, really. I mean, the free healthcare shit, how are you going to pay for it? And just by saying, hey, our GDP, that's not an answer, okay? People are tired of that shit. You need a plan to pay for it. So just point out, hey, where's it coming from?
I'll agree with Mr. Mister on that. I think you're seeing some Democrats talk about, I don't know if you've heard of this Confluence, but the abundance agenda, and how that really we should start to be building a lot more in this country and producing a lot more. And Democrats really get bogged down with a lot of red tape and regulation, which is bad, whether it's, you know, saving some random species of bird or fish. And trust me, I'm as environmentalist as they come, but sometimes it's like you gotta support the people before you start saving some random species.
Yeah, what was that fish called in California? That, you know,
I'm sure
no one's ever heard of. There's one fish in California that got blamed for the wildfire stuff, which is probably a bit of an over-exaggeration from the Republicans, but
well, like
they do put a lot of money into random species.
So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, there's a copper mine that they had in Arizona, I believe it is, and they were like, we can't have this because of environmental reasons. And I'm just sitting there, I'm going, okay, if I'm a Democrat, instead of just throwing my arms in the air and being like, well, we're going to fucking shut this whole thing down, you should be saying to your group, we need a win. We need to figure out not how to just squash this shit. We need to figure out how we can make it work. So if there's an environmental problem, how can we make it not an environmental problem, rather than being like, fuck it, we're just going to shut the whole thing down, you know?
Yeah, and I think there should be a mix. Like, people's water and air should be clean, and you're seeing now with all these data centers being built, people are literally running out of water in certain places in Alabama and in Pennsylvania or wherever, and these companies are taking up resources. So I'm not pro just let the companies run rampant, but there definitely has to be a mix where the people aren't being hurt and we're also gaining resources and living up to the competition, because we can't let China run all over us. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be trying to help us anytime soon. So there's definitely a compromise there.
Yeah, I think we have come to at least a strange agreement on this. Some level of agreement, some level. probably gonna go. I want to try to make it to at least the hour mark, where I call it quits. I believe it's possible.
And she's found guilty. Will you change your opinion?
I'm sure I'll pause it like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would change my opinion and follow. Yeah, of course.
But
Just
like,
because they found her guilty, let's just say they took her to
you
a
would look at
court.
the underlying facts, but I would say, and this is where I'll grant to you, I'm definitely sympathetic of the president having these feelings. Maybe, and you can, I don't know, maybe we'll meet in the middle here. Maybe it would be good if we had a independent attorney general who wasn't taking direct orders from the president, especially if we're saying he might be a vindictive man-child, and that person should have the luxury of operating independently, like if every other presidential administration passed, instead of taking direct orders from the president, who might, as you've just laid out an excuse for, engage in vindictive prosecutions of political opponents.
We now know from the Biden years that
I think that's the last thing we need, RBG forever, because we can't make anyone else do it. That's the problem. China's going to keep doing it. So, like, that's the issue.
Yeah,
we're
that's
just
what I
going to be
mean.
left behind. So we're in
You should be
arms race to death,
Yeah.
but it's impossible to stop.
You should be asking how I can make it work. Not let's pump the brakes, because they're going to do it anyway, and they don't have the roadblocks that we do. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if we could convince everybody to somehow do it, like with like nukes, at least there's ways that we can kind of like try to check if countries have them. With like AI, even if China was like, okay, we'll follow the AI regulations, you don't know what they're fucking doing under the ground with their fucking data centers,
well,
and there's no way to fucking know.
That's why on our side, I try to promote the Golden Dome project, because if you look at the cost of all the war machine around the world, and I'm like, let's bring it home and focus on something that would cost probably a third less in the 5 to 10 year term, right? Because it's a nuclear deterrent, and so we don't have to go out there and start all these wars and shit. We could just be like, hey, we'll work on our defense. We'll prop up our economy by working on that, and we can take out somebody's missiles in their own country before they even leave their country with that. It's a great idea, but people are like, I don't know. Now we got to keep blowing shit up, right? So
I see both things. I see your perspective, but then the neocon in me does want to blow shit up, so.
Nah.
I'm 50-50 on you. I can be swayed.
all the cases, including the state cases, were being filtered through not the Attorney General's office, but the Biden White House. Why do you think?
True.
Hold on. Well, it's not true.
That's not true.
I mean, stating it doesn't make it so.
And I know, I agree.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you. Where's your evidence for any of that? Where's the evidence that her was influenced by Garland? Where's your evidence that her was influenced by Biden? Where's the evidence of Biden giving direction to Merrick Garland? Where's the evidence of NARA or the FBI behaving improperly with regards to the Mar-a-Lago case? Where's the evidence that Jack Smith was told by anybody to do his investigation what he did? There's no evidence for any of this stuff.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
How many times did either Fani Willis or her lover show up in Washington, D.C. and meet with the Biden administration? How many times?
Doesn't matter. That doesn't mean it's filtered through the White House.
The
president isn't allowed to talk to anybody now, or else it counts as improper
so you're saying
behavior?
it's perfectly fine for them to go to the White House and have a conversation, but you know what? They were talking about a bunch of other stuff unrelated to these prosecutions.
Like when Donald Trump
Big Booty Willis.
for 2 hours after kicking out every world leader from the
Let me ask
Oval
you this.
Office.
Let
The
me ask you
president
this.
is allowed to have conversations with people. If something improper is happening, I would want to know about it, but you would hope that people are reporting on it or that people have some kind of evidence of it, like we do for all of the improper conversations that Trump has, like when Giuliani made a phone call to Zelensky's aide, or when Trump made a phone call to Zelensky to threaten to withhold aid, or like when Trump made the phone call to Raffensperger to try to rig the election in Georgia, or like when
That's
any of
all.
the other...
This is all bullshit upon bullshit.
Wait, those calls are recorded.
sure is.
We've listened to them. We can hear the phone calls.
So let's start with the Raffensperger call.
Why don't we go to the Mar-a-Lago stuff? Let's just figure that out.
We are, but what we're doing with Mar-a-Lago is we're
So are we
trying
still on
to...
Mar-a-Lago?
Did Donald Trump take classified information from the White House?
Oh, God.
He
we're
wasn't
still on the
supposed to
first
have it at
point.
Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? Was it Mar-a-Lago a skiff? Is that a secured classified?
It doesn't matter. The issue is not that. The issue
is the issue. You
just said intentionality, and
Sure,
I'm saying...
we haven't gotten into intentionality yet. Are you allowed to have classified material knowingly outside of a secured classified area?
You might. You might under certain circumstances, yes.
If you want, there are like 10 different statements I can make that Donald Trump himself issued in 2016 about the importance of classified documentation. In fact, Jack Smith quotes all of them, including the executive order. Okay, then you know how embarrassing it is. Well, no, so I'm curious. Donald Trump did all the prerequisites needed to break the law. He held the documents where they weren't supposed to be held. He knew they were classified. He said it to multiple people that he was showing them to. And then he told his employees to obstruct investigators when they're trying to find it. This is a crime, assuming it's all true. There should be the easiest,
There's
like, yeah, of
finally
course, that would be
people more
if that was true,
liberal
it would
than
be a
me in
crime.
the chat.
It is a little bit. It is a little bit of a difficult question when a president takes his own documents from his own administration, an email or a comment that he sent to Kim Jong-un. Is that unauthorized?
Why was there a
Arguably?
special? Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden then? Why was her appointed if a president can just do it? Shouldn't Biden have just said, "Oh no, I'm allowed to do that"?
The issue is not whether they did it, because if doing it by itself is illegal, Biden should be in prison right now.
No, it's doing it knowing that you're retaining it outside of a classified area.
Exactly.
But I'm curious, if you're saying it's not a crime, why was there a special prosecutor for Biden?
Okay, and you cut me off earlier, but I was showing why Biden, I think, took a lot of those documents.
Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden if it wasn't a crime?
The special prosecutor was there to investigate the degree of the offense and whether or not charges should be brought.
But you just said it wasn't a crime. If it's a
I didn't
president.
say it wasn't a crime. I said that it depends on the situation. I said that in a case like this is like a CEO who walks out of a company, takes a bunch of documents with him. His documents that he wrote. Now, hold on. There's a difference because we're talking about classified documents.
It's a weird comparison.
But like even CEOs can have
Nothing
non-competes.
you're doing is showing me that Trump's conduct here was distinctive in any way.
Okay, can you give me a single example in all of U.S. history of any other president saying to somebody, "Here's a document. I should have declassified it, but I didn't. Don't look too closely."
Okay. Are you saying that if the president said that is by itself evidence that he is guilty?
No, but it's part of the indictment.
Okay, so what I'm saying, it's part of the indictment. I read it, you read it, big deal. The point is...
It is a big deal, though.
No,
Donald Trump said
I'm
it was a
saying
big deal like 15 times when he was talking about other people retaining classified information. Remember how big of a deal you guys made about it when you talked about Hillary's emails for like 3 years?
Yeah, and she was never charged.
Hillary's emails is way worse, okay? It's way worse. Setting up a private email thing on your own personal computer than like what? She's like the fucking...
Yeah.
One of the software that will like delete and refill, bleach bit. Yeah.
I just want to point out
that's way less secure. At least the documents that Trump had were physical things that can't be like hacked into from like, outside of physically breaking into Mar-a-Lago.
Dinesh, he set a trap for him, but he didn't fall for it because he brought up Big Booty Willis again. I told you, they're all about. It's so easy to get them triggered. You float the little meat on a stick and see if they'll bite. It's like, hey, Big Booty Willis.
Because she wasn't guilty of retention willfully, of knowingly doing
and you
it.
know that.
That's what
How
the
do you know
investigator said, because Comey said it.
Because Comey said it, right. Okay. So here's what
I'm sorry, do you have evidence to the contrary? Wait, do you have evidence to the contrary of that?
Ultimately, we are now
No evidence.
we're trapped in an appeal to authority.
It's
according
an
to
appeal
you,
to authority.
Comey, Merrick Garland, Biden, unimpeachable sources. Whatever they say should be taken as
No,
gospel.
they are impeachable, but you should have evidence to impeach them. If you don't agree with what they say, then you should say, this is why I disagree.
Right. So
Not
what
with
I'm
a
saying
not with a crazy tale you spin, but like here's some contrary evidence. For Mar-a-Lago, we see the pictures of the documents on the stage. We see the pictures of the documents in the bathroom. We see the pictures of the boxes spilled out with the classified markings.
Have you seen the Biden pictures?
I don't know if those were released or not. But the
Really?
contention with the Biden
Okay.
pictures wasn't that
The
there was
Biden
classified
pictures
material.
have been widely
The contention.
released. You're supposed to be a factual researcher, but clearly
I'm a
your
factual.
eye,
I'm a
clearly
factual
your
research.
eye only focuses
hold on.
rightward.
We saw the pictures because that was part of a federal indictment for a crime against Trump. Biden and Pence weren't accused of crimes because they made the phone call to the FBI. They made the phone call to NARA to say, "Hey, we think we have stuff here. You should come and grab it." Do you see the difference between behavior?
The difference between behavior now goes to a separate issue, which is how they reacted to NARA, okay?
Yes, one
And
showed criminal intent and the other didn't.
And
Yes.
the context of this is really important because we now know there's extensive communications between NARA and the Biden DOJ about how to bring charges over this on Trump. That correspondence has been released. So we actually know that the NARA people, who are supposed to be these archives, neutral guys, librarians, no, they were very much part of a scheme for how do we go and get Trump.
I can
So
this
hold on.
I can shut this done in one question that you're not going to answer again. If that was the case, why didn't they just file charges on him day one? Why did NARA give him 8 months to return documents?
Why did what?
Why did NARA give him 8 months to return documents before the FBI finally got the charges basically ready for him to show up to take him because he wasn't returning anything? Why did they give him 8 months to return it?
Right. And I think the reason is simple, and that is when you're dealing with a massive sheaf of documents, a process of negotiation. It's fairly familiar, by the way. Other people have done it.
You said this wasn't a process of negotiation. You said this was them talking to the FBI, which they had to because they were like, well, there's a lot of stuff here that we're not getting, and the FBI, NARA doesn't have the authority to go to the president's house and retrieve stuff. That would be part of the FBI. That's why they had the communication. But if their goal, you said that they were talking the whole time like they wanted to fabricate a case, why didn't they just do it on day one? Why did they wait so long?
I believe they're still on Mar-a-Lago.
The normal gap
53
in the
minutes.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Is about 8 months. That's not unusual at all. If NARA was talking to the Biden DOJ and going, listen, we need to get Trump. He hasn't returned the documents. Here's a great pretext. Go get him.
The pretext being that he committed a crime?
No, that's
not what pretextual means.
No, a pretext means that we are engaged in this dialogue with the Trump administration. This can now be recast as Trump refusing to return documents.
Because he did refuse. They stopped communicating. That's why when the FBI went to the Mar-a-Lago place, they found more documents. Some of those we still have never gotten back because Trump flew like 12 boxes of stuff up to his home in Bedminster or whatever.
Okay, look, I
we
think
can just say it's bad. If it's true, it's bad.
Yeah, we can keep going on this.
Concede
I think look. Let me put it this way.
It's not worth like fighting this much on it.
Trump
did refuse. He probably should have.
You're a little pissed off that your
Biden
case has
also
been
refused. Well, not refused.
Right? You were really
had
hoping that you could
documents.
get Trump.
Hillary made a thing on her
in
computer.
24, put the
All these
guy
people
away,
have done
win the
this.
2024 election. Unfortunately, he was big enough, strong enough, had enough resources, had really good lawyers. He beat you every single time, up and down.
So half his lawyers that he had initially are disbarred now. So I don't know if you can call them lawyers anymore.
You're basically trying to relitigate in front of this poor bunch of guys and go, you know what? If only I, Steve Barnell, had been litigating this, we'd really have gotten him. But damn it, we had incompetent counsel. It all blew up in our face.
Well, if anybody would know anything about relitigation, it would be the conservatives that constantly relitigate 2020 that still don't. Do you acknowledge that, for instance, Trump lost the 2020 election?
No, he didn't lose.
Okay, so we're talking about relitigation.
Okay.
Right? I mean, like, you guys don't even accept the outcome of the 2020 election.
Okay,
We're supposed to be a beacon on a hill of democracy.
Hold on. But okay, so we need to probably say a word
Into the
about
2000
2020 because
mules,
apparently,
Nash.
just like in the opening books of the
Let's
Republic,
hear
where
it.
Socrates has to say, laughter, is that an argument? We're getting the sort of knowing ha 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 ha, which needs to be confronted because of its sort of sheer sneering dogmatism wedded to a bit of ignorance. So let me ask you this. And did you see my film 2000 Mules?
I watched the whole thing. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Let me
there
ask
we
you
go.
this. Do you dispute the accuracy of cell phone geotracking?
No.
No. If you were to be convinced that in the 2020 election, in the weeks leading up to it, and then again in the period leading up to the recall election in early Jan, that there were a number of individuals, mules, carrying ballots and going to 10 or more drop boxes, and this could be demonstrated by cell phone geo-tracking, would you agree that this is something that needs to be looked into?
Sure, and you did, and found nothing.
No. Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
Okay, he is getting mad at people laughing, but in his defense, if I was on stage and I have a bunch of DGG or retards laughing at me, it's gonna make me annoyed too. Okay.
Oh, this is
defense.
awesome. This is great. I love this because, again, the more that they cry about Big Booty Willis and all these people, right, the more they don't focus on what's going to help them win. So I'm okay with it. And like I said, they're so dumb and retarded, right? Not all of them, but most of them. They do not see it. They want to cry. Right. They want to, most of them, they want to cry and point fingers, and they're going to do it, and they're going to lose because of it. I could literally sit here and explain what they have to do and they will not listen to it.
But I mean, I think it's fine to. I don't know. I can see what you're saying, and I'm trying to think myself if this, like, from even Destiny's point of view, if this is like worth him going into, because a certain amount of Republicans, for right or wrong reasons, right, are not going to concede 2020, and at a certain point, it's probably I think it was harmful to some degree to Trump to like keep going with that. I think it's probably harmful now for Destiny's side to keep harping on as well.
I'm looking at your chat, and I love these people. I really do, because they're
you and fucking Button have made a lot of. You have a lot of.
I love these guys. These guys are awesome, because I'm like, you guys are proving what I'm saying. It's great, So.
But I kind of mentioned this earlier, like way earlier in the night, that first, I mean, this is like a debate. This was set up like these aren't issues Democrats in Congress are still talking. Nobody's talking about Mar-a-Lago right now. So that's why I'm saying, like, attributing streamer debates with this is the left and this is what they're focusing on. They're not focused on this stuff anymore. This is, pre-litigating something that happened 4 years ago. Not to say that Dems are doing a great job with messaging anyway, but I don't think that they're talking about Mar-a-Lago anymore. So like I just think it's a little unfair to say that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
A debate, and obviously with Dinesh is known for his documentary he did, so of course, these two people are going to be talking about that, and Destiny's obsessed with all this stuff in January 6th and all this. So
Destiny in January 6th was a big thing. I remember he was like trying to work on some.
There's supposed to be a massive video that's been promised for like years.
Yeah. So like, I can see why they're going back and talking about both these, like, I worked on this documentary, then Destiny's I worked on this. So like, it kind of makes sense.
And I'm personally, I'm glad. I want them to get in on the weeds on the 2,000 or 3,000. How many mules was it? I just said that number. I can't remember now. That's a bad amount of mules. Because I do want to, even maybe I'm autistic as well, but the same way that Destiny probably is. But I want to know the truth on those claims. Like, because Dinesh makes like so many strong claims in that documentary. But obviously it's your documentary, Dinesh, so it's like he can make those claims and it's like there's no pushback. So I'm glad there is like going to be hopefully some external pushback here. Because I don't know how to, it's hard to evaluate a documentary like that, because it's like obviously the way it's presented is like, oh yeah, okay, there's so many like shady things that don't add up, but it's like, it's a documentary isn't a debate is the problem, right? You get to just say all your points that side with you. Exactly. It's your documentary. So, if he collabed with Destiny, maybe we could get an epic, January 6th or,
I would really like. Yeah, I hope Dinesh loses it, and then everyone focuses on him. Maybe he gets himself like a mohawk, and goes like hardcore or something. We need more distractions, right? We need like more Big Booty Willis. We need more.
I feel like no one focuses on Dinesh, and like I feel like I haven't seen Dinesh be relevant in a long time, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, when was he prosecuted for his shit? I don't know if that like really turned people off, or if it just. Someone earlier was saying. I mean, this is how out of the loop I am. Someone was saying in chat, and I don't remember who said this, and I didn't look this up, but that D'Souza isn't even on like Team Trump now. Like at the point of this was like 2 days ago or something. Well, that was released. I think it was done a little earlier than that. But someone's saying that he's not even like MAGA anymore, like in the Trumpian sense. So I don't even know what camp, because he's they're arguing all this stuff about Trump. But unless it's not true, and I've just been misled by someone in my chat, because this was at the beginning of the discussion, someone was saying that he's not on Trump's side. So
we need more Candace. We need more Fuentes. We need all of this distractions. That's what we need.
The problem is it distracts the right as well. Perhaps even more so. That's the issue.
Yeah. Well, that's fair, but it's like at least there's a plan, right? Like we have a plan. Some people will be like, well, it's kind of, you could argue whether it's good or not, but I'm looking around. I'm going, where's their plan? They don't have one.
Had a plan. Okay, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't want a plan. You know, sometimes a bad plan is worse than no plan. Okay. So I mean, I don't know. In some ways, I mean, assuming Biden did win 2020, which I guess you're not going to grant me that, but you know, I mean, then what did Biden was just not Trump, right? I think, I mean, that maybe is a low resolution take, but I think it is true. I think all Biden had to do was just be not Trump to get a bunch of votes, right? And if Biden maybe was more, I think with Kamala, I think the problem was Kamala was, I mean, had no real good plan as well, but was also just inherently unlikable, and had a lot of people just not want to vote for her either, right? Whereas at least Biden was still like milquetoast that no one really cared.
Yeah. Did you see the Biden Poltergeist 2 meme?
No.
Oh my God! I don't think you should play it, but it's pretty funny. He looks like the creepy old Poltergeist guy from Poltergeist 2, the one that's like an old fart with the hat. The one that's like the evil like demon guy, and he goes up to the kids and he's like, "Hey kids!" I'm like, "Oh my God!"
Biden's eyes do become awfully like black sometimes. I will say, there's some videos I watch of him, and I'm like, his eyes are just like little beady black abyssal pools. I'm not sure why, but you know. It's like looking at Hillary sometimes too. You know, I don't, not to be all Alex Jones, but you know, I understand at least where some of the reptilian allegations come from. I'm not saying I think that they're reptiles, but I understand it. Because some of these people just feel like they're doing a bit of skinwalking, and Biden gives off that. The guy who's in charge of my country right now, Mark Carney, same thing, man. That guy there's just some look, man. That's just like, I don't know what it is. Not good times.
Okay, that's not accurate to say. You found two people that you accused of engaged in mulership. Both of those people, I think, sued you or the production company, and then that's why the film was no longer for distribution or whatever, because those two people were both engaged in affair. One guy, I think, was a father dropping off ballots for his family, and I think the other was a nurse who was dropping off ballots for the nursing home that he worked at. Both of those stories were verified to be true. I agree, 2,000 Mules was an interesting hypothesis, but it was missing the part two where you actually follow through on the investigation and find the people engaged in muling for ballots. Simply saying that people drove by ballot boxes and not enough to prove a crime.
Yeah, first of all, okay. The nurse that you're talking about, I've never heard of. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's fully made up. That's out of your ass, basically. There is a case where we have in Georgia by one guy who claims, who by the way is seen in the film dropping off multiple.
Are you talking about The Secret? No, I don't fucking fun. I read good occult literature, not horrible occult literature.
Which is allowed. This case is being litigated because the facts of it are rather complex. And I won't go into it right here, also partly because it's being disputed. But
when you say litigated, in a civil manner or a criminal manner?
But the guy,
well, can you expand on that? Is it in a civil manner or in a criminal manner?
No, it's a lawsuit. It's a civil lawsuit.
Okay, so when you say civil lawsuit, who's suing who for what?
So the alleged mule is suing.
What, you think I do have The Secret? I've never read The Secret. Okay, or any book on manifesting.
He's not saying the cell phone geo-tracking is invalid. He's not saying anything shown in the movie is false. He's simply saying what you showed me doing in the film is lawful. And in the film, we show a guy pulling up, jumping out, these ballots. He's claiming that individual act was lawful. So that's what's being litigated.
Okay, which is important.
I do have that book.
Yeah,
okay,
it could be illegal activity, right?
And I guess it does talk about some manifesting.
This is being fought over. But what I'm getting at is no one is disputing the footage in the film. Some of it
self-taught.
You said there was electronic surveillance. Do you realize that the people who said that this was the most secure election in history?
Okay, 2 minutes to the hour mark.
Surveillance in any state?
And then at least I'm almost halfway.
States which had surveillance turned off their videos before the election so they wouldn't have that surveillance?
That's really strange then. I feel like Sidney Powell and the Trump admin should have probably chose some of their claims on places that didn't have surveillance, because the ones that they did, they intentionally obfuscated the surveillance cameras in order to lie about what they were showing. Like, for instance, the ballot boxes underneath the table.
Look, why don't we just stay with what... There's a reason.
Okay, well, we can stay with your case. And your case has been 4 years. Nothing has been resolved about this. It's a case about defamation. It sounds like that's what it is. It's not a criminal case at all.
In the film I made, we didn't talk about...
It is true. Why wouldn't you go find the mules? Dinesh, find the mules.
Boxes under the desk, okay? we relied on two types of evidence, both of which, on the face of it, are valid. First, cell phone geo-tracking, and we showed that there were, in Georgia alone, in Fulton County, in that area, 242 mules, alleged mules, who went to 10 or more drop boxes in the period of the election. Those same people, by the way, did not go to those drop boxes any other time because this was compared against a geo-tracking of an earlier date.
To
Now,
be
hold on.
clear, real quick, to be clear, when you say went to those drop boxes, all you have are those people passed by those drop boxes.
No,
that's
no.
it. You don't know what they did there. You have no footage of them dropping anything off. You don't know who these people.
Wrong, and wrong again.
Wait, you have footage of those people dropping ballots off at.
Wait,
also,
how?
notice for the one guy
Yeah,
that's suing
I don't
you,
think Dinesh
or your company or
has-
whatever. Notice
has
that
that.
you're talking about footage of him dropping ballots off at a single box. That's not even the claim. 2,000 mules is not 2,000 homing missiles to one box. It's supposed to be people dropping them off at multiple boxes. I didn't see footage of any of that, of a single person. And that would have been the strongest thing. If you could show one person one time visiting multiple ballot boxes, I'd be like, oh, that's pretty crazy. I didn't see a single example of that. Do
Well,
you have a single example of that?
Yeah, I do.
Why didn't you
But
show it?
It actually is shown in the movie. It is shown in the movie. What you really have is you see the same guy in two different outfits at the same box, but on two different occasions, dropping in multiple ballots.
Why would you use geo-tracking data to see a guy going through multiple ballot boxes and only look at his behavior on one ballot box when the central claim was the mule was going to multiple ballot boxes?
I'll tell you why. It's like this. It's like
We're at the hour mark. I think I'm now understanding what Brandon was saying about this. I do think it is getting less good for Dinesh. I think Dinesh was holding it together. I think now we're seeing the beginning of the end. That's what I think. Castle, have you seen this whole thing, by the way? Or is this your first time also watching it?
I was watching this yesterday. I didn't get through the whole thing, but it kind of got more entertaining, I thought, even after this stuff. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like at the beginning, I think that you could make the argument both of them were kind of going back and forth, and then it kind of skews towards Destiny in a lot of these points. I mean, I'm not a Dinesh fan, and not that it would make me biased for this, but I just think a lot of the points he makes falls apart to me. At least with the Mar-a-Lago stuff, I just don't understand why he couldn't kind of concede that point.
Yeah,
stay strong.
that's what it's such an easy concession to make.
Yeah, but I
Instead
guess
of just
during these
getting-
debates, you kind of just are trying to stick through, like, every point, trying to hit, on every point to win. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's what he was doing there. But yeah, for that stuff, it's kind of tough to defend. I always thought that was kind of cut and dry between the two, with Biden and Trump in both of their cases there. So I just never understood the defense. But yeah, the rest of it's decent, at least the middle part. I didn't finish, so I only got through about like 2/3 of it. But yeah, if you do more on this video tomorrow, I may be able to join again.
Yeah, that'd be great if you're available. Because yeah, I will be going through part 2 tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So.
Who is the guy who said there would be a part 2 like 4 hours ago?
Yeah, he called it. He called it.
He did.
And look, there's some, at least I'm getting better. There is some that I've done that have like part like 4 it's like for like an hour and a half video. I mean, the past 2 days, again, I think I said this, I tried to watch the Candace Owens, didn't even start the video, and they were like 8-hour streams. Everything just like was off the rails from the get-go, which is fine. I mean, I like when things get off the rails, so I don't mind doing multi-part series.
So, sometimes we just like to hang out and shoot shit. It doesn't always have to be like, oh, fuck you and eat shit and that kind of stuff. We can just look at different things and joke around and have fun rather than always be constantly being like, go F yourself. And then on the reverse end, we could just sit here, and be so fucking bland that we're just like, yeah, this is this, blah blah blah, this sucks, the law says this, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, it's not entertaining, but it's fun to come in and just hang out and shoot shit and kind of troll people in the chat, So
I don't even know what. Oh, fucking button with another fucking button. Just again, single-handedly, supporting the Confluence channel. This speech has "See you guys for part 6" written all over it.
part 6.
Yeah,
Oh wait, did you see the Fuentes thing I sent you yesterday?
Don't know. Oh, I saw it, but yeah, this was during the stream.
He was claiming that the reason why Candace has changed her mind. I'm just going to tell you. You don't have to pull it up. I don't want to make you do anything or because I don't. Yeah, I know you got to go or whatever. But anyway, he's claiming that the whole reason why that she's changing her tune and shit like that is because she might have been threatened by the TPUSA lawyers. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's
like
when
they may have went to her.
Big Soda
They might have
asked me
went to
that
her.
yesterday, and I was
Yeah.
and where he asked me what I thought happened. I think it's most likely that it was probably just a normal thing that they're just trying to, that at least Erica's probably like leave me out of it at least. But then my second explanation was kind of what you're saying, which is like, or you're asking that, yeah, I think there's a fair chance that Candace might legitimately be approaching like actual like defamation. And so I don't think it would be shocking if she was kind of hit with like a bit of a in-person kind of like, hey, if you don't back down, this is not going to go well. Or then, of course, the third option, Mossad showed up, and and they really stopped it all. So it's one of those three things. Probably it was either totally normal lawfare stuff or Israel themselves. Okay, so
I can't.
So I'm splitting my poly market bet kind of down the middle on each of those three things, and I think I can kind of win either way.
I don't know for certain if she came with her lawyers. That's what Fuentes is saying might have happened, and I'm like, well, I don't know that I trust him a lot because
I don't, and I find that it was a 4.5 hour meeting, and both of them confirmed that, and both of them said it went well, and it's like, I don't know, would you, if it was lawyers and just a simple like I could imagine Erica maybe at some point doing like veiled threats of like litigation. But if it's like actually like a 4.5 closed door meeting, it's like, why would you? It seems weird that it would be that long to just. I mean, first of all, it could be done in just a letter, but like, it seems more like, yeah, I would think it's either like kind of more soft threats of litigation or just a more personal thing. Because Candace has always said apparently that she would stop if Erica told her to stop. And then Erica had that speech like a week ago or something, and someone asked, "What would you say to Candace or the people?" I don't know if she specified Candace, but the people saying this stuff. And Erica looked at the camera and said, "Stop." I would say, "Stop." So it's like, what does Candace do at this point? Right? I think she's going to look terrible if she keeps going. So I think the best thing, maybe from both of their points of view, is that they meet up. They probably agree to like just not talk about each other and then Candace can still claim it's it's somehow Israel and all this shit, and that there's evil people at TPUSA. That's what makes me think it's probably not fully like TPSA lawyers, because Candace she was just on Pierce like yesterday or 2 days ago saying that there are like evil people within TPUSA that she's not going to name, but she thinks that they did know about the assassination attempt ahead of time. And so she's still running her mouth in that way. So I think it's more likely Erica probably gave some soft pedaled legal threats on like her own behalf. Because otherwise, if she actually gave legal threats and TPUSA lawyers showed up, then yeah, why would Candace be going on Pierce and saying that like key members of Turning Point were aware that Charlie Kirk was going to be killed before he's killed? Like, to me, that then she's just baiting for a lawsuit at that point, right? If that's
the only thing that I kind of may lend a credence to what Fuentes said, and I don't want to be like conspiracy brained on this because I shouldn't care this much, but. Erica Kirk was at a TP USA. I think it's called America Fest. It's like this whole big thing today. I'm sure you'll see some of the clips on Twitter or X. But during her monologue, she mentioned like of some of the people who were in the crowd, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry, Egypt. No, there aren't any Egyptians here." Kind of making like a joke toward Candace Owens. So I don't know if the meeting went super well, and maybe both of them tried to save face and say, yeah, everything's great. And maybe it's just a stupid joke that she made, but I could see Candace kind of taking that the wrong way if Erica Kirk is like, yeah, I still think all of the things you're saying BS and I don't like you. And maybe there are lawyers involved or a lawsuit maybe pending that could scare Candace Owens. I mean, she's still being sued by Macron in France. And like, I feel like that's going to be a hefty one too, if she can't wiggle her way out of that. So like she's, I don't know, maybe she's like so far deep into this stuff where she just doesn't want to turn back or she can't. But with the Kirk stuff, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I could see how they're not totally like amigos anymore and they're still kind of at each other.
Yeah, I mean, the two tweets, if I'm remembering right, were like released like 10 minutes apart from each other, both kind of saying it was a super productive meeting, and so it felt a little kind of just like, I'm like, like I definitely don't think they like made up and stuff. I definitely think they both don't like each other. It's just I think the question is how much.
Did you happen to see did Tucker speak yet, or is it in multiple days?
I saw he did speak. I was going to watch the clips after this, but I see Shapiro. A lot of people are retweeting what he said, and then a lot of people are retweeting what Tucker said. So I got to watch both. But I'm interested myself. I don't know if you've seen anything on that yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm bringing this up because
who is this? I was reading Nick is a gay fed, and I missed it. Nick is a gay fed, by the way. So
yeah.
But
well,
who and Tucker?
I'm saying it because the Tucker scenario seems to be more interesting to me because I don't know why if it's like he distanced himself from a certain group on that, within the right, and I'm going. I looked at the lineup for the Amfest or whatever, and I'm going, why the fuck is Tucker going there? So that's the one I'm really interested in seeing. Like, if you really pay attention to all this shit like we do, you'd be asking the same fucking question. Like, why is Tucker? I don't know. Something about that is not. Something's definitely off with that whole his whole scenario with everything. I want to go listen to his. So
I agree. I think between Tucker, Candace, and then even now, it seems like Megyn Kelly is kind of in that circle. It's just a weird group of people that have kind of spurred off from the typical GOP folks that like a couple of years ago, they'd speak at this event and you'd be like, all right, now like Candace would never show up. Tucker Carlson being there is kind of like, wow, like why did he show up? Now Megyn Kelly is kind of getting into things. It's like, is she gonna like back out or show up to these things in the future? So there's this weird infighting going on between certain folks in the GOP, like the folks who are in journalism and do that stuff online.
Right.
So
because for the longest time, people were like, oh, Tucker's a shill for the Qataris. And I'm like, and I'm going, oh, this can't be right. Then it came out that they released that video of him going to Qatar, and he couldn't hide. He couldn't hide it anymore. And I'm going,
does he like own property in Qatar and stuff?
He's buying it, I think.
Yeah, I think he's looking to like buy property.
So like the mask is like fully off almost at this point.
And to bring up my point, it's like you have these pro-Israel people. I believe they're still pro-Israel, right? In TPUSA. There's maybe they are, maybe they're not. I want to find out. But why is the pro-Qatari guy in the media going to Amfest and they're allowing him to spew his whatever? So I'm like, I got to go listen to his monologue. So
yeah, same.
But I'm gonna drop. I know you got to.
If you guys are either you're free tomorrow, feel free to hop on by. And thank you both for being on the panel. Always a good time.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
and thank you, chat. Anyone who's still here, especially thank you to Fuck Button, who has just been killing it with a bunch of partially TOS donations, but still funny donations. So thank you, Fuck Button. And God bless you both. God bless chat. Take care.
Thanks. See you guys.